Hello and welcome everybody to the Kaneswrathonline 1 vs 1 November Open Challenge for 2014. My name is Spartacus, and after dealing with some serious technical difficulties, we are finally getting underway here. So I need just a couple of minutes here to get squared away and get into some games, but we will be jumping into the action momentarily. Thank you all for being patient in the chat there. I see that everybody seems a little bit panicked by things not going quite as planned, but at any rate, we are going to be jumping into our first set of games here pretty soon. The tournament is already underway, so I'll try to give you an update on the brackets on where we're at as well, so stick around and we'll be in the action. Alright everybody, I think we have everything finally squared away, so we're going to go ahead and give you a quick bracket update just due to the fact that the tournament has been going on a little bit so far this morning. We're about a half an hour late here due to some technical issues, but at any rate we are going to be jumping into the brackets, so let's go ahead and take a quick look and see what we have going on here. And we have this nice bracket system here on Kaneswrathonline.com. You can check this out for yourself if you're interested in seeing that. There is a link down in the description of the video. You won't see me posting any links in the chat, just due to the fact that Twitch chat, or rather YouTube chat, gotta break myself of that habit. YouTube chat does not allow you to post links, but it's actually much better down in the description of the video anyways. So let's take a look and see what we have here for the bracket. It looks like Geopani Pie. I have no idea. I really hope that I don't end up having to cast this guy, because that name is just crazy. Geopani Pie is getting a free win into round 2. I'm not sure what level this is, whether it's I think it's a round of 32 for the round 1, and then round 2 will be a round of 16 due to the fact that we do have 32 starting players. And I'm sorry, actually Geopani Pie, he actually defeated Jack, so I believe this was a best of 3 series. I apologize, I don't have the details down pat just yet, so I believe these are best of 3 series early on. So it's going to be Geopani Pie moving on versus Jack. Not sure what the score of that set of games was. Balletti GG versus Supernova. Supernova is going to be taking the victory in that game. And Cognition versus Warstorm 666. We'll just call him Warstorm. Warstorm going to be taking that game and going to be moving on to the round of 16. Dimitri versus Extremizer. We do see Extremizer taking a victory and moving on. It looks like Granola 17 and Wookie Burt are still in progress, so we'll have to wait and get the results of that one after it is done. And Twin Arrow versus Masterleaf. We have no surprise there. Masterleaf coming out with a victory. He's going to be moving on as well. Definitely a favorite to potentially win the entire thing. And moving on down from there, we do have Sam GBR versus We Got the Rockets, and We Got the Rockets taking the victory there. He'll be moving on as well. And down below that, we have Antidote versus Phantom Wolves. That one is still in progress. Bike Rush Owns versus Plan Eden. Wow, that's a pretty big match early on. That one looks like it is underway. I believe Bike Rush is streaming, so you can check him out over at Twitch TV/Bike Rush. He is going to be streaming on Twitch, and he's obviously streaming FPV footage. He may do a little bit of casting later on if he gets knocked out, but I would expect him to make it into the finals. We'll have to see. Unknown 999 facing off against Incapaiza, and that game is still in progress by the looks of it. And down below that, we have Mr. Whitey 998 versus Death Sentence, and they are actually still in progress as well. Spam and Turbo versus Wise Strikes. Wise Strikes taking a victory there. I don't know who that is. I've seen Spam and Turbo before, but it looks like Wise Strikes is going to be moving on to the round of 16. And we do have State of the Union facing off against I Love MILFs. And that game looks like it is still in progress. Not quite sure where we're at in that series, so we'll have to check back in on that. Lucas 19 UA, one of the older, I believe it is Ukrainian players, going to be facing off against Green Zero here in the round of 32 rather, and Green Zero taking a victory there. He will be moving on in the tournament. Down below that, we have Unleashed facing off against Bravo 3. So 2 players that we haven't seen in a little while here. They're going to be facing off very early on. It's a little bit unfortunate to see them facing off so early because one of them will be eliminated. But actually that brings up a good point, and we'll actually check that out here in just a few minutes. So Tiberian Future down below that taking a victory off of Fenris Ulf. Fenris Ulf, I think I have that correct. And he will be moving on to the round of 16. So this is a double elimination a double elimination tournament. So if you get knocked out once in the early rounds, you don't have to worry too much about it. You get a second attempt at it. But once you get knocked out of these early rounds, or rather the rounds in the losers bracket, then you are done for the day. And I'm not sure how this losers bracket works out, whether it's best of 3 all the way through. That's usually how they're done, just to make them go a little bit more quickly and to keep up with the pace of the upper bracket. But at any rate, we can check in on that a little bit later. I'm not too concerned about the losers bracket. Let's focus a little bit more on this bracket here, as we will be seeing a huge number of players facing off. And this bracket's going to be a little bit difficult to try to manage through here. I might have to do something a little bit funky. Or actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm an idiot. So there's a full screen version. This would have been nice to see a little bit earlier on, but at any rate, you guys can check this out. Like I said, the bracket is linked down in the description of the video. I won't waste too much more time looking at the brackets. We'll get into some gameplay here, and we'll check in and see what is going on. I do actually have to log in. Like I said, I've been dealing with some serious technical difficulties this morning, guys, so I do apologize. It has nothing to do with YouTube, so for those of you that are going, oh, it's all this YouTube streaming, it's nothing to do with that. It's actually my internet and also my OBS build here that seems to be kind of failing a little bit this morning. So we gave it a quick restart, and it appears to be functioning okay. So hopefully that manages to stick through for the remainder of the tournament. But you never know. Some days it goes really well, some days it doesn't. And then when it does go really well, then the server starts acting up. So it's just, you get it from all angles. Alright, so let's see if we can find us some games, and we'll jump right into the action. Stay tuned. Alright everybody, it looks like we're going to be jumping into a best-of-3 series here between WookieBert and Masterleaf. I believe this is going to be the round of 16. Feel free to correct me if I am wrong. I'm honestly not too fussed about where we're at in the tournament. I just want to get in and start casting some games, because that's what you guys are here for. You want to see some action. And that's what I'm here to bring the people, the fine people of this YouTube live stream. And thank you all for stopping by. I think right now, as of the time that I'm checking this, it says that there are 30 people watching, so thank you all for stopping by. Obviously, we are going to be jumping into the game any moment. We have been dealing with some serious technical difficulties, but we're good now. And Master Leaf versus Wookiebert. This should be a pretty good match, though I do have to give an obvious favorite to Master Leaf just due to the fact that he is just so good. But at any rate, we won't vamp for too much longer. It looks like these guys are ready to get underway. It looks like they're just sorting out, trying to decide on the maps at the moment. I don't think that this tournament has a set map pool. I think what they do is they do it by process of elimination. So these guys are trying to decide which map they want to play on. And it looks like actually Master Leaf is trying to get me to choose the map. And, I wish there wasn't a delay, because I'd put that out to you guys and ask you what you would like to see for a map. Let's see, let's have them cycle through. Yeah, Smashed Town USA. I could live with that. Looks like that's the map that Wookiebert wants to play on, and honestly, when he's up against Master Leaf, let's give him a little bit of a chance here. Alright, we're going to be jumping into some action. Wookiebert versus Master Leaf, best of 3 series coming right up. Don't go anywhere. Alright everybody, and spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner of Smashed Dust Bowl as the purple black hand, we do have Wookiebert. And up in the upper right-hand corner as the pink Reaper 17, we do have Master Leaf. So like I said, this is a best of 3 series, and oh, look at that, we have scoreboard again. Scoreboard, finally. This is the first game of the series. We managed to catch this one as it was starting, so we won't vamp too much longer. We're going to be seeing a couple of engineers out for Master Leaf, but likely not going to be seeing any disintegrators. He does not have fast legs, so Reaper 17 not going to be too harassy early on, or too cheesy rather. And it looks like Wookiebert's going to be opening up with 2 engineers as well. Pretty standard on this map, and then these guys are going to be grabbing that eco. And it's going to be a large number of buzzers here coming down for Master Leaf. Going to be looking to get some vision here, maybe clear out this garrisonable structure. And yeah, Wookiebert is seeing that coming, and he's going to go ahead and cut and run with that black, or rather the Professor Cabal squad. He's going to try to pick off some of these squads. He does manage to get one, I believe. Sells off another Shredder turret, so he's going to be trying to desperately clear out these scouts. Nice job there. Manages to pick off 2 of those squads straight away, and Master Leaf just trying to jockey for position here. He does manage to grab one of the garrisons on the right-hand side, so he does have pretty good map vision. Though we do have Wookiebert going off to the north. He does have a scout up there, and no scouts down in the bottom right at the moment, so nobody has vision on that area of the map. But it's just going to be a standard eco build for Master Leaf. It looks like he's about to drop his second refinery here momentarily. And down here for Wookiebert. Wookiebert seems to be content going with a flame rush. And looks like maybe there is a flame tank out already. He did sell off that operations center. Not sure where the flame tank is, or if there even is one. No, actually, it doesn't look like there is one. So, very odd. Builds the operations center, sells it off, only gets that Black Hand squad, just trying to deny vision of Master Leaf, maybe trying to get him to commit to thinking that it is a flame rush. But at any rate, we are seeing a scout getting cleaned up here by a Shardwalker from Master Leaf, and Master Leaf has that buzzer garrisoned with that Shardwalker, so he's going to be able to clear out some buildings very, very easily. And it's actually going to be Seeker tanks for Master Leaf. Kind of an unusual choice here. Not terribly bad against a Nod player, because of the fact that they can focus down bikes pretty well. But wow, actually, yeah, I think this is going to be trying to be some mind games coming out from Wookiebert, because he's going into an infantry transition here. He's going for his infantry upgrades. He drops that barracks a little bit far behind, or rather Hand of Nod, and it's going to be Seeker tanks out. So I think this has actually worked for Wookiebert. I'm kind of surprised. That's going to be why the Seekers are out on the field. They are out to respond to flame tanks, and Master Leaf is going to be very disappointed when he sees that there aren't any flame tanks. So, yeah, very, very interesting choice from Wookiebird. I like this. Mind gaming Master Leaf. That is not a terrible way to go about things. And let's take a look in the center of the map. Wow, Wookiebird expanding to the center. Not quite sure what he is up to here. The terrain here will not allow him to deploy on this center field. Oh, he's going for a base push. So, sells off. This is very interesting build. I've honestly never seen this done. We have the War Factory being sold off. It is straight up imp spam out of Wookiebird right now. He has got to be gushing cash. He sells off his additional barracks. He deploys just beyond the blue field, so he'll be able to grab some additional eco here. But it is going to be tier 2 out for Master Leaf. I don't know if he has expanded just yet. He has not. He is just now seeing this base push, and I think that this has managed to actually catch Master Leaf out. So now it's going to be a matter of trying to kill off those buzzer hives, and it's likely going to be buzzer hive with power plant in front of it trying to defend against this infantry spam. And actually, no, it's going to be a buzzer hive in the middle of the Tiberium field. So, bit of a risky position to put it there. I would have maybe put it over here, but honestly, I'm not going to criticize Master Leaf at all. He is easily one of the better players. And actually, this is looking really bad for Master Leaf. He is absolutely trapped here, and this will have to be a miraculous save. We do have two warp spheres down for Master Leaf, so he's going to have to do some epic Shardwalker holds here, but they are just taking some serious damage from this upgraded infantry of Wookiebird, and Wookiebird is just absolutely pounding this front door. But man, look at the Shredder turret spam, and they're going to absolutely shut down those buzzer hives, and this infantry is just trying to focus down these Shardwalkers as fast as they possibly can. And this is looking like it's going to be GG for Master Leaf. Wookiebird played this very well, and Master Leaf saying LOLK. Wookiebird going to be taking game number 1. Wow, that was a different game. I have honestly never seen anything quite like that. That was definitely a new one for me. But at any rate, I'm left speechless. That was a weird game. That was a weird game. Okay, Wookiebird. Let's all give him the golf clap. He picked that map, and there's an obvious reason for it. It was a good choice. He made that work very, very well. Oops, wrong one here. Let's try to get into the right game. Alright, and we bring game number 2 to you on Tournament Rift, and spawning on the left-hand side as the yellow Traveler 59, we have Master Leaf. And his opponent coming off of a 1-0 victory so far on the right-hand side as the red Traveler 59, we have Wookiebird. So Wookiebird is up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. And yeah, he took a pretty punishing game off of Master Leaf early on. Traveler 59 mirror, though, here on Tournament Rift. So this is definitely going to be favoring Master Leaf. Master Leaf? He's not going Disintegrators. This is very interesting. Not something you would expect. Master Leaf, he loves those Descent rushes, but he's not going to be doing that today. Wookiebird, on the other hand, is going to be very content going with those early game Disintegrators. Master Leaf going to be seeing that he's up against those Descents, and he's going to be looking to get some vision here, but he definitely sees this coming, so he has all the time in the world to respond to this. So that's going to be unfortunate there for Wookiebird, and we'll have to see if he's able to to get in and still poke down some damage here. We do see already some Buzzer Hives being dropped out of Master Leaf, an additional power plant. It's going to be more Buzzer Hives, so this is likely going to be the end of that Descent Rush. And Wookiebert, realizing that it's been spotted, he's going to go ahead and try to take out the Tiberium Spike of Master Leaf. A wise decision. He needs to use these to do something, and he just knows that Master Leaf has already seen this, so there's just really no reason to even try to force an engagement in his base. But it's going to be tier 2 straight away for Master Leaf. Not quite sure what he's planning on building, but do we actually have a Descent all-in? It's all-in Disintegrators for Wookiebert. So Wookiebert looking to maybe knock out Master Leaf out of this tournament here with some early game cheese. He is up 1-0, so Master Leaf is under a huge amount of pressure here. Oh no, okay, so it's going to be Corruptors. Tier 2, this was a great choice from Master Leaf, and he is going to be absolutely smashing Wookiebert. And it's going to take some miraculous moves from Wookiebert to stop this, because those Corruptors are just so cost-effective. And now we're going to be seeing the tier 2 getting shot up and destroyed there, but there are still 2 Corruptors out on the field. Going to be able to hold the lines here for Master Leaf. He does have Buzzer Hives as well, so all Master Leaf really has to do is just sit here and eco behind this and use these Corruptors for that goal line defense, and he will be golden. Wookiebert, he is in a very difficult position here. There's just really no answer to this. We do have an Engineer coming in from Wookiebert. It looks like he's maybe trying to grab something, but these Corruptors, actually one getting sniped here by Wookiebert, but he manages to take out a huge number of those Disintegrators. Man, these Corruptors just so good against those Descents, and he's going to continue to try to chase them down. Actually, it looks like Master Leaf is content with sending out that Corruptor across the map to maybe end the game here. Ooh, maybe actually be getting a crush. Oh, so close. So close to actually crushing that Engineer, and he's not going to be able to do so. But Buzzer Hives in Master Leaf's base, this is all but guaranteed at this point, and he's going to be sniping down the last few squads here, and that's going to be it. Oh, wow. That Buzzer manages to catch that Assimilator out. The GG coming in from Wookiebert. Master Leaf bringing this to a 1-1 game. Alright, game number 3 brings us to Tournament Undergrounds, and spawning on the right-hand side as the pink-black hand, we do have Wookiebert. And coming off of a victory in his last game to even up the series, 1-1, as the yellow Zocom on the left-hand side, we do have Master Leaf. So Master Leaf versus Wookiebert, they are at 1-1. This is a best-of-3 series, so this is the show match between these two guys, or rather, the final match between these two guys, and it's going to be sending one of them to the loser's bracket, and we'll have to see who that's going to end up being. This is Wookiebert's map choice. They did choose factions this time. It is not random. And Wookiebert saying, you go for top spike, right? Just asking his enemy if he's going to be going for that spike. And actually, nice garrison here, or rather foxhole from Master Leaf, going to be grabbing that early game map control and just denying those scouts from crossing through the center of the map. And Wookiebert is content with just sitting there. And let's take a look. We do have a couple of scouts moving around for Wookiebert, and likewise for Master Leaf. Let's take a look in the base of Master Leaf. It is going to be just a refinery, so no crazy airfield opener just yet. And it's going to be War Factory straight away for Master Leaf. Let's take a look in the base of Wookiebert. What is he up to? I would expect to see maybe a little bit more standard play as the words are coming out of my mouth. We do have an attack bike. So it's going to be maybe some early game bikes. Oh, actually, it's going to be tier 2, so Wookiebert going with that heavy early game cheese. And it's going to be a couple of bikes into maybe flame tanks. We'll have to see. Ooh, nice anti-scout there from WookieBert. He's going to be denying that Pitbull scout from Masterleaf. And Masterleaf is going to be seeing that he's up against bikes. So it's likely going to be Predator tanks out here for Masterleaf. If he goes for rocket squads, that could be bad because the follow-up flame tanks would be devastating. But I would imagine it will be Predator tanks. No, it's going to be an additional Pitbull here for Masterleaf. He wants to get that scouting. Maybe it's going to be more Pitbulls. We'll have to see. Actually, it looks like it is going to be more Pitbulls. So actually, that's not a bad idea at all, that they're good against the bikes and against flame. So I don't think that he's got vision on the fact that it is a flame opener here. But actually, it's going to be a sold-off Operations Center. Once again, do we have any flame out on the map? WookieBert with this very strange build, going for that Hand of Nod again, going for his infantry upgrades, pushing once again. So going to be looking to do exactly the same thing that he did to Masterleaf last game, except this time he's changing it up by adding in a couple of Pitbulls. But this is going to be much more difficult to pull off against Zocom due to the fact that they have the Watchtower drops as well as those heavy damage units. So they can sponge quite a bit of damage and they will do quite a bit of damage. So in a situation where they need to defend the base, they're going to be able to do so quite nicely. A couple of Pitbulls here are going to be able to shoot up a couple of these attack bikes and they'll be able to kill both of those attack bikes without taking any losses at all. That is unfortunate there for WookieBert. And WookieBert, his infantry has been spotted. I don't know where his MCV is at the moment. Actually, he does have two Hands of Nod out on the front lines here. And do we have... No, it's an MCV cell from WookieBert. So going for that really heavy cheese. But Masterleaf, he's already expanded up to the north. He has his command post down. He already is on the way to AP ammo. Once that AP ammo is done, you can say good night to your infantry. And it's just going to be Watchtower spam as well as APCs here to hold the line for Masterleaf. So Masterleaf, he's got a little bit of a difficult time ahead of him in order to try to hold this off. But I don't think it'll be too difficult, to be honest, as he is playing as a GDI faction. This was definitely not what WookieBert was hoping for because those Watchtowers are trading very effectively against that infantry. And now the APCs are going to be able to get into large enough numbers. And the big thing is he's not harassing the Harvesters of Masterleaf. That's really what he needs to be hitting at this point. We need to be seeing those Harvesters going down in order to just deny that additional eco. But it's just going to be continual spam of those Watchtowers. Power plant on the front lines should honestly just focus that down really quickly and be done with it. But man, this infantry spam is actually doing quite a bit of damage here. AP ammo is now done. Masterleaf is potentially going to hold the line here. We'll have to see, is the Watchtower spam going to be good enough? Continual reinforcements coming in here from WookieBert. That Black Hand man spam, though, wow, so much damage. And those Watchtowers just not doing enough damage here. And Masterleaf selling up that lower base. Masterleaf has been defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, WookieBert going to be taking a victory here, knocking Masterleaf into the loser's bracket. Wow. Wow. That's all I have to say about that, everybody. I did not see that coming. I was expecting this to go a totally different way. I really expected Masterleaf to take this game, no problem. He saw it was Black Hand. He was like, all right, I'm going to go Zocom. I'm going to shut this down. AP ammo. Probably going to go Hammerheads. Nope. WookieBert just going for that all-in cheese every game, making it work. So powerful. WookieBert going to be moving on here, taking the victory off of Masterleaf. Wow. That's all I have to say. Just wow. Alright everybody, so I'm not quite sure how we're going to be following up with this one, but we're going to be jumping into another series here, and Bike Rashone's trolling Masterleaf a little bit, saying that he's already in the loser's bracket, and yeah, it's very surprising to say the least. I'm sure Masterleaf is not happy about that whatsoever, but as it is a double elimination tournament, or rather, yeah, double elimination, so Masterleaf is by no means out of this tournament. He's likely going to clean up pretty well in the loser's bracket. But again, he's going to be contending against some pretty good players. So we did see Unleashed and Bravo 3 facing off. So one of those two will be in the loser's bracket with him. So they're going to have a tough road ahead of them. And obviously if they lose down there, they're done. So it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen here. But man, WookieBert knocking out Masterleaf in the round of 16. Did not see it coming at all. But GG's to those guys. Very well played. We'll be jumping into another series of matches here. I'm going to take a quick break and grab some water. But yeah, we'll have some more excellent action here for you, so stay tuned. Alright everybody, while we're waiting for another game to start up here, I am going to give you a quick update on the brackets, as there has been a ton of action that has happened during the time that we've been streaming here, so I'll give you a quick update on where we're at in round 2. So round 2, we did have Geopani Pie, and by the way, I'm not going to be able to pop this up on the screen, I apologize everybody. Actually, you know what, I might be able to do this. So, let's see if we can make this work. do this on the fly so you guys can see all this wonderful stuff going on here. And let's see. Need to go with monitor capture. Sorry guys, I should have done this way before, but hey, we're gonna do it right now. Ah, so it did work. Okay. So try to, and yeah, this is gonna look really weird because, well, we can make that work. Okay. So we have Geo Pani Pai facing off against Supernova. Supernova taking a victory there, going to be moving on to the next round. Warstorm versus Extremizer. Warstorm taking that victory there. Wookiebert versus Master Leaf. In a massive upset, we do have Wookiebert moving on. And then below that, we got the Rockets versus Antidote. I've got Wookiebert on the mind here. We got the Rockets taking a victory and moving on. Down below that, we have Bike Rush Owns versus Incapaiza. And we are still waiting on the results of that one to finalize. Again, Bike Rush Owns is streaming, so you can check that out. Twitch TV/Bike Rush. And Death Sentence versus Wise Strikes. That one is still in progress. Not quite sure where that one is at. And, oh, Green Zero versus State of the Union. Green Zero taking a victory there. That was probably a pretty good matchup because, in case you guys aren't familiar with that rivalry, which I have to imagine that you are, is that State of the Union has 3-0'd Green Zero out of 2 tournaments that they've had, I believe. I think he 3-0'd Green Zero out of the World Championships, and then he did it again in the May Open Challenge. I believe that to be the case. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I know State has always trolled Green Zero by saying, yeah, 3-0, buddy, 3-0. But Green Zero knocking State of the Union out, he's going to be dropping down into the losers bracket, so I'm sure Green Zero is going to be quite happy about that. And maybe give him a chance to move on a little bit further in the tournament. It seems like State of the Union was maybe his kryptonite, so we'll have to see if he's able to continue to push on. And Unleashed versus Tiberian Future, they're going to be facing off. That one is still in progress. And actually, let's swing through the losers bracket really quickly here since we're already here and there's still no games in the lobby. Jack facing off against Belletti. Jack taking a loss there. He is going to be knocked out. Belletti moving on. Cognition versus Dimitri. Cognition will be taking a victory there, knocking Dimitri out of the tournament. And Granola 17 versus Twin Arrow. Twin Arrow is going to be moving on. And Sam GBR versus Phantom Wolves. Phantom Wolves will be moving on as well. Plan Eden versus Unknown. I was actually just about to jump into that game, and then I realized it was in the losers bracket. Nobody wants to see the losers bracket. I thought it would have been a good set of matches, to be honest, but Plan Eden and Unknown didn't seem too happy about the fact that it was about to be streamed. I don't think they were too comfortable with their gameplay at the moment, but at any rate, we are going to be seeing that game commencing as we speak. Mr. Whitey998 versus Spam and Turbo. Mr. Whitey going to be taking a victory there, going to be moving on. And I Love MILFs versus Lucas19 UA. I Love MILFs going to be moving on. Bravo 3 versus Fenris off Ulf. Bravo 3 will be moving on. So Bravo 3 versus I Love MILFs. That'll probably be a pretty good set of matches there. What? This goes down even further? Yeah, so this bracket is huge. Wow. So we can see there's Master Leaf in the losers bracket, State of the Union down here as well. So yeah, this bracket, I think I'm going to stick with the winners bracket just due to the fact that it's just so much stuff on the screen. And it's going to be so difficult to try to keep track of where everybody's at. But at any rate, that is going to be all of that fancy stuff for you. So we will jump back to the between games at the moment, and we'll jump into another game as soon as it comes live. Alright, everybody, it looks like we're going to be jumping into a best-of-3 series between Bike Rush Owns and Death Sentence. Obviously, Bike Rush is streaming, but there are no other games in the lobby at the moment. This series is just starting. This is in the winner's bracket. We are starting on Tournament Rift, and it should be quite a good game. Bike Rush versus Death Sentence. Obviously, got to give a little bit of an edge to Bike Rush, but the last time I said that, i.e. the Wookie Bert versus Master Leaf game, excuse me for one. A little bit of a frog in my throat there. We did see Wookie Bird actually upsetting Master Leaf, and yeah, so maybe we'll see the same thing here out of Death Sentence. I don't know. I got a feeling it'll be a little bit more difficult here against Bike Rush, obviously known as a cheese player, and the game did not work. Okay. So, I'm not sure what happened. Not sure if that game actually went in without me, or Death Sentence is still here. Sorry about that, everybody. It looks like we had a little bit of an issue with the game not starting up for some reason. Death Sentence saying, "Why do I have to play Bike?" So mean. Looks like Bike Rush may have crashed. I'm not sure what happened. There he is. He is back now. Game crashed, yeah. That's what I thought. So, we should be underway momentarily. Like, we still will be starting on Tournament Rift. So, it's been mostly base maps. No, actually, I say that, but the two maps that we've seen have actually been from the R9 map app. In case you guys have not heard, R10 is on the way. It is still being worked on, but I'm not quite sure what the release date is going to end up being. And yeah, we're going to be seeing some new maps there. If you guys haven't seen that video, be sure to check out that video on Predator's YouTube channel. It is linked on GameReplays.org. I don't have any more information aside from that. I'm kind of a GR org noob. I mostly just pay attention to the stuff going on there. I don't keep too close of an eye anywhere else. But at any rate, you guys can check that out, see some new maps that are coming our ways. It's going to be 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 maps, I think. But at any rate, we'll focus back on this game, and I don't know if this game's going to start. Yes, it is going to start. So here we go. Bike Rush Owns versus Death Sentence. Going to be starting off a best-of-3 series. Game number 1 coming right up. I lied. Once again. These guys are making me look bad. It's them that's making me look bad, not me that's making me look bad. Just saying. And, Death Sentence saying, "Take your hacks off." Game crash again. Yeah, so Bike Rush, it looks like he's having some issues here. Not sure what the deal is, to be honest. Gonna be seeing Bike Rush versus Death Sentence here some point today. Hopefully today. May move into tomorrow before that happens. But to all of you that are just now joining us, this is the Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge November 2014 1v1 Open Challenge Tournament. And we are quite a ways through already. It is a double elimination tournament. It's been going on for a couple hours now. I was a bit late to the punch. Actually, I think it's been a little over an hour. Yeah, a little over an hour, about an hour and 15 minutes that it's officially been running. And yeah, we're getting some pretty good action so far. Looks like Bike Rush is actually logged in with a different account. We'll have to see if maybe this time he's able to make it work. And not sure why we need an observer. Yeah, I was going to say, with Bike Rush streaming and me streaming, there's really no reason for an observer to be in here. There's no action that you're going to catch that we're not. And Troll55 asking, does Spartacus read our comments? Yes, I read your comments. I'm just casting. So here we go into this best of 3 series. Starting on Tournament Rift, spawning on the left-hand side as the green GDI, we do have Death Sentence. And his opponent on the right-hand side as the red Mark of Cain, we have Bike Rush Owns. So let me just fiddle with the scoreboard here a little bit, as this thing is not the best to do on the fly. And let's get the colors right. And there we go. Bike Rush Owns versus Death Sentence. So red versus green here on good old Tournament Rift. So standard Tournament Rift, been favored pretty heavily by these guys. Obviously a very, very common map for 1v1s. And it looks like it's just going to be standard engineer openers for these guys. It looks like Death Sentence is going to be looking to go for the bottom spike with just a single engineer there. That's a risky move in a random v random, but he seems to be pretty content with doing that. And he's sending 2 scouts up the middle. So I think he lucked out here being against Mark of Cain. There's not a huge amount of opportunity for his engineers to be shut down. Though if Bike Rush does go for a fast Raider Buggy, he could potentially get down there in time, but I really doubt it. It is going to be a Raider Buggy coming out here. We'll have to see if he goes down there to try to shut down that engineer. He could potentially catch that out. That engineer's taking a pretty wide berth here. And we'll have to see. Not sure if he is headed down there. That scout is going to be forced to get into the garrison. Wow, great control. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Death Sentence, he jumps into the garrison, detonates the explosive, and jumps out instantly, and only loses like 1 member of that squad, so he did not actually lose that squad. Wow, that was amazing play from Death Sentence. Oh, the engineer almost getting sniped by Bike Rush. Bike Rush trying to position so bad on that rift, and Bike Rush calling hacks. Death Sentence just playing so well so far. We'll have to see if he's able to keep it up. It is going to be a couple of pit bulls out here for Death Sentence, maybe thinking that Bike Rush is going to go for that early game harass, or maybe just going for harass of his own. And Bike Rush, it's going to be an early expansion for him, so he's going to be looking to go for that heavy eco play. He's been doing this a lot lately, so not terribly surprised to see that. Just a single bike and buggy out on the map for Bike Rush at the moment. And they're going to be a little bit of a pesky nuisance to deal with, but 4 pit bulls out for Death Sentence, that's a bit more than you would expect for this type of a situation. So you would expect to maybe see some more harvesters coming out from Death Sentence here in the very near future. And yeah, he seems to be really skittish about moving out with these pit bulls, and being up against Bike Rush Owns, it's not a terrible decision to be very defensive here. But it's going to be giving Bike Rush some breathing room in terms of getting his expansion up and running. Death Sentence is going to be feeling a little bit better about this, seeing that he has expanded down to the south. But it is going to be dual War Factory bike buggy here for Bike Rush Owns, but he does have an eco advantage on Death Sentence at the moment. Actually, a 4th harvester coming out now. Double War Factory Pitbull spam likely going to be the response here coming out from Death Sentence. That's going to be honestly the best way to counter this. He could start spamming out Predator tanks, but they're not going to be able to keep up with that bike buggy. And bike buggy already moving around for Bike Rush Owns, so these guys are just trying to gather up the numbers here to try to contest with one another. And I'm not quite sure what we have going on just yet. It's just buggies and bikes and pit bulls trying to jockey for position here. They are going to be seeing one another, so likely going to be seeing a bit of an engagement here. And this is going to be a tricky situation for Death Sentence. This is where the bikes and the bike buggy comes out in supremely over the pit bulls. And Pitbull's actually getting some nice snipes on the bikes, but are actually losing some rockets there on these Raider buggies, and that's definitely not what he wants to be seeing. So Bike Rush Owns likely taking a victory there in that early game skirmish, only losing a couple of bikes, but trading for the same number, if not more, pit bulls. So definitely going to be worth it. And Bike Rush, it looks like he's trying to gather his forces down in the south. We do see that Death Sentence does hold this Tiberium spike. Would not be surprised to see Bike Rush maybe go down and snipe that. But actually, no, it looks like Bike Rush is going to try to come up here and jump into this little area of the map. And no, actually, he's going to bypass and go right around the rift here. We do have a Harvester coming down for Death Sentence. Not quite sure what we have going on down here. Ooh, a Harvester being caught out for Death Sentence. Brings down the refinery, but powers it down straight away. Going to be losing that Pitbull as well. And now Death Sentence is definitely out of position here. His Pitbulls are just trying to figure out where to go and cannot find the right angle to move. And ooh, another Harvester going to be caught out here for Death Sentence. He's going to maybe try to use that as bait to try to bring these Is he going to get the Harvester? That Harvester is so low. Yes, he does manage to get that Harvester with that last rocket volley. So Bike Rush, man, he has done some serious damage to Death Sentence and has been spamming infantry behind this massive wall of rocket squads. So once those Pitbulls try to come in for the counter attack, he is going to be losing some serious Pitbulls. And there are more of these rocket squads up in the north, so Bike Rush will be holding off any additional counterattacks coming out from Death Sentence, and he's just going to be moving out that infantry wall, and they're going to be able to shut down those Pitbulls very easily. And it looks like, ooh, Death Sentence is doing a great job not losing any Pitbulls there. He's going to be controlling quite well. And yeah, Bike Rush is going to be pushing forward with these rocket squads, likely going to try to gain the map superiority here so that he can grab this blue Tiberium without being harassed. And Bike Rush saying, thought you sold MCB. So interesting choice here from Bike Rush, thinking that. I'm not sure if he thought that it was double War Factory all in and just decided to go infantry spam thinking that he could hold off the Pitbulls, but no. He is spamming out those watchtowers, so yeah, Bike Rush is going to hold the line here. He does have enlightened squads out on the field with the upgraded legs, so they are going to be quite fast. It looks like the Secret Trine has been powered down. Not quite sure what he's saving that for. Maybe shadow teams or something. We'll have to see, but no shadow teams out on the field that I know of. And we're going to be seeing just a single rifleman squad getting picked off there. But these enlightened squads, especially with the legs upgrade, are going to be able to get in and do some nice EMP and then fall back and let those rocket squads do their damage. And, ooh, taking a bit of damage there. Not actually losing any members of that squad, so that's quite good. But another rifleman squad being sacrificed here to the single member of that awakened squad in the name of scouting. But, ooh, rocket squads holding line against these Pitbulls here. And the Pitbulls do manage to kill one Harvester, but losing about 5 or 6 Pitbulls for that. Definitely not going to be a worthwhile engagement for Death Sentence. Just applying a bit of map pressure here to Bike Rush. That's not a terrible idea at this point in the game. But Bike Rush, it doesn't seem like he knows where he wants to attack. Looks like he was trying to push in down here in the south, then moved up top. AP ammo done for Death Sentence. Double airfield Hammerhead being spammed out at this point. Not a bad decision here from Death Sentence. He's going to be able to hold off this infantry quite nicely. And seeing that he's not Black Hand, those infantry squads are going to go down very quickly. And man, look at the damage. AP ammo Hammerheads for the win, just absolutely massacring this infantry force. But an EMP coming off from those Awakens, or rather from the Enlightened squads, going to be locking down those Pitbulls, but it's not going to be enough. And those Awakened squads are going to be, or rather the Enlightened squads, it's very difficult to say just due to the fact that I get those mixed up in my head all the time. But we very rarely see Enlightened being built, but it's more and more of this infantry moving out here for Bike Rush, so maybe looking to grab those Tiberium spikes. And yes, there are 2 engineers down here in the south going to be looking to grab those Tiberium spikes. Very good move here from Bike Rush. Very, very risky against the Hammerheads, though. And I don't think that Death Sentence is expecting this, so he is not going to be responding to it straight away. Though he will have an opportunity to snipe the engineer that comes to this Tiberium spike because he will have vision of it. I don't know if he's going to have enough time. And these rocket squads likely just being sacrificed to allow Bike Rush time to grab those Tiberium spikes. He will be grabbing those no problem. And man, those Hammerheads are just absolutely massacring this infantry force from Bike Rush. There's just no response, but Bike Rush grabbing so much of that blue Tiberium. 4 Harvesters here just grabbing all of that Tiberium up for himself. And yeah, despite losing that map pressure with the Hammerheads being out on the field, countering that infantry very, very hard, Bike Rush is managing to grab all of that blue Tiberium with those stealth Harvesters. So interesting, Bike Rush hasn't sold off one of these refineries in the north. That's very unusual, especially at this point in the game, and especially for a player of his caliber. But these Harvesters are going to be getting away scot-free, and it looks like there are a couple of rifleman squads here down in the south. Death Sentence getting eyes on the fact that those Tiberium spikes have been captured. Let's take a look in his base and see what is going on. And it looks like it's going to be infantry into the Hammerheads, likely going to be rocket Hammerheads, and we do have Orcas coming out as well. We do have APCs up in the north a lot, joined by a Shatter tank and a Predator tank. Going to be able to do some serious harassing up in the north, but Bike Rush, he has his Redeemer out on the field, and he's going to be able to hold that off quite well. And he does have a stealth tower down here as well, so he's trying to hold off desperately against those Hammerheads first. The very first SAM turret coming out for Bike Rush at this point, and they do have those upgraded tip core missiles going to be absolutely shutting down these Hammerheads, taking so much damage. And unfortunately for Death Sentence, that was not his engagement. just not paying off well at all. But oh, the Pitbull harass coming in. He's going to get 3 Harvesters. That's pretty massive. 3 Harvesters going down, but Bike Rush, he does have that blue Tiberium in his bank already, so he's going to be feeling pretty good about that. We do have an Orca Strike coming in, but Tibcore stealth tanks going to be able to be so powerful. And trying to snipe down these Orcas before they do any damage. No, they are going to get their shots off, but it's going to be Pitbull's out, catching a Harvester here. So this Harvester going to be going down for sure. Going to be potentially capturing this stealth tank as well, or rather catching this stealth tank out and going to be shooting that up. But no, he does not want to engage into that force of infantry, and stealth tank's just kind of jockeying forward. Ooh, that stealth tank is going to be going down. So Death Sentence doing a great job here. He takes out both. Whoa, did he take out both of the stealth tanks? No, that other stealth tank does manage to get away with just a touch of health left. And it looks like Death Sentence has retreated from that northern attack. He's completely cleaned up the original main base of Bike Rush owns. And Bike Rush has been trapped down in the bottom right-hand corner of the map for quite some time. He has managed to leech all of this blue Tiberium, so he's looking pretty good there. But Death Sentence doing a great job. He's expanded up to the north. He has that center green Tiberium field under his control. Oh, but a stealth. No, it's not even stealth. Double Engineer Redeemer coming in here, and we do have, the Rage Gen going off. He could have just gone in and crushed so many units right there. Would have been so deadly, because those Harvesters could not be microed. But now they are going to be chased away, and it looks like Bike Rush is going to be pushing this expansion as well. He knows that he does not want to allow Death Sentence to grab all of this Tiberium for himself. And now this Redeemer is holding the line. What are all of these forces doing? Death Sentence, he's losing this entire force here for no gain. All of the forces of Death Sentence are looking like they're going to be attacking down to the south, looking to go for a bit of a base trade. There is nothing here to defend for Bike Rush. So actually, no, maybe they're looking like they're going in for the flank move. So many rifleman squads. They're going to be coming in from behind, but it's going to be a little bit too late to save that refinery. All of these Harvesters have been pulled off the line. The Redeemer is pushing forward. The infantry versus the Redeemer. Redeemer, is it sponging enough damage? It is. It's taking quite a bit of damage, but these infantry are really the major damage dealers at this point, and they are going to be doing so much damage. All of the Hammerheads going down. Actually, we do have one more Hammerhead out on the field. But oh, Tib Vane! Get baited! Death Sentence losing so many of his forces there to the Tib Vane from Bike Rush owns, and Bike Rush with that one click may have turned this attack quite differently in his favor, despite Death Sentence definitely having an overwhelming numbers advantage. And he had the right unit counters. He just unfortunately walked over the Tiberium field and paid the price. And now Bike Rush is looking like he's going to be able to hold this expansion without any trouble, as he does have those tip core base defenses on the front lines. He does have more infantry as well as the double engineer Redeemer. He is going to be able to hold the line quite nicely. And Death Sentence, he really needs artillery out on the field, and he needs it now. But there is no artillery in sight. I don't even think he has tier 3 yet. So that is unfortunate for Death Sentence. This is looking to be very much in Bike Rush's favor here. Despite that nice attack from Death Sentence, he just lost so many units to that Tib Vane, completely turning that attack around. But Bike Rush still mining away, could potentially sell off one of these refineries, but likely is focusing his attention on that center green Tiberium field, and these guys just trying to mass up. But Bike Rush has just got that super tanky Redeemer, which is just going to be able to shut down all of these forces. Oh, Rage Gen going off. Going to be losing some of these Grenadier squads. That is unfortunate. The Grenadier squad's desperately trying to counter both the infantry as well as get those EMP grenades on the Redeemer. Not able to do so. All of those Grenadier squads going down. And this is looking all but certain to go Bike Rush's favor. And we're going to be seeing more and more of these Watchtower drops, just trying to hold the line here. EMPs do go off on the Redeemer, but there's just nothing to hold the line. Death Sentence throwing in the GG. Bike Rush taking game number 1. All right, and that brings us to game number 2 on Tournament Badlands? I believe this is Badlands. Sorry, guys, I forgot the name of the map. My bad, newbie mistake. Starting on the left-hand side as the green GDI, we do have Death Sentence. And starting on the far right side as the pink GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. So Bike Rush up 1-0 so far in this series, and going to be potentially knocking out Death Sentence into the loser's bracket here early on if he can take a victory here in this game, as that will be a 2-0. But we'll have to see. So these guys getting a GDI mirror matchup here, and I believe this was random v random. So I don't know if they're going to be expecting that from one another. I likely won't be seeing any type of early game, Orca rushes or anything crazy due to the fact that they don't really know who they're up against, and there's quite a long rush distance that they need to be careful that they don't get accidentally countered by an all-in from the other player. So let's see, it's going to be... Ooh, that's looking like it's building pretty fast. It could be a War Factory, though, so I might be wrong. I'm honestly not sure. These guys just trying to play this one out, eco play, so it's going to be Death Sentence dropping down a War Factory, likely going to be a War Factory for Bike Rush as well. He's going to be dropping a Watchtower there, going to be cleaning up that scout from Death Sentence. So these guys getting eyes on the fact that they're both GDI, and yeah, they're going to be pretty content with just going for pretty standard eco play. Maybe going to be seeing some Pitbull v Pitbull, though we don't see that terribly often anymore. You used to see it a lot back in the day, but nowadays it seems like it's mostly just straight up eco into, hammerheads or Predator Tank APC spam. But all kinds of different opportunities for these guys to change up their build orders and just throw a wrench in their opponent's engine. And we'll have to see who is able to do that. And Death Sentence getting a nice engagement here, getting the first shots off. He will be cleaning up that scout from Bike Rush. So just some early game scout engagements again, just going heavy eco. Fourth Harvester coming out for Bike Rush. He's going to be expending on low power. And let's take a look. We do have Death Sentence. He does drop that second power plant and going to be expanding on full power. He is going to be expanding up to the north, going up to that green Tiberium field, and Bike Rush going down to the south. So these guys going for identical builds so far, and it's really just been a matter of scout placements, both getting both of their Tiberium spikes. We can see Death Sentence has grabbed this Tiberium spike here, as well as the bottom left corner, and then Bike Rush Owns, he has managed to grab that one on the top, as well as the top right corner. So these guys sitting on the same economic footing at the moment. Death Sentence grabbing a nice scout here, dropping a foxhole in the expansion of Bike Rush Owns. Bike Rush is deployed pretty quickly. He already has his second power plant down. It looks like it is going to be another War Factory out, or maybe a fast tier 2. Pitbull coming in here to scout for Death Sentence. Not sure what that was. It looks like it maybe was a fast tier 2. Yeah, so it's going to be tier 2 straight away for Bike Rush. Not sure what he's planning to do with that. Maybe going to be going for some kind of a crazy rig rush or something. I don't know. We'll have to see. But Death Sentence, looks like it is going to be refinery first for him. So he's going to maybe have his refinery out. Oh, no, it is going to be an airfield for Bike Rush. So Death Sentence, he's going to have his eco out very quickly. But Bike Rush, I mean, he knows that this has been scouted. He knows that this scout is here. He drops this airfield down so that he can say to Death Sentence, hey, I'm going Orcas. You have to respond to this. So maybe trying to force out Pitbulls. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to accomplish here, but he's definitely exposed that to Death Sentence. We'll have to see if Death Sentence is able to hold a line. We do have an APC out as well as a couple of Predator tanks. Obviously not the ideal counters to aircraft, but APCs wouldn't be too bad. Honestly, would like to see some Pitbulls, though. That would really be a much better choice in this situation. Or maybe Bike Rush just trying to fake out Death Sentence for going for those airfields. He only has one Orca at the moment. Nothing else is being built. So maybe it is trying to a mind game out of Bike Rush. That would be pretty epic, but we do have a mine drop here from Death Sentence trying to hold the line against a couple of Pitbulls here. And obviously the Pitbulls can detect the stealth, but if they're on a move order, they'll just drive right over those mines, not too fussed about it, and blow straight up because they have paper armor. But it's going to be rocket squads out here as well. He has forced Death Sentence to respond with an AA battery, but Death Sentence going for an airfield of his own, and not quite sure what he's building at the moment. Looks like it may be hammerheads. That would not be a bad idea. And yeah, actually, this was a straight up mind game from Bike Rush. So both of those airfields being sold off. I don't know. He must have lost that Orca. He had an Orca at one point. I don't know if he just straight up sold it and just said, hey, I just wanted you to think that I was going Orcas. But man, it's actually worked. Slingshots out on the field for Death Sentence. I thought at first that he was not faked out by this, but the slingshot response, that shows that he was. So let's see. We do have that Orca getting sniped down here, dropping 2 AA batteries. So really thinking that it's going to be heavy Orca play, and he's going to be very disappointed to see that it's straight up eco behind this. And double War Factory. It's going to be Predator tanks here for Bike Rush, and triple War Factory. So definitely some early game mind games here. Very interesting. Bike Rush grabbing that Tiberium in the north. And it looks like Death Sentence has been grabbing some of this blue Tiberium here down in the south. I'm not sure if this is just now growing in or if these guys have been long distance harvesting it. I know Bike Rush is at the moment. It's going to be APC spam here for Death Sentence. Death Sentence up to tier 3. He has gone Firehawks. He does have Stratofighter as well. And I don't know if he's planning on going hardpoints as well, but man, he has forced... Bike Rush has forced out the massive response to the aircraft that are just non-existent here out of Death Sentence, and that's maybe what he wanted, but honestly, there's still a pretty menacing force here from Death Sentence. The APCs and rockets have just so much opportunity to do some serious damage, and a couple of those slingshots just saying, hey, I can stop your aircraft, but there's just no aircraft. And Death Sentence likely just scratching his head going, where are the Orcas? I know they're around here somewhere. Look, he drops another AA battery, so very, very panicked about the Orcas, but there just are none. So Bike Rush owns, he's successfully mind-gamed Death Sentence, and let's see what his response is going to be. What is he going to do to capitalize on this Predator tank spam? Not a terrible idea. He's going to be able to shut down those APCs very easily, but dropping down those minefields, a great move from Bike Rush. Going to be getting... I was going to say, he's managed to get the scan down, kills off all of those mines, but then he drives over them. Orca Strike coming in and whiffing on that force there from Death Sentence, and Death Sentence is getting pushed hard now by the forces of Bike Rush, and these forces are going to miss this minefield as well. So Death Sentence, he is flying around with these Firehawks trying to find an area to attack, but realizing now that there is absolutely nothing here as far as aircraft are concerned. They may have the missile loadout, but man, Bike Rush, he is pushing forward with this APC Predator spam, and he is just doing so much damage, and he's going into the expansion as well. Double barracks drop here from Death Sentence. I don't know if it's going to be enough to hold the line. He's likely just going to come in and snipe the airfield. Good choice here from Death Sentence. That's going to be shutting down those Firehawks. And a sonic emitter drop out from Death Sentence, going to be able to hold the line here, as well as a Mammoth tank. And that airfield does go down. Not sure where those Firehawks are at or if they have fired at all. Looks like they are losing a bit of health. Let's see, are they actually all losing health? Yeah, they do appear to be losing health. So I do think that they have fired off all of their volleys. But this attack force out of Bike Rush just trapping Death Sentence in his base. Man, the mind games worked so well. Death Sentence, he is losing that entire expansion, and that is very unfortunate because he's going to have no eco left. But these Firehawks, they do have an airfield now to land on, so he's likely going to be getting some additional ammo here, and he's going to be sending them back out for some more harassment. And that's exactly what he needs to be doing. He needs to be sniping down as much as he can. It looks like hardpoints were done, so we went very heavy aircraft here against Bike Rush, and that's going to be very difficult to get in and crack those bases. I mean, against those AA defenses, he's going to be able to do pretty well. He'll be able to get in, attack those forces, and then Stratofighter straight out. But honestly, he should be hitting refineries right now. Just deny that eco out from Bike Rush, deny that tech advantage, or rather, use the tech advantage to his advantage. Ooh, Laserfield saving that refinery despite having hard-pointed Firehawks. That's unfortunate for Death Sentence, and that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with, because right now he is very low on eco, has no opportunity to really add any additional harassment, and he has a huge force of Predator tanks and APCs here out of Bike Rush in the north, just holding off any additional expansion. So Death Sentence, he's really trapped here. He's going to have to do some seriously epic moves here to get himself back in this game. He does manage to snipe down the War Factory here on the front lines for Bike Rush, but man, look at the APC Pred spam out of Bike Rush, and this is just going to be so powerful. And unfortunately, this airfield is on the front lines. This is really the main harassment unit for Death Sentence. He does not want to have that force out on the front lines, but man, look at the steamroll force coming in here from Bike Rush owns, and this is looking like it's going to be GG. Bike Rush owns coming in for the surround on Death Sentence. We have Pred APC in the back of the base harassing the Harvesters. Pred APC on the front lines just crushing the front door. That one sonic emitter and couple of Watchtower is not going to be able to hold the lines. Man, that tier 1 spam, though, just doing so much damage. Death Sentence throwing in the GG. Bike Rush owns, taking game number 2 and the series, knocking Death Sentence into the losers bracket. Alright everybody, we are just waiting for another game to start. For those of you that are just now joining us, welcome to the Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge 1 vs. 1 tournament for November of 2014. We are about halfway through the tournament, maybe a little bit further. Not quite sure exactly, I'd have to check the brackets. It looks like they are being updated as we speak. But yeah, this has been a pretty interesting day so far. We did see Master Leaf getting 1-2'd by Wookiebert earlier in the tournament, so he is in the losers bracket. Not quite sure where he is at or if he has been removed from there as well. We'll have to see, but we'll be checking in on the brackets here momentarily. And I just want to give you guys a quick update in the chat. If I do catch anybody giving out spoilers, I don't have many rules in my streams, but I will tell you that if I catch anybody putting out spoilers, I will ban you from the chat for the day. So keep that in mind when you're typing things into chat, because it's going to be one of those situations where if I see even one spoiler, it's done. So I just caught one a second ago. I am going to give you a free ticket on this one. I'm not going to give out any names as to who it was, but I'm sure you know who it is. Anybody else giving out spoilers due to the fact that other streams are a little bit quicker than mine, I will be banning you from the chat. So please refrain from that if you can. As it just ruins the experience for everybody else that's watching here, as opposed to watching here and Bike Rush's stream. Though I don't know why you would watch both in this situation where they're both in the same game. But at any rate, you know, that's the rules, guys. I don't have any other rules aside from that, because links and all that are not allowed to be posted in YouTube chat anyways. For those of you that want to check in on the brackets, you can do so by looking into the link that's provided in the description of the video. It's just like a typical video description on YouTube, so you can check out down there and see where that tournament bracket link is. It is being updated continually throughout the day. I'm not quite sure where exactly we're at in the tournament. I will give you a bracket update here in just a moment, so stick around and we'll be back in the action. Alright everybody, it looks like we're going to be getting a little bit of an impromptu dual cast here just for some fun. It looks like Bike Rush is waiting on getting his next game started up, so he's actually going to be joining me here for a quick moment here when we're streaming this game between Tiberian Future and Incapaiza. So hold up for just one moment here while we get this call logged, and we'll have to see if the audio is set up properly.
They did.
Hey, Bike Rush, how's it going?
Alright, I just lost connection for 6.
Yeah, I actually just got a message from Toxic Shock saying that the restart was going to be happening right now, so...
Perfect time, eh? Perfect
No,
time.
I think he actually restarted it due to some connection issues, so... he's trying to help out here as much as he can.
That's cool. First time I didn't actually have connection problems today. It's the first time I didn't get kicked out of the game, surprisingly. So I was on a roll, unfortunately, but no, I guess not. It's okay as long as it. Actually, today's been less laggy than most days I've played. Like today, I've had like 0. I won't say it because I'll jinx it, but today it's been good.
yeah, that's a plus. And yeah, I mean, I haven't seen in any of the games that I've caught so far. I haven't seen any, lost connection to Kaneswrathonline or anything like that, which is something that we saw a lot in the tournament that we just had.
Oh, dude! Wow, yeah, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was a little crazy. So it's been pretty good so far. Can't complain.
Oh no! I think people disconnected when they're in game.
No, I think if they're in game, it's peer-to-peer connection, so you won't actually lose connection to the game. It will just pop up that little screen saying that connection to the server has been lost, but you can continue on playing. Yeah. It's a weird situation because it's like you see that screen pop up and you're like, oh crap.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's worse. It's when you're just about to start the game, then you press your hotkey and it comes up, and then your hotkey doesn't work, and you're like, nah.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine being in game when that happens.
Dude, Master Leaf got wrecked.
I can't believe. Hey, actually, before we jump into that, I gotta ask: is there any way that I could get you to in Skype turn up your microphone volume? I'm just having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. Got my volume for you turned all the way up.
Where you go? Options.
Let's see.
Audio, mic. Oh well, wait there. How do you do?
You want to turn that one all the way up, and I can adjust off of that.
Oh, it's being gay, and what it's doing.
It was webcam. How about that?
It is super low volume right now.
Oh,
I can
really?
barely hear you. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Alright, give me.
I think you're still there. Not quite sure. I can't really hear.
I am still here.
Okay, there you are.
I'm trying to enhance the sound.
There we go. That's a little better.
Is that better?
It's a little better. Yeah, if it could go a touch louder, that'd be.
I'll just shout at you all cast.
There we go. That'll work.
Apparently it's on high, like super high.
Okay. You know what? Let me try adjusting my other volumes to account for it.
Testing. That's what I do. When I first brought my other phone, I went, testing, like a fucking retard in the shop, and everyone was looking at me. I was like, what? You never fucking tested the phone before? But, yeah.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Yeah, just start dribbling, then everyone will forget.
Yeah.
How about now? I put like I'm like sucking on my mic right now. So
I think it'll be okay. It might just be my headset.
Was it worse or better before? I can just change it to webcam again. My mic.
It was a little bit more echoey before, so I think it's actually a little bit better now. I'm not sure, but we can work with it.
Maybe it's your headphones. I don't know.
It might be. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll just blame you. Seems better than blaming myself.
That's fine.
But oh, dude, I'm waiting for Green Zero or Unleash.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised. So we saw Green Zero face off against State of the Union. I know that's a bit of a grudge match based off the last few times that they've faced off in tournaments.
Did Green Zero win?
He did. He did.
No way.
He won. Yeah.
What? With what score?
I'm not sure what the score is. I don't think
No
the
way.
brackets
What
actually
the
display
fuck?
the score, but yeah. So
Yeah.
State's not out of it, so we could potentially be seeing them face off
Yeah,
again.
again, Marsley's got wrecked.
All right.
He said to Wookie Bird he would own him on the stream, and it went around. But anyway, we'll save that to another time.
Yeah, so we are jumping into this best of 3 series between Tiberian Future and Inca Paiza. We're starting off game number 1 on Tournament Rift, and spawning on the right-hand side as the purple, it's purple, Traveler 59, we have Tiberian Future.
You could do the other guy as well, I don't want to do him.
All right, and on the left-hand side as the orange black hand, we have Inca Paiza. And I just realized that my scoreboard is not at all set up, so let's try to do this while we're talking here. So what do you think? Who are we looking at in terms of a favorite in this situation? I think Tiberian Future, but what are your thoughts?
Tiberian Future, just because it's Tiberian Future. This guy can even take games off me. He's actually a really good player. Like, sometimes he can play really, like, spot on, and you're like, fuck me. And then other times, you just walk all over him. But the other dude, I don't really see him play a lot often. I'm not sure even who he is, really. I've seen him around Kaneswrath. He's okay, I guess. I guess we'll find out how good he actually is. But yeah, I would go with the guy on the right.
Yeah, so Tiberian Future, a little bit of a favorite here between the two of us. And it looks like it's going to be standard eco play for both of these guys at the moment. Obviously, we're still very early on, just seeing some scout engagements. Nothing too crazy going on, but Black Hand versus, what did we have here? Traveler 59. So, Trav, would you consider Trav to be the perfect counter to Black Hand?
I don't go that. It's just, me and Marsley had like 4-hour conversation last night. Oh my god, it was mayhem. Well, the thing is with Traveler, with Black Hand vs Traveler, if you go all in with Black Hand, you cannot recover. Like these other factions, say these, say Black Hand vs Black Hand, you can recover with an MTV. But because of the disintegrators and how fast they can go across the map, you can't recover. And if you do a flame tank, they just fucking capture it and send it back your way. Plus, what most players do, but Marsleaf does especially, he can actually see your MCV cell through the map and your tower cells, and that's,
that's tricky. But actually, on the topic of flame tanks, we do have a flame opener here for Inca Paiza. He is moving that out straight across the middle of the map. I don't think this has been seen by Tiberian Future. Actually, no, there are a couple of seeker tanks coming out.
He had a buzzer in his main field. He saw both flame tanks.
Yeah, so this has been seen, so it looks like Tiberian Future is going to be able to catch these guys out with the Seeker tanks. So it's going to be on Inca Paiza to try to make this work. It looks like he does have that Black Hand squad out on the move. No Reckoner out on the field. So, I mean, this is going to be putting Inca Paiza a little bit behind here in terms of eco. Yeah. And we'll have to see.
He's not, this is not how you do a flame tank rush. What you need to do is have cabals in the middle of the map so you can shoot the Seekers what come to you. So your flame tanks take less damage, but he's got no cabals, because cabals wreck Seekers, everyone knows that. But,
those Seekers just have that paper armor, and they're just so vulnerable to that gun-type damage.
He sees a flame tank down the bottom as well, near the spikes. He sees that. Yeah, Seekers.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
And the Black Hand squad getting done over by a Gunwalker.
Maybe not. The Gunwalker seems to not really know what he wants to do there. Wow. He is going to be shooting up that Black Hand squad now, so that's going to be cleaned up. But another flame tank moving out to the north as well. That's going to be caught out by another Seeker tank. Ooh, potentially going to be shooting up that Seeker tank.
Down at the bottom.
Yeah, that Seeker's going to be going down.
Yeah, both Seekers are gone down. Both flame tanks are alive, actually. The perfect counter to this would have just been Colotus, whatever. Are they called Colotus? Cultus? You know what, capture the units?
Yeah, Cultus, it looks like that's maybe on the cards now.
Oh, wow, I think it is. Yeah, that is... They are ridiculously good. If you can control them properly, they are ridiculously good. There you go. He forgot speed, though. If you can see, he's just researching it, so he slipped a little bit. Flame Tank's going to go down by the 3 Seekers at the back. Oh, he goes down.
Oh, yeah, so one flame tank going down, but the Seeker's going to be taking quite a bit of damage from the Professor Cabal squad, as well as that Scorpion tank going to be chasing it down. We do have the expansion of Inca Paiza down to the south here, so he is trying to get his eco established. He does have that Harvester come out on the front lines.
No, that's
very little to hold the lines here. I would have expected the power down, but going to be selling off some Shredder turrets. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Oh,
that
no,
Harvester will be going down.
Wow. Oh, that flame tank up on the top right, it got captured by the cultists.
Yeah, so the cultists actually doing a nice job. They managed to grab a Raider buggy as well as a flame tank. So that's going to be devastating to Inkapaisa if he's able to get back into this base.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a lightning spike drop down in the natural expansion of Inkapaisa as well, just doing additional damage to those harvesters.
He's going buggies. He's a flame tank. He needs scorpion tank. Wow, what the heck? What the heck?
I have to imagine that the buggies are in response to the infantry, so the cultists as well as descents. But man, so many descents moving across the middle of the map just now. Going to be looking to get into the expansion of Inkapaisa, and that's going to be devastating for him because there's just nothing to shut that down. Oh, that harvester going down to a clutch shot from that lightning spike.
Flame tank taking refinery.
Oh, this is looking all but certain to be going Tiberian Future's way here. Inkapaisa, he is looking to be in a very tough situation. Going to be having forced to destroy his own flame tank here up to a double vet status. But the disintegrators from Tiberian Future are going to be moving in down in the south.
Oh, he can't stop it because that gunwall's is there. He just killed his cabals. And that's it. That's GG.
That will be the sell up. Inkapaisa going to be defeated. Tiberian Future taking game number 1.
Damn, son.
So those descents, though. That was a lot. And yeah, like you said, I mean, it seems like the perfect counter to that is going to be those cultists. They were a little bit late, but they did do the job all the same. But I don't know. I kind of like the micro from Inkapaisa early on. He was managing to keep those flame tanks alive. He caught a couple of the seeker tanks out. He wasn't so far behind in economy that he couldn't recover. But he dropped that refinery, lost that harvester right away, and then lost an additional harvester after that. That was pretty devastating.
With that build, See, the thing is, Tiberian Future didn't really expand. He moved his MCV down, his drone ship, but he didn't really expand. So I think he could have just went mass MCV cell and mass buggies with 2 flame tanks. Because he only had 1 cultist, so I think he could have done it that way.
So you're saying buggies would have been the ideal counter to that? Even though...
Yeah.
So this is something that I've struggled with just being an inexperienced player against Traveler 59. When I get Nod faction, I try to hold off those descents with those buggies, but it just seems like the buggies do so little damage in comparison to the descents. And I mean, you have to kite so hard.
Well, that's trouble for anyone. Yeah, thing is, it's really hard. Even at my skill level, I find it incredibly hard. It's just disintegrators, man. They're a good unit. They're a good unit. And buggies,
Amen.
Yeah, and buggies are not so good anymore. Well, you see, I don't get it. With nods, okay, they get venoms, but I think nod are the underrated facts. Well, not really, because GDI gets AP ammo, and AP ammo counters everything infantry. But what does nod get really? Just not anything really.
Yeah, they don't get a whole lot in terms of
you just have to go
tech.
That is the best way. It's tech, and you have to hold him off all game and pray you win Beast Traveler. That's it. That's it, Beast Traveler.
Yeah, so that's going to bring us to game number 2. And game number 2 starting off on Tournament Badlands. I think I've got that right.
Yeah.
And we're down in the bottom left-hand corner, spawning as the Cyan Blackhand. We have Inkapaisa. And spawning, coming off of a victory in the last game as the purple Traveler 59, once again, we have Tiberian Future. So Tiberian Future is up 1-0 in this best of 3 series, and my scoreboard glitches out a little bit there. But this map, Trav versus Blackhand. I mean, I'm thinking Trav is probably once again going to be given a pretty good advantage on this map, just due to the harassment opportunities.
Yeah. You're right. With the map being so small, and even Blackhand Cabals can't take on Disintegrate. Well, you see, you usually scout. You think, well, it's 1 Cabal, it'd be fine. But you usually scout through the map with 1 Cabal, and that's where he gets you with Disintegrate. You can it's faster just to rush him through the middle of the map, and you can get the Blackhand's base before they get a flame tank and take out a harvester. And it's a scout, and you'd be ready. But yeah, it's definitely a Traveler map.
Yeah, so knowing that it's going to be Tiberian Future opening up with Disintegrators, and he has a large number at that, not quite sure exactly how many, but he's doing a great job of bunching them up as well, and they're going to be able to move around the map very easily.
He's going to see it with the Cabals on the left, but oh no, what's he doing? Oh, he needs to send it, and he's buggy, he's sending all his scouts out. No, it's a trap.
Yeah, there is a scout up in the upper left-hand corner here from Incapiza, but I don't know.
He should know right now when there's only one harvester. He should do, as soon as you click on that war factory and you think Traveller, you think, fuck. Oh, there we go, the Cabals, they see it. Oh, they're dead. See, he killed 2, maybe 4 disintegrators for 1 whole squad of Cabals. He needs to use the grenades to zone out the, Harvester's gonna go down. That's Harvester.
Yeah, it's looking like that Cabal squad is definitely out of position here.
Down.
They're going to be trying to position over towards the Cabal squads, but one harvester will be going down.
Yep.
The second harvester will get away. We do have an Operations Center draft and sell straight away for Tiberian Future. He is going to be able to hold off the remainder of these disintegrators, but forcing another watch tower, or rather shredder turret drop here from...
Yeah, and then you look at this. Then you look at Traveller's economy. 3 harvesters already. Refinery coming. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is looking once again to be pretty good for Tiberian Future, and being a... Oh, no, actually, it was not a 4th harvester just yet. Yeah. We do have the Gunwalker coming out.
What he needs to do right now is just sell his MCV and go mass flame tanks. Only thing he can do.
And, yeah, so it looks like we do have an Operations Center back down for Incapiza, so maybe going to be doing exactly as you said here. Maybe going to be just seeing straight-up mass flame tank. No, he sells off the Operations Center once again. So, kind of an interesting choice. And did we see that Black Hand squad? Where did that first Black Hand squad go? It is up in the north. Oh, it's going to be potentially getting caught out by that buzzer. No, he does manage to kill that buzzer before. Wow, that could have been devastating, though.
I don't get his build, Traveller. Oh, Cultist. That's why he didn't get the flame tank. I think he saw that nerve center and thought, no way. No, that's not happening again. I'm not going to let him get my flame tank again.
Yeah, and it's going to be Cultists without a doubt here. So, yes, here they come with those fast legs.
Oh, what the hell? He built another Operations Center and he sold his MCV 1 War Factory? What the hell?
This is a very unusual build here coming out from Incapiza. Not sure what he's really planning to do here. And if it is going to be flame tanks... Oh, that is all but GG at this point. I mean, those Cultists are going to be able to shut down those flame tanks so hard. And with no eco to follow up behind this, it's just going to be lights out for Incapiza.
Wow. And I think he sees the flame tank as well. Look about, yeah, he sees that. Uh-oh.
Maybe forced to capture that Raider buggy there just to keep that squad alive. Oh, he does manage to grab that flame tank, but is he going to be able to keep it alive long enough to do some damage?
He's got another Cultist there. He could capture that other buggy. Oh, come on. Oh, he's going to lose it. Oh, he's going to run another squad factory. He's going to run another squad and get it. Oh, that micro was not good.
Wow, a little bit of a glitch out there. We did see that flame tank going back into Incapiza's favor here. Actually, I just realized he is blue. So let's try that again here. A little bit of a scoreboard glitch out. Oh, but we do have the Black Hand squad making its way all the way across the map. Going to be sniping down that tier 1.5. Could potentially be sniping down the nerve center. I don't think that Tiberian Future has seen this.
Oh, he sees it now.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Is he going to get that nerve center? No, not going to be enough. And he's going to grab that Black Hand squad, so...
Oh, the flame tank kills all his buzzers and seekers. I mean, gunwalkers and seekers.
Yeah,
but the economy is just huge for Tiberian Future.
Yeah, and that's going to be the main difference, I think, at this point in the game. Did we have... He does still have his drone ship as well, so he has the eco advantage, he has the tech advantage, and there's no... We have the operation sold off for Incapiza, so there's no additional flame tanks coming out for him. It's just going to be straight-up Scorpion tanks, and that's just not going to be enough. Maybe it's going to be Raider Buggy spam, but even so, he just doesn't have the eco or any follow-up harassment units to really put the pressure on.
He only has 1 War Factory. What else? He needs more than buggies. I mean, he can't just kill Traveller with buggies.
Yeah, maybe it's going to be an MCV rebuild right here. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. It's honestly what he needs to do at this point. And this Scorpion tank desperately trying to crush this Black Hand squad. And yeah, it is going to be an MCV right out on the front lines here. But man,
we can't catch up. He just can't do anything. It's just that simple. Oh, Mecha Pete, GG. You know you're dead when you see Mecha Pete. You just look at the screen and say, "Fuck that! I'm going home."
So, yes, indeed, Tier 3 down on the field for Tiberian Future. Mechapede's going to be the unit of choice, and a good unit at that. Seeker Tanks coming out in the north, just looking to shut down any potential expansion from Incapiza, but likely just there as a blockade force. Another Black Hand Squad coming in here for Tiberian Future. It's going to be potentially getting that, that power plant. He does get it. Not a huge victory, but hey, every little bit helps. Going to be forcing Inkapaiza to rebuild that. But yeah, this game
it was a really big victory because he cancelled his second refinery to get a power plant again. Yeah. Oh, 4 mecha piece, so you know he can't headshot them with 2 tanks.
Yeah, so very little forces here out on the field for Inkapaiza, and even littler eco. So it's looking very bad for Inkapaiza. No second refinery on the way.
He's just gonna sell up. Watch. What's his base? He's literally just gonna sell everything. You see, it takes a full volley from stealth tanks to kill Mecha B. It takes 8 rockets from a bike, and 3 shots from an avatar, and then 8 shots from the Scorpion tank.
So Inkapaiza looking to be defeated here. It looks like Tiberian Future is going to be taking game number 2. And that is going to be it. I'm not sure. Is this winner's bracket or loser's bracket?
This is losers, so he's out of the tournament.
So that means Inkapaiza is eliminated. That means that Tiberian Future does have an opportunity to continue moving on.
Oh my god,
Operation Center.
What the hell?
Operation Center coming down for Inkapaiza just in the nick of time to be destroyed by Mega Beats.
Like MCV, there's no way you can beat that.
Yeah, there's just no response here from Inkapaiza. He doesn't have a War Factory, no Harvesters.
Traveler went all in. If he holded that, he might have... Yeah, he went all in.
Oh, there was something actually up in the north. It looks like there were a couple of flame tanks.
Yeah.
Not sure how they managed to sneak around, but Inkapaiza saying, well, good luck, dude. And that's going to be the GG. And Tiberian Future will be moving on.
Yeah.
Looks like he is going to be forcing Tiberian Future to destroy everything.
Yeah,
GG coming in.
So yeah. Game. Wow, that's a lot of Mecha Bees. Yeah, Tiberian Future was just a better player. I mean, at the end of the day, he won. Oh wow, he won.
Packs up the MCV at the last second. Going out with style. Tiberian Future going to be moving on. Inkapaiza, unfortunately, going to be knocked out of the tournament. That is the loser's bracket there, so we will be seeing him departing from the tournament.
Lost. Oh, he lost in the loser's bracket.
What? Really?
Yeah, he lost. What the fuck? Wow. He lost.
Let's get a bracket update here, because I gotta take a look.
Dude, I am not shitting you. He lost. He's that dude who hasn't played in a year. Holy crap. I'm pretty sure he's lost, right? That's a loss, right? Round 4, loser's bracket, down the bottom. That's a loss, right?
So, Master Leaf versus Antidote. Let's see. I need to refresh here. Where is it?
It looks like I'm playing these Unleashed now, so you can cast that if you want. And
yeah, actually, Master Leaf versus Antidote. I'm not sure. It looks like he took a victory there, and then Giopani Pai. Yeah, he lost. He either lost or maybe was disqualified. I'm not sure. Maybe he just backed out.
Was disqualified.
Man, Master Leaf, not his day today.
Not his day, even though he said it was going to be his day, unfortunately. It happens to the best of us. We can't always win. Can't win every single game now, can we?
Very, very true, and that's a good attitude to have moving forward. But so you're going to be going into Unleashed versus you here?
I mean, I'm going to have to end the Skype call, obviously, because you want to cast, and it'd just be cheating if you tell me what he's doing.
just give you the play-by-play as we're going?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, it was nice casting, yeah.
A pleasure.
I'll end the call.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Take care. So Bike Rush going to be departing from the call. A nice little impromptu dual cast there for the Tiberian Future Inkapaiza games. But we will be jumping into Bike Rush Owns versus Unleashed. And not quite sure where that is in the bracket. I believe that is quarterfinals. You see, is it quarterfinals? Yes, it is quarterfinals. So that will be a quarterfinals matchup between Bike Rush and Unleashed. And we'll be jumping into that one momentarily. We're just waiting for these guys to start up the room here. But pretty good day so far. Have had some very interesting games. Tiberian Future looking to be pretty powerful on that Traveler 59. It looks like he was going random earlier and ended up with him being dispatched from the tournament a little bit early as far as the winner's bracket is concerned, dropping down into the loser's bracket, but he's playing pretty well down there by the looks of it, taking a 2-0 victory over Inkapaiza. And we'll be seeing him moving on, maybe going to be seeing him a little bit later on. Not quite sure how the brackets kind of meld together once we get into the later stages of the tournament, but we'll be checking that out in a little bit. Obviously, we want to jump straight into this game the second it becomes available. Not sure if these guys are ready to play just yet, but we should be underway soon. All right, everybody, and welcome to the first game of this best of 5 quarterfinal series between Bike Rush Owns and Unleashed UA. We are kicking off on tournament decision. Let's see. Like we're having a little bit of an issue in terms of connecting here. Maybe going to be starting soon. Hopefully it's not a straight up DC situation. Maybe it's me, I don't know. There we go. Spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the orange GDI, we have Unleashed. And spawning up in the upper right-hand corner as the red GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. So these guys have both gone random, and actually I'm going to edit this a little bit. It is best of 5, so it's going to be 3 games to take a victory. These guys have agreed to go 5 games random, so we'll have to see. It's going to be random mirrors throughout this series, and it looks like Unleashed is a little bit shaky in terms of whether or not he is going to be performing at his peak level. So Bike Rush, he seems to be okay with that. He's going to be going for that random as well, but getting a random GDI mirror matchup here on tournament decision, and obviously GDI faction's quite good on this map due to the fact that Juggernauts can shoot over these little terrain deformations, or rather mountains and things like that. They are going to be very, very good, but maybe going to be seeing some Juggernaut v Juggernaut. Would not be terribly surprised to see some aircraft battles. That would be quite good as well, but it looks like Unleashed has managed to grab this garrisonable structure in the center of the map, so that's going to be quite good. And actually that is a garrison that Bike Rush, if he had done it properly, he should have been able to get there first himself, but he did not manage to do so, and he's going to be grabbing that foxhole instead. Unleashed going for his unusual builds. As always, he does manage to grab one of these defensive towers in the center, and his engineer is going to be looking to grab this Tiberium Spike up in the north. Likewise, do we have another engineer here down for the south? Yes, we do have an engineer grabbing that Tiberium Spike right now, so he's going to be looking to capture that for himself. Bike Rush already has both of those Tiberium Spikes. He is just ticking away at that eco, and it looks like it's going to be another refinery here, so maybe going to be seeing triple refinery on this main field. This is something where Tournament Decision is a map that differs from the typical builds that you would see out of a standard play where you go 2 refinery, 5 harvs. You could see 7 harvs, 3 refinery on this map, and it will still be viable. And we'll have to see if these guys choose to go for that triple refinery play here. They're spacing out their refineries like they're playing against a Nod faction. Maybe that's just out of habit. Not a bad habit to have. Bike Rush actually not choosing to do so. He's going to be going for a little bit more close placed refineries here, but it is going to be pit bulls straight away for Bike Rush, no additional harvesters, so it looks like he's maybe going to go try to harass the eco of Unleashed. And Unleashed actually packing up and moving for the expand prior to dropping a 3rd refinery, so it looks like he is comfortable going 5 and 2 on this field. Maybe going to drop an additional refinery later on, but I would be a little bit surprised to see that. We do have the pit bulls from Bike Rush moving around in the north of the map, going to be looking to maybe go in for an engagement here down through this left side on the side of the mountain there. And he could get in and do some serious damage to those harvesters. We do have the MCV moving out here for Unleashed. He's going to be looking to get that eco set up and running. Bike Rush, it looks like he has opted to go for that triple refinery build here. Going to be powering down that middle refinery. So these refineries are pretty well spaced out, so any harassment opportunities that come in, they're going to have to move around quite a bit to do some serious damage. The pit bulls from Bike Rush coming in here and doing some damage. One harvester does get pulled off the line for Unleashed, and Bike Rush, he does manage to snipe down one of the pit bulls of Unleashed here. Does not actually get any harvester kills. Pulled one off the line for a little bit of time here. Does manage to snipe down an additional pit bull, but going to be losing a pit bull of his own as well. And the additional reinforcements here from Unleashed likely going to be enough to force Bike Rush to fall back at this point. 3 of those pit bulls not going to be enough to continue to put on that harass. But airfield down for Bike Rush is going to be tier 2 straight away. Going to be going into that airfield and likely going to be seeing some Orcas. Orcas very good on this map, or maybe some fast Firehawks. They would also be very, very good. Firehawk battles would be pretty cool to see. And actually it's going to be an airfield down for Unleashed as well. Bike Rush has spotted this. I don't think Unleashed has got eyes on Bike Rush though, unless he did go for that radar scan. A little bit of a lag out there. Not quite sure what that's being generated by. I'm going to blame it on Unleashed just due to the fact that I don't lag. And I know he's going to blame me. Maybe it's changed. That's the way it was months back when he was playing. But we are going to see those pit bulls here from Bike Rush going to be falling back. And we did have the airstrike coming in on the airfield of Unleashed. So Unleashed not actually building anything on that airfield just yet. And likewise for Bike Rush, actually a tech center down. So it is going to be fast Firehawks for Bike Rush. Let's see what Unleashed is up to. Is he going to be going for Firehawks as well? We don't have tier 3 on the field just yet. And actually it doesn't look like there's anything being built. Yes, tier 3 is down on the field, laser fencing that straight away. So 1 Firehawk is already out on the field for Bike Rush. So Bike Rush maybe looking to just snipe down this airfield of Unleashed. That would be annoying. Yeah, he is going to go ahead and do that now. But Unleashed, quick enough, he managed to get the sell on that airfield. And Bike Rush, I mean, he waited there for a second trying to force Unleashed to sell that prior to actually dropping his bombs. And that would have been quite good. But it's going to be a bunch of Pitbulls here, as well as Watchtowers to hold the line here for Bike Rush. But a big difference here is that Bike Rush has way more eco on this main field than Unleashed does, and he doesn't have any expansion aside from that. He's dropping down a Reclamator hub, so it looks like he is content with just going for the Redeemer, or rather the Marv, sorry. Completely forgot about what the epic units were. The Marv coming out on the field for Unleashed, but that's going to be punished by the Firehawks of Bike Rush, and dropping down that tier 2, that's going to be enough. Not before Unleashed is able to get that AA battery out on the field, but it's not going to be enough, I think, to hold off the attacks from those Firehawks onto that Reclamator hub. I think Bike Rush is going to have enough bombs to actually bomb that Reclamator hub out of the game, and that will likely be GG for Unleashed. It looks like he has lost a refinery here as well, so we have like 5 harvesters on 1 refinery. So Bike Rush is cruising on eco right now. We have an Orca Strike coming in as well, doing some serious damage to 2 of those harvesters, and 3 harvesters have been pulled off the line. Not quite sure what they are up to, but it looks like Unleashed is massing up Pitbulls up in the north. Looks like he's maybe looking to go in for a little bit of a harassment here, and no Pitbulls for Bike Rush. Pitbulls done for Unleashed. So again, an unusual choice here from Unleashed, going for those Pitbulls with the mortar upgrades, and he's going to be sniping down that Tiberium Spike. The Redeemer. The Marv comes out on the field for Unleashed, and actually it looks like the MCV was sniped by Bike Rush. I just missed that. It looks like they were just now flying away. So that Reclamator hub is literally the only production structure that Bike Rush, or rather that Unleashed, has at the moment. So that is going to be very important to keep online. These Pitbulls here from Unleashed just trying to continue to put some more damage onto Bike Rush. Bike Rush trying to position himself so that way he can defend his harvesters against that Pitbull harass. But we do have a Marv out on the field for Bike Rush as well, and with that eco advantage, he does have triple Zone Trooper and an additional engineer. Not quite sure what that engineer is up to. Maybe just thinking that he had an additional engineer to jump into that Marv. But at any rate, it's going to be Unleashed harvesting his own field here. Actually only has a rifle garrison in that Marv at the moment, and it's a huge number of Pitbulls here, and they're just swarming around this Reclamator hub, trying desperately to hold the line. There is literally no eco on the field aside from Tiberium Spikes for Unleashed, and this is looking all but certain to be going Bike Rush's favor. And we do have the Firehawks still out on the field for Bike Rush. We have EMP coming off, likely going to be on the forces of Unleashed. Zone Trooper drop pods coming in as well. That's likely going to be GG here. There is just nothing to deal with these Zone Troopers, and they do manage to actually jump jet in behind the Marv, and they're just absolutely punishing this force. Pitbull mortars just absolutely shutting them down. Supersonic airstrike coming in from Bike Rush, just trying to signal the fact that this game is over. Unleashed bringing in the Harvester army. They are going to be joining the battle here, taking some damage, but going to be shooting up all of these Pitbulls, and now there is just literally nothing left for Unleashed. Going to be losing that Reclamator hub. No, not quite. No, not enough bombs to actually drop that Reclamator hub. That is the only production structure left for Unleashed. He sells that off right now, and the fire sale comes in from Unleashed. Bike Rush owns, taking game number 1. All right, everybody, that brings us to game number 2 on Tournament Alpine. Spawning on the left-hand side as the red GDI, we do have Bike Rush Owns. And coming off of a loss in his last game, spawning on the right-hand side as the pink Traveler 59. And by 59, I mean 59, we do have Unleashed. So Unleashed versus Bike Rush here on Tournament Alpine. And let's take a look and see if we can get this scoreboard updated. And I think we've got it now. And yeah, there we go. So best of 5 series. Unleashed down 1-0 so far. So not out of this just yet. This game is still quite undecided. And Bike Rush, he does have an engineer out for that Tiberium Spike. It looks like he did go for an engineer for that Southern Tiberium Spike. They're going to be content with trying to get those two spike ecos going. And it looks like he is going to be able to catch that Buzzer Squad. Maybe just barely. He's going to have to chase it down if he manages to sneak that around. Oh, man, Unleashed. Very, very well played. He's going to manage to sneak around. Oh, but there is an additional Rifleman squad here. That will be able to hold the line here for Bike Rush. And actually, Bike Rush going to be potentially losing a Rifleman squad here to this Buzzer squad. And loses his squad as well. But it is going to be Disintegrators here. So fast leg descents for Unleashed. He loves that Traveler 59 play. So maybe going to be seeing a little bit better game here from Unleashed, seeing that he is on a little bit more of a well-known faction that he is very, very good at. But Bike Rush going to be moving in here, likely going to be realizing that he is up against a Descent Rush, seeing that there is no additional Harvesters or Refinery. But man, being caught out a little bit, sells off the Refinery, drops a second Refinery, sells the Power Plant, and he's trying to micro these Harvesters to just take out these Disintegrator squads. Does lose one Harvester, trying to keep these 2 Harvesters that are full of Tiberium away from those Descents. Going to be losing a second Harvester. No, that second Harvester will survive. Unleashed overcommitting against that Harvester. Bike Rush playing that very well. Managed to hold that off, but he is on 2 Harvesters, 1 Refinery. And let's see what Unleashed is up to. It looks like his 3rd Harvester is going to be popping out just now. So he is a little bit ahead in terms of eco, though Bike Rush does have 2 Tiberium Spikes to his 1. So Bike Rush and Unleashed on pretty equal economic footing at this point. Unleashed just made those Disintegrators pay off decently well. They forced out a response from Bike Rush, and he managed to get a APC out on the field. So Bike Rush does have a nice scout here, so he will be able to get around the map, be able to get good eyes on what's going on, be able to shut down any additional scouts here. But it's going to be more Disintegrators here for Unleashed, and that will be seen once again by Bike Rush. So Bike Rush just playing this so well in terms of map vision, maybe going to be seeing a Mine Drop, and that 1 APC just doing a devastating amount of damage to those Disintegrator squads. Going to be taking out one of those squads straight away. But oh, actually the Disintegrators managing to catch out a Harvester full of blue Tiberium. That's going to be punishing for Bike Rush. Very unfortunate for him. And he is back down to 3-1 on his main field here. Now that could be the big difference here, as Unleashed does have the 4-2 at this point. So he has a definite economic advantage at this point. And we did see Bike Rush losing that blue Tiberium as well. So, I mean... Oh, and actually we're going to be seeing Unleashed sniping down this Tiberium Spike in the north. We'll have to see if Bike Rush can respond to that, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He does sell a power plant, so going to be trying to respond to that. Yeah, he's going to be trying to keep that Tiberium Spike alive. The repairs are ticking away. I don't know if those Rifleman squads are going to be enough, though. They are going to try to get up there and snipe down those Disintegrators. If nothing else, they can maybe kill off the Descents. But actually the second squad is going to be a little bit behind in terms of getting there. That Tiberium Spike does go down just in the nick of time for Unleashed. And Bike Rush, he is going to be set back a little bit there. So Unleashed turning around an attack there that didn't go so well for him early on. 5-2 now for Bike Rush. A 6th Harvester joining the battle here. Likely going to be trying to get up eco on that expansion. And we do have a command post down as well. So likely going for that AP ammo straight away. Maybe going to be seeing some Hammerheads out on the field thinking that it's going to be Cultists or just Mass Descents. And Mass Descents is going to be exactly that. For Unleashed, he's dropped 2 portals going for that heavy descent spam. So maybe just mind gaming Bike Rush a little bit, thinking that he has stopped with the Disintegrators, but no can do. He is going to be continuing to go with more Disintegrators. 1 Harvester for Unleashed, going to be coming back with a full load of blue Tiberium. Going to be doing quite a bit of damage, but there are a decent number of APCs out on the field for Bike Rush, and once that AP ammo upgrade is done, they are going to be very, very difficult to defend against. One Hammerhead out on the field as well. AP ammo is nearly finished, and that Hammerhead is just going to shut down these disintegrators so hard. That one APC being caught out, going to be destroyed. Does manage to take out at least one squad, but this Hammerhead is just going to be able to rain fire down on these forces here. We do have a Rifleman squad garrisoned inside as well, so double AP ammo for that Hammerhead. That is just going to be so punishing to this disintegrator spam. Lightning Spike down on the field for Unleashed, so Tier 2 is done. He is managing to get some damage onto that Harvester, but we'll have to see. It's likely going to be a Refinery first for Bike Rush. He's going to need to get a War Factory down here to try to defend that Harvester, or maybe just micro it back and around this area here. So we'll have to see how he chooses to respond to that. We do have more Disintegrators out on the field for Unleashed, and we have the I-Core Seed coming in as well. We have Gunwalkers out on the field for Unleashed as well, trying to defend against those Hammerheads. Maybe thinking that it was an air transition from Bike Rush, but Unleashed has also expanded here down to the south, putting his MCV a little bit further out so he can get that coverage on this portion of the field here. So we'll be able to place base defenses a little bit further out, and it will give him a much quicker expansion to the center as well. A couple of APCs moving out with some garrisoned Rifleman squads. Another APC here getting caught out by some Gunwalkers, but they are going to be doing some damage to this Harvester here. This one Harvester going to be potentially going down. Ooh, Mine Drop coming down as well. So likely going to be seeing that Harvester full of Blue Tiberium going down, but Unleashed, I doubt he's going to be too concerned about it. I mean, he would like to get that Blue Tiberium back, but he is at least denying that Blue Tiberium. Oh, they pull back before they get the kill. Is Unleashed really going to get away with that Harvester? That is unfortunate. No, it looks like they are going to chase him down, but the Gunwalkers respond. I don't think Bike Rush is going to be able to catch it. Oh, miss micro from Bike Rush. That is unfortunate, but we won't focus too much on that. We have a Mass Harvester transition coming out from Bike Rush down to this natural expansion, but the Gunwalkers are here for the harass. And Gunwalkers against APCs, they're going to be doing quite a bit of damage, but AP ammo APCs as well as the AP ammo Watchtowers are going to be doing quite a bit of damage, and likely Unleashed just leaving these guys here just as scouts at this point, because they will be going down. And the Hammerheads coming in, they do manage to get that Harvester. So the Hammerheads coming in and saving the day. They've just managed to sneak away with very, very low HP. Looks like one of them is actually super low. And both of these, oh, they both go down! That epic shot from the AA missile battery, or rather the plasma missile battery, coming out from Unleashed. So man, just such close engagements for both of these guys. APCs versus these Gunwalkers. I'm giving it to the favor of the APCs, despite the Gunwalkers doing quite a bit of damage to these paper armor APCs. They had the AP ammo upgrade, and they have the continual reinforcements here on the front lines. This is looking like it's going to be pretty good for Unleashed, or rather for Bike Rush. And a Reclamator Hub coming down on the front lines as well. Going to be trying to hold the lines here for Bike Rush, and that is going to do quite nicely. We have a Warp Chasm out as well for Unleashed, so going for a typical, or rather a pretty much a mirror build to what Bike Rush has done. Just a one refinery. One big difference is Bike Rush has way more eco on his expansion than Unleashed does, so he will be able to get his tech up and his units out a lot faster than Unleashed. But man, that Warp Chasm, once that Hexpot is out on the field, that is just such a nuisance to deal with, and Unleashed is known for being extremely good with the Prodigy Micro, so would not be surprised to see that out on the field. Firehawks out on the field completely missed this. Not sure where they're headed. They should be going for a tech snipe at this point. That would be a really good move, but Shard Launchers are done for Unleashed, realizing that he's likely going to be up against infantry, or rather aircraft, as Plasma Missile Batteries would not do a single thing against infantry. But we will be seeing the Mechapedes using the disc segments to destroy these APCs, and they're doing quite a nice job of it. They're managing to get some nice damage on these APCs. Are they going to manage to sneak any more kills in? That both the Eradicator Hexapod as well as the Marv are out on the field. We do have Bike Rush expanding to the center here, and unfortunately Skype notifications are still on, so that's going to pop up. Sorry about that, but we have Zone Troopers out on the field, likely going to be just here to garrison up into the Marv, but Zone Troopers also very, very good against Scrin forces because they just have no great counter to them. But Engineers, it's going to be 2 Zone Troopers, 2 Engineers out for the garrisons on that Marv, and they're going to be looking to do quite a nice job. And let's see what else we have going on here. It looks like the refineries for Unleashed have either been destroyed or sold up here, most likely destroyed. And the tech center is still alive for Unleashed. Not sure where the Firehawks for Bike Rush have gone. It looks like they are out flying around now. There are a couple of Hammerheads out on the field, so these guys just trying to eco up. It looks like that Hexapod is going to be coming forward with just a single Corruptor for support, and Bike Rush doing a nice job of focusing down that Corruptor first thing. And we do have Juggernauts as well as Zone Troopers out here as a response from Bike Rush, and that Hexapod going quite low. Not sure if there is a Prodigy out on the field. Yes, there is a Prodigy out on the field. Teleports that Hexapod back pretty early. Probably could have left him out there to do a little bit more damage than he did. But Bike Rush is looking pretty good. He's harvesting this middle field. He's going to be able to get quite a bit of eco. And that Harvester, not sure if it's bugged out or what the deal is. It looks like it's stuck inside of that refinery. That's really weird. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's docking. I'm not sure if Bike Rush is maybe... He must be thinking that it's docking and just doesn't realize that it's not. Or maybe it's just a visual glitch on my end. I'm not sure. But, whoa, a little bit of a glitch out there. We have a couple of Mechapedes here for Unleashed moving out to the top. And actually, they have those disc segments. They're going to be able to catch these Hammerheads. But unfortunately, firing on that Rifleman squad. So not going to be able to do any damage to those Hammerheads. Very unfortunate. We do have one Juggernaut going down here. And actually, it looks like the Prodigy was sniped. Did the Prodigy just get sniped? Yes, it did. So the Prodigy getting sniped by Bike Rush. So very good job. Unleashed going to be losing that ability to teleport his Hexapod away. And that's going to be unfortunate. Devastator warships out on the field. Actually not a terrible counter to the Zone Troopers, but definitely going to be hard countered by those Firehawks. And yeah, one goes down straight away. Another one taking a little bit of damage. Wow, so many Harvesters here from Bike Rush. And now this Devastator warship just trying to get damage on that construction yard. The repairs coming in. Not sure if it's going to be enough. More Devastator warships here down in the south. And it looks like they are coming in for the MCV snipe. That would be pretty bad for Bike Rush. The laser field coming down. It's looking like he's not going to have enough to really hold off these forces. We do have the Bloodhounds being called in. He may be able to hold this. Honestly, if that barracks can get out an engineer, yeah. Oh, not enough! Not enough fire to take that out. Epic! We have the Buzzer Hive, or rather the Buzzer Swarm support power coming in from Unleashed. Gonna manage to kill off that engineer. And Unleashed just may do this. Does that last volley kill it? No! Bike Rush holds on. That MCV will survive. Oh, I thought he was gonna get it there for a second. That would have been pretty epic. He did a great job of making Bike Rush panic to try to save it, though. That's for sure. Those Firehawks not doing quite enough damage until they flew in for that second bombing run. But it is going to be these Hammerheads trying to hold the lines against the Mechapedes, as well as the infantry holding the line as well. And we are going to be seeing another Devastator warship here for Unleashed, taking some damage. Actually, a heroic Pitbull. Wow. A heroic? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sure what's going on right now. I can't speak. Heroic Pitbull as well as a double vet Pitbull. Gonna be out for Bike Rush. Those Bloodhounds doing their jobs very nicely. And that upgraded power plant will be going down. Actually, maybe not, but Bike Rush is going to be repairing that. Unleashed, let's see what he's up to. He does have a couple of Reaper tripods out, or rather, Annihilator tripods. Wow, this cast is just so full of fails. And actually, that engineer not going in for the repair on that construction yard. This could be massive. Packs up the MCV. Is that really what he wanted to be doing there? Calls in Bike Rush. Not quite sure what he was up to, just kind of mashing buttons there. Unleashed, missing an opportunity to kill that construction yard. He definitely could have killed it as he packed up that construction yard without having that engineer actually jump inside of it. Not quite sure about that. But this Eradicator Hexapod coming into the original main base of Bike Rush doing quite a bit of damage. And he will be able to clean up all of the units here. He will likely be able to clean up this refinery as well. We'll have to see if Bike Rush chooses to respond to that or goes for a push of his own. These Devastator warships just coming out one after another, just looking to do damage. And man, those Devastator warships just do so much damage. But now it's looking like it is going to be the final push. The Prodigy comes out. It does get an area mind control off on a lot of those infantry. They get some nice shots on those Zone Troopers, kill off the majority of them. But it's going to be forcing these Annihilator tripods to fall back. The Juggernauts, as well as the infantry support, are going to be enough to force them to fall back. And what does Unleashed have left? He does have that Prodigy out on the field, so he can potentially go in and steal one of these units away. He's got to be careful here, though. He's going to be potentially losing that Prodigy. No, that will be saved. But that Hammerhead with AP ammo could be coming in and sniping that Prodigy, no problem. Teleport comes in. He grabs the Hammerhead, snipes that down straight away. So not allowing that to escape. And Unleashed, he does have a couple of Gunwalkers here up in the north, just kind of camping out that blue field. But he is getting pushed so hard. The Eradicator Hexapod up to Veteran 1 at this point. Going to be teleported in by the Prodigy coming in to try to save the day. And where did that Prodigy go? Did it get sniped? I'm not sure where that Prodigy is at. I think it may have been sniped. Yeah, I'm thinking it was sniped. It did manage to teleport the Hexapod in just in time. But it's looking like it's going to be taking huge amounts of damage to the rear armor. Phase field coming in from Unleashed, so Hexalaming quite a bit here. Something we haven't seen too much in tournaments lately, but that Hexalame still very, very powerful. Just keeping that alive just a touch longer. And it's going to be Descent spam coming out for Unleashed, trying to respond to these Zone Troopers. But I don't know that it's going to be enough. He really does not have the eco behind this to support any additional production. And honestly, in a siege war, the Juggernauts will reign supreme. Firehawk's still out on the field for Bike Rush. Not quite sure what they're looking to do. We do have the Armory out on the field. EMP upgrade is done, as we can see. That is done right there. And we do have just that V-35 Ox transport still kind of bugged out there. And it looks like Bike Rush is not using that to scout like you would typically see Master Leaf do. But anyways, we're going to be seeing Bike Rush just pushing forward with a small contingency of infantry, and Unleashed just being pushed right into this corner of the map. We did see the Firehawks returning from a bombing run. Not quite sure what they hit. They may have hit a refinery on this expansion, but these Gunwalkers are moving out for Unleashed up in the north. Let's take a look. Oh, an Annihilator Tripod making its way all the way around the map. Not sure how they managed to get all the way back there, but he is going to be taking out all of the remaining structures there from Bike Rush, and it looks like Bike Rush is actually going to respond to that with some infantry, just leaving them around his construction yard. He wants to make sure that that doesn't get EMP'd. And Bike Rush, I mean, he's looking pretty good. I was going to say he's in a pretty tough situation, seeing that he has no units, but he does still have these Juggernauts out on the field. And once they get into position, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. And that Hexapod is likely going to have to respond to this. He does have those triple Shock Trooper garrisons. Not quite sure where he's headed at the moment. Looks like he's just kind of chilling out down in the bottom of the map. But the Firehawk harass from Bike Rush has just been so punishing. We do have 3 of those Harvesters going up for that blue Tiberium. And that's going to be pretty big for Bike Rush if he's able to get all of that Tiberium in his favor. And we do have Watchtower drops here trying to hold the line against that Annihilator Tripod as well as the Gunwalkers. So a very, very sneaky move here from Unleashed, sneaking all the way across the map with his main body of forces here, trying to hold the line. But Bike Rush doing a very nice job forcing them back due to his infantry spam. And let's see, does he have composite armor? No composite armor just yet. I don't know if he's upgrading that. No, it doesn't appear as though he is. And he does have those EMP grenade upgrades though, so you can lock down those forces if they get too close. Not sure what this Hexapod is doing. It should really be out harassing right now, not allowing Bike Rush to get back into this game. And ooh, Disintegrator spam up in the north, so it looks like Unleashed is going to be coming in for a punishing attack here, and he's going to need to kill off these Grenadier squads straight away. Juggernaut goes down, needs to snipe those husks straight away as well. Harvesters would be a good idea as well, but honestly, I would just snipe the Juggernauts. Yes, there we go. One more Juggernaut does go down. Another Hammerhead jumping into the battle right in the nick of time. Managed to snipe down all of those Disintegrators, the Grenadier squads, as well as that Hammerhead. Going to be enough to hold the line. And the Gunwalkers coming in. But man, there's really not much left here from Bike Rush to really hold the lines. This is actually turning into a pretty intense game here. And EMP's coming out from Bike Rush onto the Hexapod of Unleashed. But Unleashed, he does have those Corruptors here to heal. Honestly, should be using the Hammerheads to just kill off the Corruptors. More EMP grenades coming off, and it's likely just going to be more and more of that EMP coming off on that Eradicator Hexapod. And we are going to be seeing the Corruptors actually getting EMP'd as well. One does go down, but it's just going to be an absolute torrent of fire on this Hexapod. And I don't think that there is any phase field available for Unleashed. So once that Hexapod goes down, it is down. Hexapod is down. Bike Rush has managed to hold this off. We do have an engineer out on the field as well, so we're going to be looking to re-grab that Juggernaut Husk. Actually a couple of engineers out for Bike Rush. Not quite sure what he's really planning to do with that. Really needs to get back down here and grab this Tiberium Spike. Another airfield down on the field for Bike Rush. It looks like he is actually going to pack up and expand back to his original. Ooh, these harvesters are super low HP, and it looks like Unleashed is going to move in with that. That tripod does manage to snipe one down, but is going to be taking huge amounts of damage from those two hammerheads. Phase field on that Annihilator tripod. That will be keeping it alive just a bit longer. But Unleashed, what does he have left? There's just no eco on this side of the map. He's been doing a good job of keeping that cleaned up. But we do have a portal out on the field, maybe trying to get a Prodigy out. Honestly, I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Unleashed just refusing to surrender in this game. Looks like he's maybe just trying to get in here and get some crushes off on this infantry, just try to do what he can while he can. Managed to catch one of those rifleman squads, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Actually forcing these Juggernauts to fire on their own structures and units. This is actually really good coming out from Unleashed. Forcing those Juggernauts to fire on that tripod and doing some splash damage to his own structures and units. That's quite good, but Bike Rush, he has a huge amount of harvesters. He's expanded back down to his original expansion, and he's looking quite good. But what do we have here coming from Unleashed? It's going to be Buzzer Hives for him to try to hold the line against this infantry force. But once those Juggernauts move into position, that is going to be lights out for those base defenses. Let's take a look up in the north. Prodigy out on the field. We do have the drone platform up here as well. So not quite sure what Unleashed is really planning to do here. We do have that V-35. Yeah, that V-35 is still flying around. It will be shot down now, so Bike Rush using that to scout. And it looks like he is going to be sending his forces up to the north, maybe thinking that Unleashed has expanded up here, but no. Those hammerheads will confirm that he is not up there, so all of those forces heading that direction for no real reason. But up in the north, we are going to be seeing an additional leeching harvester from Unleashed. And actually, 3 Mechapedes out on the field for Unleashed. Not going to be great at this point in the game. It will give him a little bit of map pressure, but it's going to be very difficult against those Juggernauts to engage hard into the base. So he's really just trying to catch harvesters out, just try to poke in and do some damage where and when he can, and just deny any additional eco expansions from Bike Rush. Because the force that he has right now is just very, very slow moving. The Juggernauts and the infantry just so slow. And not sure what these guys are firing on. Just additional scouts coming in here for Unleashed. He gets eyes on the fact that there is this expansion down here. And we do see the Mechapedes moving around here for Unleashed. One coming down to the south. Not sure if that's a mismicro or intentional. But that Mechapede will actually manage to get into this base. Unleashed may be thinking that there was an expansion up here as well. He's going to be surprised to see that there is nothing there. But Unleashed, he has literally no eco. But Bike Rush just doesn't seem to be too fussed about ending this game right now. He does have an airfield out on the field. Not quite sure what he's using that for, if he intends to try to repair up those hammerheads. But the Annihilator tripod that Bike Rush has recaptured, cleaning up that Tiberium, or rather the Lightning Spike, and going to be cleaning up an additional Mechapede as well. So Grenadier squads with the EMP upgrades can lock down those Mechapedes pretty hard. And infantry forces moving out to the north as well. Oh, I thought for a second there that that was an assimilator. That would have been pretty epic. Just trying to grab an MCV away from Bike Rush. But we're going to be seeing Bike Rush moving out to the north with a bit of an infantry composition as well as a single tripod. And we do see just the Juggernauts and some infantry down here in the south. Looks like the Hammerheads did come in here for Bike Rush, but did not manage to actually do anything aside from maybe scout a little bit. Or maybe it was another V-35 Ox. I hope not. But actually it looks like maybe it's going to be infantry call in here from Bike Rush. I don't think that those are going to be Bloodhounds just due to the fact that they're not actually showing the units attached to the bottom. But man, Warp Chasm back out on the field for Unleashed, so he is definitely not out of this game just yet. So he is certainly not counted out. But what do we have going on down lower? We are going to be seeing Mechapedes coming in here, trying to clean up this infantry force here. That is unfortunate for Bike Rush. Bike Rush kind of throwing this stuff away. I'm not quite sure why he chose to call in that infantry. Maybe thinking that Unleashed really didn't have anything down here. Very, very strange decision from Bike Rush. Or maybe just trying to throw some money away. Just say, hey, I got all this cash, let's burn some. But this infantry force here going to be potentially taking quite a bit of damage from the Hexapod as well as those Mechapedes. And the Prodigy coming in, getting an area mind control on a large majority of that infantry, actually managing to catch those Grenadier squads. Man, nice control from Unleashed, and it's exactly what you would expect out of an Unleashed player. And we do have Shock Troopers actually... Wow, they teleported over just to jump into that Hexapod. So actually Unleashed is definitely not out of this game. He's in a really difficult position, that is for certain. But we'll have to see some very epic travel aim at this point in order to win this game, because Bike Rush just has such a massive eco at this point in the game, and we do see a Reclamator Hub out on the field. That will hard counter that Hexapod pretty well, and it will allow him to just push forward with no real recourse. But Unleashed, what is he going to be able to do here? We do have the Hexapod, we have the Prodigy out on the field. I mean, that's your bread and butter for Traveler 59, but is it going to be enough? And the Hexapod is moving forward, there is no support, so he's likely going to be using that phase field if it gets really low, or the teleport to get away. So, Bike Rush, it's going to be a matter of getting those EMPs off onto that Hexapod to lock it down, and then just follow up with all of his burst damage to just destroy it straight away. That would honestly be the best way to do it. But Unleashed, it looks like he's really trying to play this passively. It seems as though he is content with just sitting on the 2-spike eco that he's got. Unleashed, that's really all the eco that he has. Bike Rush has no Tib spike eco. And I'm sorry, actually, Bike Rush has managed to grab this Tiberium spike back down in the south. It's very difficult to tell on the mini-map just due to the fact that, ooh, what in the world? Sonic Emitter at the blue Tiberium field. Not sure how that got there. Wow. No, he didn't send his MC. Did he send his MCV up there? Oh, he sells off his MCV as well. There's an engineer just chilling out here in the top of the map. Not quite sure what they're up to. Very, very interesting move here from Bike Rush. It seems as though he is content with this base infrastructure that he has here. And we do have the Marv here, as well as a huge number of Grenadiers. That Hexapod is in a very difficult position. We're going to be seeing a phase field. We're going to have to see it phased, or it's going to be destroyed. Hexapod goes down. That's going to be lights out for Unleashed. There is just no recovering from that. The eco boom that Bike Rush has at this point. We do have the Prodigy just kind of chilling out in that I-Core seed at the moment. It looks like he is going to move out for maybe a game-saving MCV snipe. I don't know, but there is no MCV out on the field. Oh, and the Hammerhead. No, the Hammerhead does not. Oh, the Hammerhead had a garrisoned squad. Instantly de-garrisons the snipers. The snipers instantly kill the Prodigy. Well played to Bike Rush. That was a brilliant move. And wow, that was really interesting. I did not expect that to happen. I'm not sure if when he captured that Hammerhead, that it instantly de-garrisoned that squad. I would have thought that it would just kill the squad that it was inside. Or maybe that was just Bike Rush just instantly deploying that squad prior to Unleashed grabbing control of it. I'm honestly not sure. But it is going to be another... How did he have the eco to build another Hexapod? Unleashed just pulling eco out of nowhere. And that Corruptor will be going down. But man, there's just nothing left here for Unleashed. He's selling up everything that he possibly can. This Hexapod is the last line of defense. Teleports it back straight away. And we do have an assimilator out on the field as well. Looks like he's going to be jumping into the Hexapod. But this is really just the goal line defense for Unleashed. It's not going to be enough. Oh! We do have the Buzzer Swarm support power coming in, killing off a lot of those zone troopers. But it's not going to be enough. And man, even with the Prodigy Micro trying to get in there and capture some units, it's not going to be enough to hold the lines against this unrelenting force from Bike Rush. And just infantry followed up by Juggernauts, and then the Marv just collapsing on this base. And this is looking all but over for Unleashed. So Bike Rush owns, he's going to be going up 2-0 in this best of 5 series, taking this game in a very, very long fashion. Not sure what is left on the map for Unleashed at this point, but the GG comes in. Unleashed has been defeated. Okay, so a quick update. That was actually not a best of 5 series. I apparently had my information wrong, and both Bike Rush and Unleashed were confused as well. I was under the impression that it was a best of 5. Those guys told me that it was a best of 5, and turns out it was a best of 3. So Unleashed has been defeated. Bike Rush owns taken a 2-0 victory there. So apparently that was not semifinals. I'm not quite sure. But it looks like Bike Rush owns is going to be moving on to face off against Wookiebert. And we'll have to see if Wookie can knock out Bike Rush. He's already managed to knock out one of the better players in the tournament, Master Leaf, early on in the tournament. Actually, in the first set of rounds there, that was, or rather, I think it was the second set of rounds. Yeah, so we'll have to see if he can manage to do it to Bike Rush. If he can pull that off, Wookiebert 4 expert is what I have to say. But I got a feeling he's going to be dealing with a little bit more of a difficult game up against the man Bike Rush. We'll have to see. Okay, so everybody, I just realized that I've been commentating with my mic muted, so I apologize. I'm going to restart this cast. Spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the red-black hand, we do have Bike Rush Owns, and starting in the upper right-hand corner, but moving away as the yellow vanilla scrin, we do have Wookie Bert. And this is a best-of-5 series. This is the semifinal, so I apologize, first of all, for having the information in the last game wrong. That was not semifinals. This is semifinals, and obviously sorry for the mic muted. Hey, I got to make at least one OBS mistake per cast, so we'll get that one out of the way now. That is done, and we'll be moving on. So, Bike Rush, maybe just now seeing that it is a very weird move here from Wookie Bert. And we do see the couple of Cabal squads here just scouting up to the north. Not quite sure what they're going to be looking to do. But Wookie Bert, he's dropped a portal here, so maybe doing something a little bit unusual. I don't think Bike Rush is going to be expecting this. We do have a Flame Tank out on the field and a Saboteur as well. Will that Flame Tank see this, though? I don't think it will.
Tiberium exposure detected.
Oh, will he barely get vision? He gets vision now. He can see those disintegrators. And a flame tank, that's going to be a perfect counter to this. This is going to be unfortunate for Wookie Bert. And Bike Rush throwing in the GG, just realizing, oh, but we have the stasis chamber coming in. He should have locked down that flame tank and the war factory. That would have been epic. And we do have Wookie Bert throwing in the GG, probably realizing that there's just no way to hold this off, and Bike Rush Owns saying LOL, and LOL indeed. And oh, maybe Wookie Bert can grab this refinery. Yeah, he is going to get the refinery. He gets the refinery, sells it off, and Bike Rush Owns, does he still have his MCV? He does not have his MCV, so there's no eco, but both of those portals getting absolutely trashed. Wookie Bert has been defeated. Man, what a weird game. What a weird game. Very, very unusual. But at any rate, we will be moving on. Bike Rush Owns taking game number 1 in a less than 3 minute game. Very strange. We'll be moving on. It looks like the stream is just now catching up with me making that fail. Everybody's like, what? He's not talking? What's going on? And likely just now realizing it in the stream, yeah. So, yeah, my bad, guys. Oh well. It happens. Luckily I didn't do the entire cast that way. I've done that once before. Or done a straight-up radio cast. That would be even worse, I think. Actually, no, I don't know which would be worse. I think a radio cast is probably worse, because then you're relying on my game knowledge and ability to cast to actually know what is going on. Wookie Bert not happy with the way that last game went. Alright everybody, that brings us into game number 2 on Tournament Badlands. Spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the red-black hand, we do have Bike Rush Owns. And coming off of a loss in the last game, spawning in the upper right-hand corner as the purple-black hand, we have WookieBert. So Bike Rush Owns is up 1-0 so far. Best of 5 series. WookieBert went super cheesy in the last game. We'll have to see if he chooses to do the same thing in this game. I would expect a little bit more standard play, but as I saw in the chat in my stream here, Phoenix made a good point saying that WookieBert, he's got pretty low chances of winning in a medium to a long game. So those early game cheeses, if he can make them work, that's really going to be a good opportunity to get some game victories on these guys. And not a terrible idea. But against Bike Rush, it's very difficult. He is very knowledgeable of the game. Obviously, I'd say that against Master Leaf. Master Leaf's also very good, but unfortunately just was not able to respond in time to the cheese that WookieBert sent his way. And Bike Rush deploying that War Factory behind his refinery. This may be indicative of the fact that he's going to go for a flame opening. No, maybe not. It looks like it is going to be a refinery next out from Bike Rush, maybe realizing that Wookie's going to likely go eco, so he wants to go eco of his own. And Wookie, nope, Wookie is content with just going high aggro all game, cheese to the max at all times. No, sells off that operation center straight away, so maybe just trying to get that Black Hand squad out to kill that Tiberium spike down in the south. That would be pretty costly, and he'd really need to make that work out to his benefit later on. We'll have to see. But WookieBert likely queuing his next refinery just now. And Bike Rush already has his second refinery down. He has 3 and 2, I believe, at the moment. Fourth Harvester going to be joining as well. Pack up of the MCV has not happened just yet. Not quite sure what Bike Rush is up to. Maybe just trying to figure out what kind of a cheese he is up against. And we do have Bike Rush saying flame tank, fake flame tank. Oh, so he's not being faked out by this. He realizes that it is indeed going to be a fake flame tank. Too ref, too fast for a real flame tank. Look at that. So Bike Rush is all over this. He says he's not getting faked out by this, and letting Wookie know it. Just saying, hey, you can't mind game the mind gamer. And I'm not quite sure where that Harvester is headed. Maybe going up for some blue Tiberium. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. That blue Tiberium is quite good, and WookieBert saying Leaf couldn't tell. And he is right. But Bike Rush is saying he only abuses the game, doesn't know the game. Ooh. A bit of flame coming out. I guess we'll just kind of ignore the chat for now. If it goes on for too much longer, I'll likely just mute these guys. But it is going to be this garrisonable structure with that Black Hand squad focusing down that Tiberium spike. So that Black Hand squad doing its job. And he's actually going to get some shots off onto that Scorpion tank as well. So that Scorpion tank could be coming back in for the crush, but it doesn't look like it's going to be doing so. Bike Rush grabbing some of that blue Tiberium, WookieBert doing the same. And let's see what WookieBert's up to in the meantime. Actually, it looks like there was a bike up here. There are a couple of bikes here harassing that Harvester. Bike Rush is actually going to come up here and grab some of that blue Tiberium for himself. But Bike Rush trying to keep his attack bikes away from those garrisons so that way they don't take too much damage from that Cabal squad. But WookieBert, he's going to be losing that Harvester. That is unfortunate, but Bike Rush going to be sneaking away with 2 loads of blue Tiberium. There is a sneaky Scorpion tank that has managed to make its way all the way into WookieBert's main base. And WookieBert has expanded down to the south. He does have a refinery as well as a war factory on that expansion. And we do just see actually just a single war factory here from Bike Rush. We do have an MCV cell as well. So it's an MCV cell, triple war factory, bike buggy. So that's going to be pretty potent. And Bike Rush just has so many bikes out on the field. Wow. That is a lot of bikes. And I don't know that the Scorpion tank spam is going to be enough to hold this. He's going to have to keep each one of these units alive if he is going to be trying to hold this. But man, it's just going to be so hard to keep those Harvesters alive. One Harvester will be going down straight away. A second Harvester, actually 2 Harvesters taking massive amounts of damage, being splash damage. That's very unfortunate. A 4th Harvester going to be going down to the bikes of Bike Rush. 4th Harvester down. Could a 5th be going down? No, it looks like he is going to cut and run from this fight, realizing that he's lost a decent number of these bikes, but has killed 4 Harvesters here in the north, as well as a couple of Scorpion tanks. That's quite a good trade for Bike Rush, and he's going to be pretty happy about that. He's still massing up to that triple war factory. Bike and buggy at this point, they are just all over the map. Let's take a look up in the north. Bike Rush just continuing to harvest that blue Tiberium here in the north. And we are back. So triple War Factory bike buggy out of Bike Rush. It looks like maybe he's rebuilding. No, not an MCV. It's going to be Scorpion Tank transition here for Bike Rush. No MCV looking like it's going to be queued just yet. Maybe this is... No, it's building way too fast to be an MCV. So Bike Rush is just content with going for this heavy unit spam at that tier 1. So Wookiebert could potentially stop this by teching and then going for avatars. He could shut that down pretty hard. Looks like tier 2 is down for Wookie. What's he going to be doing behind that? Is it... No, it is going to be an additional refinery. That's a bit risky, realizing that there is so much bike buggy out on the field. And we do have these Scorpion Tanks moving forward. It looks like they're going to try to catch these bikes out. They do manage to catch the bikes out. One bike goes down straight away. And these buggies just trying to jockey for some vision here. Likely just out for some scouting. One buggy does go down. That would be unfortunate if he loses too many of those. 3 buggies do go down. So that's going to be a good fight for Wookiebert. And Bike Rush likely just using those as a scouting force. Obviously 5 buggies are a pretty tanky scouting force. And we do have a single Confessor Cabal squad moving around in the north for Wookiebert, so he's getting good eyes on the base of Bike Rush, and Wookiebert saying, "You all in?" And that's likely going to be cueing to Bike Rush that there is a scout in his base, and yeah, he is definitely all in, Wookie. There is no disputing that. But is Wookie going to be able to hold the line here? Scorpion Tank's coming in, and it's going to be Scorpion Tank harass. Or rather, Scorpion Tanks for the main force here for Bike Rush, and it's likely going to be Bike Buggy attacking down in the south, just forcing those Scorpion Tanks to respond. But the Scorpion Tanks are here to defend against this Bike Buggy, and it's all bikes, so there's no tanking force here. One Harvester does go down, but man, Bike Rush is losing so many of those bikes. Wookiebert is actually looking pretty good here. He's not too far behind. He has managed to hold this attack. He lost quite a bit of forces, but he did manage to push Bike Rush back. He does have Dozer Blades, so in a straight-up tank v tank battle, he's going to be looking to come out on top. So it's going to be up to Bike Rush to grab a numbers advantage due to the fact that he does have that triple War Factory. One more Scorpion Tank from Wookiebert does go down. Wookiebert is going to go for the expand to the center now, and he does have a Black Hand squad from the sold off Operations Center, not going for that tier 3, as the tier 3 really wouldn't benefit him in a situation where he goes for just straight up Scorpion Tanks, because he has the maximum upgrades on those Scorpion Tanks that he can get. And we do have the MCV rebuild coming out from Bike Rush. It looks like he's transitioning into infantry, so Wookiebert may be thinking that he has got this one in the bag with his Scorpion Tanks, because he does have those Dozer Blades, and not quite sure. Oh, we do have... What do we have coming in? Oh, we had an Engineer Cap grabbing that. Oh, Bike Rush, how did he do that? That Engineer from the sold-off MCV comes all the way around the map, grabs a Refinery. Not sure if he got a Harvester too, but the bikes coming back in managed to clean up one more Harvester. Not sure if they're going to get a second one. It doesn't look like they are. But man, that Refinery, just so annoying to lose that. But the Scorpion Tanks here from Wookiebert doing quite a bit of damage in this base of Bike Rush, and continually spammed rocket squads, getting crushed the second they come out by Wookiebert here. And yeah, Bike Rush going to be selling off both of those Hands of Nod, likely realizing that he has enough forces here to cause these tanks to fall back. But man, Bike Rush just being so annoying, waiting until the absolute last second to sell that off to get that $75 or $74 for the sell-off. So just forcing Wookiebert to respond to that in his base. That is unfortunate. And let's see what Bike Rush has going on. He's completely sold up on his main field. He is pretty much trapped in this top left portion of the map. So Wookiebert is actually looking really good in this game. Bike Rush, he's going to have to pull something out of his rear in order to make this one work. And we'll have to see a War Factory drop here in the near future, or maybe it's just going to be more of these black hand of Nods just trying to hold off this Scorpion Tank spam. But Bike Rush actually throwing in the GG. Is looking like Wookiebert is going to be taking this game. It doesn't look like he's ready to sell up just yet. Could potentially hold this off with rocket squads. And Bike Rush has been defeated. Wookiebert taking game number 2, evening up this best of 5. And that brings us to game number 3, spawning on the right-hand side as the Cyan Blackhand on Tournament Rift. We do have Wookiebert. And coming off of a loss to even up the score 1-1 in this best of 5 series on the left-hand side as the Red Blackhand, we do have Bike Rush owns. So it is 1-1. Wookiebert coming off of a victory in the last game. Tournament Rift going to be the map choice for Bike Rush. And honestly, Bike Rush, he's looking quite good on this map all day long. We've seen a couple of series where he just played so well on here. And it looks like Wookiebert is going to grab a... I forget the name of this here. It's a booby trap. Yes, how could I forget that? The booby trap on that garrisonable structure there, so just denying Bike Rush the opportunity to grab that structure. But as we saw Death Sentence do it, there is a way to micro in and out of that structure to prevent your squad from being lost. But it looks like actually Wookiebert's going to be getting a nice scout engagement here against this Confessor Cabal squad of Bike Rush, completely cleaning that up without actually losing any of the members of his own squad. And Bike Rush is actually going to be responding to this with a squad from the north, but actually that is going to be met up by a squad from Wookiebert, and it looks like Bike Rush is actually going to be taking that engagement. Is Bike Rush going to be able to get? No, he's not going to be able to get those hallucinogenic grenades off, but Bike Rush following up with an additional scout, so maybe going to be seeing a little bit more of a cheesy game from Bike Rush as he's definitely trying to anti-scout Wookiee into this early game, and it's going to be double War Factory. Is it going to be the all-in? Another power plant coming in. And are we going to see the MCV cell? There it is, MCV cell. Bike Rush is all in, double War Factory, bike buggy, as you would expect. And we'll have to see if he's able to make this work. Wookiebert, I don't think he's got eyes on this. We do see battle markers here. He's going to be seeing that now. He's going to be seeing that forward War Factory and bikes coming out. He's going to be realizing, hey, it's all in. I need to do something about this. And it's going to be an additional power plant. Is he going to choose to drop another War Factory and sell out himself here? A huge number of bikes out on the field. He really needs to be getting out some of those shredder turrets, just sell them off and try to hold the line here, but actually it's looking like Wookiebert has been caught with his pants around his ankles here. Just nothing to hold the lines. Bike Rush throwing in their aggressive GG and just killing so many of those harvesters. Wookiebert is not out of this yet, but Bike Rush, he's just going to be able to do so much damage. And once those bikes get up to a large enough number, they're just going to be able to come in pretty much uncontested. And huge number of these buggies out, maybe thinking that Wookiee was going to go shredder turret cells to try to hold this off. And actually, it is going to be infantry out for Wookiebert out of that hand of nod, but he's just so far behind on eco. There's just no way to respond to this. And these bikes are coming in. They're going to be sniping down an additional harvester. And it's looking like it's going to be Bike Rush taking on game number 3. Not quite over just yet. Sells off the refinery. Wookiebert not quite sure how he's going to hold this one off, refusing to sell that construction yard. He is just going to continue to power through with the defense here that he has with those Scorpion tanks. And Wookiebert saying that he is not particularly pleased with that. Went the way that went, and Bike Rush trying to convince him to sell his MCV. Actually, no, he hasn't sold his MCV. Is this going to be an MCV rebuild? Wookie Bird saying, don't feel like it. Not going to sell my MCV, bro. There's likely going to be an additional harvester or a couple of harvesters out for Wookie Bird to try to hold this off. And not quite sure how he's going to hold this one off. He does have 2 harvesters. He's moving his MCV, not quite sure where he's planning to go with it. I mean, he can't expand right now just due to the fact that he will get caught out by the buggy, and he needs his Scorpion tanks to be there to defend his main base. But Bike Rush, it looks like he's transitioning out of this. He has sold off one of the war factories, so it looks like he's rebuilding his MCV. Honestly, he could have potentially just continued to spam bikes and really made this work. I'm not quite sure why he's choosing to do this. This is kind of unusual. Maybe trying to bring this into a little bit of a mid to late game play instead. So yeah, it's going to be an MCV coming out for Bike Rush right now. That MCV popping up out of the ground. But the bike buggy is still harassing. If they do manage to get enough of these Scorpion tanks destroyed, he's likely going to have enough forces to just destroy the remaining eco here from Wookie Bird. Really should just be focusing down these Scorpion tanks. No reason to be focusing the harvesters just yet, because once those Scorpion tanks are gone, there's just no response from Wookie to try to hold this off. He has deployed his construction yard, but he's just so low on eco at the moment that he just can't do anything with it. So maybe packing up his MCV and moving it, making him think that you sold it already? I'm not sure. And Bike Rush is just telling him the information that he wants to know, I guess. These guys are just kind of trading info. But it's going to be Bike Rush sniping down that Tiberian Spike and saying that he has 1 harv all in. And these guys, it looks like Bike Rush is just content with letting Wookie Bird know what he's doing. Maybe just trying to be a learning experience for Wookie. And let's see what we have going on. Not too much more going on. Bike Rush grabbing that blue Tiberium. And he's going to be looking to get a pretty big cash boost off of that. It's a refinery being dropped on his expansion. So Bike Rush has officially transitioned out of the all-in for sure here. But it's going to be some more bikes. And I've lost mouse control. Not quite sure. Why don't I have control here? Oh, the game's over. That's why. That was strange. I did not see that the game ended. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give that one to Bike Rush. I did not see the actual end of the game. I was too busy trying to focus on why my mouse didn't work. But, yeah. So Bike Rush owns taking game number 2. Or game number 3, rather. Bringing it to 2-1 in Bike Rush's favor. So for those of you that are just now joining us, we are in the semifinals. We are about midway through the semifinals between Wookie Bird and Bike Rush owns. It is 2-1 in Bike Rush's favor. We are jumping into game number 4 right now. Alright, and spawning on the left-hand side of Tournament Airstrip as the Red Reaper 17, we have Bike Rush owns. And on the right-hand side as the yellow Black Hand, we have Wookie Bird. So Bike Rush versus Wookie Bird. Bike Rush is up 2-1 in this best of 5 series, so could potentially be closing this one out with a 3-1 victory, or we could be seeing WookieBert forcing an ace match by taking a victory here, going to 2-2. So we'll have to see how this one turns out. I think Bike Rush went random in this game. He may have actually chosen Reaper 17. I'm pretty sure that WookieBert did in fact choose a black hand. So not sure if Bike Rush decided to go random this game. I would imagine that he did. I doubt he would have picked Reaper on this map. Not for any particular reason. I just think he's better with other factions aside from Reaper. And obviously has a lot more early game opportunities with different factions, but it doesn't look like either of these guys is going to be going too cheesy. It's going to be Bike Rush just going for standard eco play so far. Obviously, we're very early on in, and we could be seeing an Operations Center. Yeah, it's either going to be an Operations Center or another War Factory here out of WookieBert. And WookieBert saying air all in, and Bike Rush saying obviously, bro. And it's going to be bikes out for WookieBert, so likely going to be... Oh, no, it is going to be an Operations Center, but Bike Rush is going to have perfect vision of this, so he's going to be able to counter it absolutely no problem whatsoever. And WookieBert maybe just thinking that he was GDI, but Bike Rush is in fact Reaper 17. And it's going to be Seeker tanks out to try to shoot down those flame tanks wherever they may end up. One is going to be moving out to the top of the map. And do we have any additional flame tanks coming out, or maybe a Reckoner this time? We haven't seen a Reckoner yet today. We've seen a lot of flame openings, but no Reckoners. Kind of interesting. You typically see, you know, a flame tank and then a Reckoner come out, but no, it actually is holding on to this Operations Center, but it is going to be an additional Harvester coming out. So we do have a Black Hand Squad coming out. It's going to be able to kill off that Buzzard, no problem. And it looks like the Seeker tanks did manage to catch... Not sure if they caught the flame tank. No, it looks like maybe they caught a bike out. And Bike Rush just trying to position around the map, just trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught out by this flame tank. And it looks like he's maybe got eyes on what's going on here. He's sending his... maybe he doesn't know where it is. It looks like he's moving down to the south, maybe just trying to get vision on what's going on here, but he will likely be catching up to this flame tank. WookieBert is desperately trying to keep that out of vision. Has Bike Rush seen that? Yeah, he's seen it. Bike Rush has definitely seen that. He's going to be chasing that guy down. And now this flame tank going to be taking huge amounts of damage. Might as well just turn and fight, do as much damage as he possibly can. But that flame tank will be going down. Oh, they're pulling back, trying to avoid the flame there. Thinking that Wookie was going to go in on it, but he did not. So losing that flame tank for literally no damage. That is unfortunate. He did force out the Seeker tanks out of Bike Rush, but honestly, Wookie has not ecoed hard enough behind this to really make that worthwhile. He does have 4 and 2. He does have a bike out on the field. Not sure where that bike is headed. We do have the Black Hand Squad that's made its way all the way across the map. It looks like he's going to be moving in to the expansion. And this is interesting. Drone ship cell? Yes, it is a drone ship cell out of Bike Rush. This is really strange. I mean, he knows that he has the eco advantage, yet he drone ship cells. Don't know why. Oh, this is why. He's going to be calling in the stasis shield on this main base of WookieBert, and he's going to be absolutely obliterating the eco here. We do have tons and tons of these Seeker tanks here, as well as a lone Shardwalker here to just kill off the infantry, and they're going to be doing a supreme job of that. And going to be cleaning up pretty much all of the Harvesters here. Another one going to be going down momentarily. They definitely need to focus down the Scorpion tanks just to avoid them from doing too much damage. And he's likely just going to have to continue to destroy these Scorpion tanks the second they come out. So WookieBert, what is he going to be able to do here? The MCV cell from Bike Rush was definitely something that he was not expecting. We do have the repair drones being called in as well, so these Seeker tanks are going to be so much more powerful than they normally would be. And where did my scoreboard go? There it is. Okay, so it's going to be Seeker tanks trying to destroy all of the Scorpion tanks. Likely going to be moving down here, just trying to clean up any additional eco out of WookieBert. And WookieBert throwing in the GG. Bike Rush will be taking game number 4, and that will be the final game of this series. And WookieBert saying, "You changing the meta too much for me." And Bike Rush comes through with a victory. WookieBert has been defeated. He will be moving down into the losers bracket. Alright everybody, so while we are waiting for another game to commence, I'm actually going to give you guys a bracket update. It's been a little while since I've done that, so let's go ahead and check that out. And here we go into the bracket. So, unfortunately got a very small monitor over here, so I'm going to be trying to make this work best as I can. Obviously this bracket system is much better for a larger monitor. So let's see. We just saw Bike Rush Owns versus Wookiebert, so round 5 is going to be the semifinals round. So let's take a look down a little bit lower, see what we have going on. So we saw Granola 17, and this bracket's a little difficult to pay attention to just due to the fact that this monitor is so small. It's just so spread out. Let's see. So it looks like Granola 17... Man, I have no idea where we're at just yet. Looks like there's a huge losers bracket here. So Plan Eden versus Bravo 3. Looks like it is still underway. And we saw Geo Ani Pai facing off against Tiberian Future. So Tiberian Future moving on. He'll be facing off against whoever comes out on this top portion of the bracket. Not sure who it's going to be. Going to be Granola 17 facing off against Plan Eden or Bravo 3. Not sure who's going to be coming out victorious in that game. And then let's take a look a little bit further on down in the bracket. And actually it looks like Green Zero is down here. Not sure who he got knocked out by. But Death Sentence versus Green Zero. We did see Green Zero coming through with a victory there. Supernova versus We Got the Rockets. Supernova coming through with a victory. Supernova versus Green Zero. Green Zero moving on. And he is up against the winner of Warstorm versus Unleashed UA. So Unleashed versus Green Zero, that is still underway. That's probably a pretty good game, I would imagine. But at any rate, you're going to have to wait on the results of that, or maybe wait for another game to come back into the lobby. And we do see Wookiebert down here waiting to get into another match here. He's going to be facing off against who comes out victorious between all of these guys. And that will be the final game of the losers bracket. It will feature Wookiebert versus whoever comes out on top of the losers bracket there. And then they will be facing off against Bike Rush, I believe, for the grand final. So Bike Rush is all the way through to the grand finals, had the quickest run all the way there. And Bike Rush, once he gets into the grand finals, that is a single elimination. So if he loses there, he loses for sure. So that's an unfortunate situation of the way this bracket works. Is even though it's double elimination, if whoever makes it through all the way to the grand finals without losing, if they lose there, they don't get another shot at the grand finals. They just lose straight up. So at least that's my understanding of it. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I know that other tournaments have been done differently, where if the grand finalist loses, the one that was in the winners bracket, if he loses, then he gets another shot. But I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that that will be a single elimination, so whoever we see facing off in that grand final, that's going to be the only grand final we will see. At any rate, we are just waiting on a game to join the lobby here. Not sure who it's going to be. So wait and see. So we'll be jumping back to that waiting screen. And be sure to stick around, everybody. Thank you all for stopping by. Obviously, if you guys are just joining the stream, welcome to the Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge 1vs1 tournament for November of 2014. We are quite a ways through the tournament here. This is a double elimination tournament, and we're going to be wrapping up here probably in the next hour or two. Hopefully in the next hour. That would be nice, but I doubt it. But probably around noontime EST. Wouldn't be too bad. And also, thank you all for stopping by. Obviously, this is being streamed on YouTube. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. You guys have the browsers open. You can see it. So it's a little bit different for me. I've done this once before. I really like it. I like the fact that it functions a lot better as far as being able to put up that we're having technical difficulties, don't have to restart and stop and restart the stream all the time. And the fact that you have quality options. You have quality options, you have DVR enabled so you guys can rewind, like while we're in these long periods of waiting. If you missed something earlier on in the day, you can rewind and go and check that out, so you don't have to wait around too much. And obviously, if you want to head out somewhere and come back a little bit later, you don't have to miss out on anything. This will all be saved, and obviously the full video will be available on my YouTube channel indefinitely, because that will be available to anybody that wants to watch it. So be sure to check that out. Obviously, if you guys are enjoying the stream here today, be sure to click that subscribe button, or at least click that little like button on this. It gives me a good indication as to whether or not you guys are enjoying the stream, and obviously if nobody's enjoying it on YouTube, I will switch back over to Twitch, make it a little bit easier. But I'm really liking it so far, and I'm thinking that this is going to be the way to moving forward, and we'll have to see. Renatus, the name of the song in the background at the time of you asking the question is, I believe, Speed of Light by Zircon. You guys can check out all of the information for Zircon and all of the music that's been played down in the links in the description of the video. Definitely check those guys out. I mean, it's really cool. I think he's an independent developer. He creates all this music. He allows it to be all, fair use music, so I can use it on YouTube. You can use it on Twitch. There's no worry about copyright infringement or anything like that. You just got to give him props for the music, and the music's actually quite interesting. I mean, it's high enough, level of... I can't think of the words that I'm trying to say here. It's intense enough to be interesting for an RTS game, and to keep the intensity level high in a cast, and to just provide a little bit of background in an otherwise lackluster cast. But at any rate, I won't spend too much time talking about it. That is Speed of Light. This one is Mindbender. And if you guys want, I can actually put together a playlist on YouTube and then link that in my videos from now on, so that way you guys can exactly what the names of the tracks are as they go through. Yeah, that's the music for you. And for those of you that are hanging out, we are waiting for some of these matches to complete, so that way we can jump in. Maybe it'll be mid-series, I'm not quite sure. I'd love to catch a game of Green Zero versus Unleashed, or maybe even Plan Eden versus... who is he up against? I'm not sure. I'll have to see. But yeah, there's some good games that are kind of floating around at the moment. See if I can sneak into one of them. Oh, here we go. Should be a good one. It looks like we are going to get Green Zero versus Unleashed. Alright, welcome everybody to game number 3 of this best of 3 series between Unleashed UA and Green Zero. We are on Tournament Stadium, spawning down in the bottom right hand corner as the red Traveler 59, we have Unleashed. And in the upper left hand corner as the orange GDI, we have Green Zero. So Green Zero versus Unleashed, these guys are going to be battling for their position here in the later stages of the tournaments and potentially in the grand final. This is not going to be the match that decides who goes on to that, but it will be a step in the right direction nonetheless. And we are on Tournament Stadium, not quite sure who got the map choice in this game, but it is 1-1, so this is the do-or-die match for both of these guys, and Green Zero and Unleashed, they are both players that are to be reckoned with for certain, and Unleashed, it doesn't look like he is going Disintegrators, at least not early on, and it's likely because he knows that he's up against GDI. GDI, pretty well equipped to deal with Disintegrators early on. The Watchtower drops are just so powerful, and the Harvesters can shoot them up as well. A couple of those buzzers getting cleaned up. Green Zero does not actually lose any scouts. That's quite good, but he will be losing his scout here on the left-hand side. I think he managed to clean up one of those buzzers, so that's not too bad, but Green Zero, it looks like he's settling into pretty standard eco play. Not terribly surprising for Green Zero, especially playing as a GDI faction. It's very rare to see somebody go really heavy aggro early on, unless it's going to be pit bulls. I mean, you do have that airfield opening opportunity, but it's pretty rare to see, especially in a situation like this where it is do or die. You do not want to lose due to the fact that you're all in failed. And it is just going to be standard eco here for Unleashed, so just regular, straight-up play here. Going to be seeing likely some pretty good mid-game fights, and we'll have to see where the build orders start to diverge. I would not be terribly surprised to see Unleashed go fast legs in the near future, as it will give him quite a bit of map pressure and just force Green Zero to be looking over his shoulder at all times. Green Zero going to be moving in here with a Rifleman squad. I don't know. No, Unleashed is not going to be able to drop a Buzzer Hive to stop this, so Green Zero will be getting a full scout off here. That's going to be quite good. And Unleashed, it looks like he is going for more Harvesters at this point. He does have 4 and 2 on his main at this point, so likely going to be a 5th Harvester joining that, maybe followed up by a 6th. 4 and 2 on the original main of Green Zero, and he has expanded, I believe, down to the south. Yes, he is going to be driving straight past his Tiberium Spike, and unfortunately dealing with a bit of a pathing around that Tiberium Spike. He should have just taken a different angle. He could have avoided that altogether, but can't criticize these guys. They play way better than I ever could, and we're going to be seeing a 6th Harvester coming out for Unleashed, so it's very, very heavy eco play. Likely going to be seeing that Harvester moving up to the north, maybe not. Unleashed just not realizing it just yet, but yeah, there's the portal. Likely going to be seeing their 1.5. Actually, no, it's buzzers out for Unleashed. Very interesting. Would have maybe expected to see some Disintegrators into that fast leg upgrade. But at any rate, we do see Unleashed has managed to grab this garrisonable structure away from Green Zero. And Green Zero is going to be using a Rifleman squad to just pick away at it and just keep eyes on that scout. And we do have one of these buzzers being de-garrisoned here, trying to get vision on the top of the map, and there it is. There's the tier 1.5. We do have the stasis chamber down for Unleashed. It's going to be fast legs coming out, and Green Zero has to be expecting this. I mean, fast leg Disintegrators just so good, and especially on a map like this where they can just choose a bunch of different angles of engagement, they can come in and do quite a bit of damage. Green Zero deploying pretty close to this Tiberium field. I don't know if he was just planning on trying to get some base defenses out in this area here, but it is going to be a Gunwalker coming in for Unleashed, going to be getting eyes on this base. Going to be able to see what's going on. One Gunwalker getting caught out by the Pitbulls here from Green Zero, so Green Zero looking to put on the pressure to Unleashed, and maybe forcing Unleashed to use these Disintegrators to defend his Harvesters. And what does Unleashed have to defend against this? Yeah, he drops a portal here, so Green Zero is going to be seeing that he's up against fast legs, and that's going to mean that he's going to need to try to defend against that, and Green Zero does see that now. He's going to be losing one Pitbull if Unleashed is paying attention. No, Unleashed is content with chasing the main body of forces here up north, and we do have more Disintegrators up in the north, so it's mass Disintegrator spam for Unleashed, and again, not terribly uncommon for a Traveler 59 player to go really heavy on the Descent spam, and going to be potentially losing an APC here. That would be unfortunate for Green Zero. He is going to be able to clean up one of the Gunwalkers as well as likely both of these Seeker Tanks. Oh, the Seeker Tanks change targets. That's unfortunate. He's definitely not going to be able to kill that APC. Oh, actually, no, there is a War Factory down here to defend it. So he will be getting the repairs off, and that other Seeker Tank is going to be sacrificed. The Disintegrators coming in here up in the north do manage to snipe down one Harvester. APC mines coming out, killing off a decent number of those Disintegrator squads, but not quite enough. Another minefield coming down from Green Zero, so he is going to be holding that off. Does manage to kill one of those Harvesters and forces the sell-off of that refinery. A couple more Disintegrators catching out some Pitbulls here, so Disintegrator's a very good choice here from Unleashed. Obviously very, very powerful, but being cleaned up by these APCs pretty quickly, and would not be terribly surprised to see Tier 2 down on the field. Yes, Tier 2 is down. AP ammo is about half the way done, and that will be shutting down these disintegrators pretty hard for Green Zero. And more of these descents just trying to clean out these squads, and they are going to be able to clean up that additional rifleman squad. Let's see what Unleashed has been building. Actually, we do see Green Zero using a radar scan, so he's got vision on this base up top. You can see those disintegrators moving out just now, likely expecting that at any rate. We do have a huge number of gunwalkers out on the field for Unleashed, so he's content with just going for that tier 1 spam, infantry and gunwalkers. Descent gunwalker is just so powerful, and you can just QA move with them as well, which makes them very easy to use. I like them quite a bit. It's very powerful, and obviously when you're at a high level of play, they can be even more potent. And we are going to be seeing more disintegrators joining the battle here, so it's just going to be disintegrators after disintegrators in this build for Unleashed. Maybe going to be seeing that portal being sold off here in the near future. It looks like maybe it's going to be some form of tech for Unleashed coming up next. And we do have AP ammo done for Green Zero. He does have a huge number of APCs out, though they are surrounded by these forces here of Unleashed. And it looks like Unleashed is actually going to turn his disintegrators around and try to engage against these APCs. I don't know if he really needs to do that. I mean, those APCs are definitely out of position to try to hold off any aggression on his main base or his natural expansion. And man, Green Zero doesn't have much here to defend. I mean, he seems pretty content going with that APC spam. He does have some Shatterer tanks out on the field as well, and actually Unleashed managing to catch out some of these APCs as they are on rally points. And now Green Zero is going to be using those mines to try to kill off some of those disintegrator squads. And yeah, he's likely going to be using this APC to do exactly the same thing. And we'll have to see if the mine drop comes out. No, mine drop does not come out, but Unleashed is wasting a lot of time killing off units that really don't need to be dealt with early on. But we are seeing the Gunwalkers against these APCs, and Gunwalkers actually quite good against APCs. They do quite a bit of damage because they can just tank so much gun damage, whereas these APCs take quite a bit more damage. Unfortunately, don't have the same DPS on the Gunwalkers. I'm not quite sure whether an APC with AP ammo would beat out a straight-up Gunwalker. I don't think that it would. I think the Gunwalkers have more DPS than an APC. I don't know, though. It's something I'll have to research. I'm interested now. But on the other side, we are going to be seeing these disintegrators just continuing to try to catch out these APCs. Again, I don't know about this decision from Unleashed to just continue to target offensive units, especially units that are going to be able to trade more cost effectively than he can. That is unfortunate. Oh no, the Mechapedes! Green Zero reading Unleashed like a book, realizing that the Mechapedes were on the way. The Shatterer tanks just insta-counter them, and there's just nothing here from Unleashed to try to hold off this force. These Mechapedes are going to be forced to try to fall back. They just can't engage into this force due to the fact that there are Shatterer tanks here. This Storm Column needs to focus down the Shatterer tanks, and now the Shatterer tanks are down. These Mechapedes will absolutely obliterate the remainder of these forces, and that's going to be quite good for Unleashed. But all Green Zero really needs to do is just get out a couple of Shatterer tanks, and they can really hold a line against quite a number of those Mechapedes. So Green Zero playing this very well. He anticipated the Mechapede transition out from Unleashed very early on and had those Shatterers out on the field quite quickly. And man, look at those Shatterers. They just literally carved through the Mechapedes with no problem whatsoever, forcing Unleashed to rebuild those segments. And that's very expensive. Those Mechapedes are very expensive units in and of themselves, but when you have to build those additional upgrades on the Mechapedes, or the segments rather, it's just more eco lost for Unleashed. So every shot that comes off from Green Zero that takes out one of those segments, that's a good trade for him. And we are going to be seeing the Gunwalker getting focused here, likely just there for some scouting information from Unleashed. And it's going to take a little while to be killed off, but it is going to be, it looks like maybe an infantry call in here from Green Zero. Not quite sure what he's planning to do with that. Huge number of Gunwalkers going to be out here to support that Hexapod, and the Hexapod being garrisoned up with 3 of those Shock Troopers going to be able to do quite a bit of damage and hold off any attacks from aircraft. So the Hexapod quite powerful against most units. I mean, they can hold off aircraft, they do quite a bit of damage to infantry, and they also do quite a bit of damage to vehicles. So these Gunwalkers have moved quite a bit far forward, unfortunately losing another Gunwalker there to a reverse move bug, but that Hexapod is going to be enough to force this Tier 1 and Tier 2 army to fall back. Up in the north, we do have a lightning spike here, just catching out one of the APCs, going to be able to snipe that down. Not quite sure what that APC was up to. But Green Zero, Unleashed, what has he been up to? Ooh, actually a signal transmitter. Not sure what he's planning to do here. Maybe going to be a wormhole into a Prodigy capture somewhere. But I don't see the Prodigy out on the field. I would imagine it is somewhere. I'm not quite sure where it is. But, oh, actually, I think it's out here on the front lines getting a... Oh, actually, no, we have the Tiberium asteroid being called in here. Overlord's Wrath coming down, doing quite a bit of damage to this force. And this Hexapod is just going to be doing so much more damage. Can't even see these guys. Look at that explosion. Man, that explosion's even more epic than the nuke from Nod. Kind of surprised at that, but EMP upgrades done for Green Zero. Going to be locking down this Hexapod. Phase field coming off, managing to get both of the Corruptors as well as that Hexapod. So Green Zero, he needs to cut and run from this area. He can continually lock down the Hexapod and these forces with the EMP, but he's not going to be able to do any damage. So he could potentially be using this time to do a lot more damage in the base of Unleash UA. We do have the Icor Seed being called down in Unleash original expansion, and I don't think he has expanded just yet to this next expansion, whereas Green Zero has done that. He is mining away happily here, but he is only up to tier 2, I believe, and he is spamming infantry by the looks of it. It is going to be more of these Grenadier squads. Not quite sure what they're trying to accomplish here. They really need to be locking down, chain EMPing that Hexapod, just not allowing it to do any more damage. Oh, there was a Gunwalker there too. I didn't even see that getting caught. But Mechapedes in the north going to be shooting up this power plant and likely going to be destroying it, no problem whatsoever. Could force Green Zero into a low power state. Honestly, not sure. That was an upgraded power plant, but likely not going to be too much doing up there. And War Factory just going to be continually pumping out Predator tanks here. And maybe going to be seeing tier 3 out from Green Zero. No, it doesn't look like it's going to be... It's very difficult to play against a Traveler 59 player just due to the fact that they can go for Cultists or they can go for the Prodigy and then just capture your really expensive high tier units and use them against you. It's really, really painful, or at least allow them to be destroyed. And Unleash is just being such a pain with these Mechapedes. I'm not sure if it's just one Mechapede or if there are two here. That one Mechapede managing to clean up 2 of those upgraded power plants. Prodigy teleporting in, is going to get the tier 2, and he's likely going to deploy... Nope, actually he's going to sell that off straight away. Gets a Rifleman squad out of it as well. Oh, the Shatterer tank responding to this Mechapede. This Mechapede is not being microed away. Oh man, just gets away in the nick of time. Going to be saving its life, but losing all of its segments, being forced to be rebuilt here. Unleash really needs to cut and run from that area. Oh, actually we did see Prodigy. I'm not sure, it must have... was trying to get a capture on that War Factory, but did not do so. And the micro from Green Zero able to sell that off and destroy it. Temporal Wormhole coming down here from Unleash. He's going to be locking down the majority of this force. That Hexapod could be getting into range and doing quite a bit of damage. Not sure what is being reinforced out of that Warp Chasm. It looks like it's probably just Gunwalkers. Interesting choice here from Unleash. And Storm Column drops here, going to be probably enough to hold this attack. The Hexapod as well as the Storm Column going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Spamming out Gunwalkers on the front lines. They're going to be tanking quite a bit of damage, but it's kind of unfortunately just a lot of losses here for Unleashed. And Unleashed, he's being forced to leech this green Tiberium at his expansion. So Green Zero has just been able to force out so many units, but he's just being such a pain. We do have Cultists coming out on the field for Unleash. He's going to be getting cleaned up. One of the squads getting cleaned up could potentially be saving that. Yes, the APC will be getting captured. And Green Zero is looking to be in a pretty tough situation here. Despite having an eco advantage over Unleashed, that Hexapod is just such a pain to deal with. And these tier 1, tier 2 units not going to be enough to hold off against that Hexapod. He really needs to get maybe some Orcas out and just lock that down and just absolutely obliterate it right away. This Mechapede still alive. Have no idea how it has survived that long. May have even killed off that refinery. I honestly don't know. I'm not sure where the Prodigy has ended up. It looks like maybe it went back to base. Prodigy, where are you at? Ooh, where's the Prodigy? That MCB's coming back for the expand. Is there a Prodigy over here somewhere? I don't see it. We won't worry about that too much, but Unleashed has officially held off this attack. He's managed to capture the majority of these tanks of Green Zero. He's actually going to be turning them back onto Green Zero to use them against him. These Cultists actually moving a little bit too far forward. Honestly, they don't need to be that far into the battle. Yeah, Unleashed realizing that now, he's going to be choosing to pull those guys back. And we're going to need to see hammerheads out to deal with those cultists. It's really the only way to deal with it, and we do have a couple of watchtowers here out from Green Zero to try to hold off against the Prodigy. Not sure if he managed to snipe that, if that's why he's selling those off, but packs out on the field for Unleashed, and that's going to be really damaging against this infantry force. But AP Ammo, APC is going to be able to absolutely eviscerate all of those little drones coming out from the pack. And now that pack is really useless. I mean, it does have that Ion Storm, so it will heal air units that are within its range, and it will regain those drones over time, but honestly don't know if it's going to be enough. Teleported Hexapod coming in here to defend the line for Unleashed UA, but it looks like he is going to be losing his tier 2, but not without taking some pretty heavy losses first. We do have the area mind control coming off on a couple of these Predator tanks, and then the Hexapod just absolutely owning the remainder of them. So trading that force for the tier 2, don't know if that was necessarily worth it. And the Prodigy is still here, he is still mucking about, not quite sure what he's going to be doing. But these Predator tanks will likely be going back to the control of Green Zero momentarily, and that Hexapod will just be eating them for lunch. And the cultists are being forced back here by Green Zero. There is a pack here still doing damage with that Ion Storm. Could likely just focus that down, might as well at this point. Just kill that off. It is so expensive to build those packs, and honestly it looks like Unleashed is just kind of throwing that away. I don't know that that's really what he wants to be doing at this point. And they can sponge so much damage though. He's managing to kill off so many of these rifleman squads with just that Ion Storm. Another one of the drones just now coming back online, only to be destroyed straight away. And let's take a look at what we have going on the top of the map. It looks like we do just now have the expansion coming out from Unleashed that has been radar scanned. Green Zero can see that the expansion has happened, and he's likely going to be attacking up north, realizing that there's just nothing there to defend. We'll likely be seeing the Hexapod reacting to that. We do have the Prodigy moving over there to react to it as well. He will be able to teleport that Hexapod in to defend, but will it be in time? There are a decent number of Grenadier squads out on the field. He does have composite armor as well, so this infantry force is potentially going to be very, very strong. Harvester's getting phase fielded here. That means no phase field for the Hexapod if it gets too low on HP. Hexapod being teleported in to the front lines here. Going to be trying to hold off against this force here, and Green Zero has been forced to fall back. So he does have that decent force here on the front lines. Going to be potentially shutting this down. The Hammerheads here just jockeying around trying to find the Prodigy. I think he may have actually caught the Prodigy out. Don't see it anywhere on the map. I think he managed to catch that Prodigy out of position, and it gets sniped down, so that's going to be quite powerful for Green Zero. And what is he doing at this point? He's just massing up to a decent sized army. There is no phase field, there is no teleport, so if he can lock down this Hexapod, that is going to be the death of that Hexapod without question. The EMP grenades need to be going off now. He's losing APCs to the crushes. That's not what he wants to be seeing. EMP, is it going to land? Yes, EMP does land. That veteran Hexapod will be absolutely shredded at this point. No phase field, and that will be it for Unleashed. Not quite sure how he's going to be able to hold out now. And we do have Storm Riders here trying to shoot down these Hammerheads, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. No phase field means that these Harvesters are going to be forced to fall back. And Green Zero is actually just going to be continuing to push forward with this infantry composition, being forced to deal with 2 of these Buzzer Hives. And they are just being milked the second those squads come out. And they are just absolutely obliterating these Extractors. The Hammerheads do bait the Storm Rider over the top of this force, and they do get cleaned up here. Unleashed is cutting and running with this drone ship. I don't know if he's got enough to really stay in this game, though. He does still have his tech. He's got both Tier 3, Tier 2, and his Stasis Chamber. So he's not out of this game just yet. He does have a Planetary Assault Carrier as well, but I don't know that he's got the eco. His Prodigy has been rebuilt, but there's no anti-air defense here to defend it, so those Hammerheads can just come in here and absolutely shut it down. And we'll have to see if Unleashed can make something work here. He does drop a Plasma Missile Battery here on right next to the drone ship, but the Prodigy really needs to be defended. That's what he needs to be focusing on. EMP's coming out on the drone ship. Very good choice there. The pack does go down. This is looking all but certain to be going Green Zero's favor. We do have cultists coming out on the field. I don't know that it's going to be enough. Should have mind controlled the Grenadier squads. He could have killed off all of those infantry, and there's just no response to that. Actually grabbed the Shatterer tank. Going to be destroying that instead. That's actually not too bad either. There's just too much there for Unleashed to deal with. The only production structure that he has left is this portal. That will be going down momentarily, and Green Zero is looking to be taking game number 3. And let's see, this force is going to be pushing forward. Yeah, there's nothing left here out of Unleashed. I don't know if he's got some sneaky engineers around the map, but this is looking like it's going to be it. Not quite sure why he's still in the game. He must still have something on the map at this point, but I'm not quite sure what it could be. We do see Green Zero has expanded back up to the north, so Green Zero being known for the ability to expand all over the map and just make sure that he's got that eco advantage. Calling in the Tiberium Hive, I don't know if that was really necessary. He's not going to be able to do anything against this force. He just has nothing left. And Unleashed maybe just trying to draw this out. He does still have Harvesters up top. I'm not sure what he's got left. Does he? I mean, is that Prodigy still alive somewhere? Can't be. He's not GGing out of this game just yet, so it must still be alive somewhere. Yes, Prodigy does go down. It was still alive. And Green Zero saying LOL. The GG comes in. And Green Zero will be taking game number 3 and the series. Gonna be moving on. Unleashed UA has been knocked out and will be departing from the tournament. Alright everybody, we're jumping into game number 1 of this best of 3 losers bracket series between Tiberian Future and Plan Eden, spawning in the upper right hand corner of Tournament Decision as the orange GDI. We do have Plan Eden. And down in the bottom left hand corner as the purple Traveler 59, we have Tiberian Future. So give me just one moment here to get this updated as far as the scoreboard is concerned. This is game number 1. It is a best of 3 series. So we'll have to see who comes out on top here and maybe gets an early advantage by getting a win in this first game. And let's see, we'll zero out the scores, and that should be good. There we go, Planet Eden versus Tiberian Future. Again, tournament decision, interesting map to say the least. It definitely changes up the standard build orders. Sometimes you'll see players open with 3 refineries, sometimes you'll see 2 and then a fast expand. It's very important though for players to jockey for these southern green Tiberian fields, and obviously Planet Eden has a GDI faction, and on this map they're going to be quite powerful due to the fact that they do have those long-range artillery. Though Tiberian Future, he is Traveler 59, he gets a nice engagement here too. We're not going to miss that at all. We do have 3 of those buzzers. He does not manage to grab that kill on the engineer, but he will be getting away with those 3 squads. But Tiberian Future does have the opportunity to go with artillery of his own. Those Devastator warships are also very good on this map because they have the opportunity to shoot over these mountains from very long distance, and they can reposition all over the place. They can be chilling out up here, and they can be harassing the harvesters down here, and this is a very difficult spot to try to have recourse against as a GDI player. You have to go Firehawks to deal with them. So we'll have to see if Tiberian Future chooses to go that direction. It does not look like... Oh, actually Planet Eden may have gotten his engineer sniped up here on the top. Looks like Tiberian Future is camping out a buzzer here. Not sure if there is an engineer out for Planet Eden up there. Looks like there is. And there is a scout here from Tiberian Future in the base of Planet Eden. So not much doing at the moment. It looks like it is just going to be standard eco play here coming out from Planet Eden. And he does have a scout in the base of Tiberian Future. No second refinery just yet. So he is a little bit ahead in terms of getting his macro down a little bit quicker. The second refinery coming down, we do have 3 harvesters, 2 refineries, so it's just going to be standard eco play from these guys so far. 3 harvesters, 2 refineries as well for Planet Eden. And going for that expand, not going to be going for that triple refinery, at least not straight away. Maybe going to be deploying early and then going for that triple refinery, we'll have to see. Like Planet Eden is going to be dropping an additional power plant, maybe going to be looking to go for the expand. He has seen that Planet Eden is expanding. Now, actually, no, dropping a portal. We're going to be looking to go for some late disintegrators. This could be quite good because Planet Eden has finished up his scouting. Oh no, actually it has been seen. So that's interesting choice from Tiberian Future. Is he going to go for the fast legs though? Looks to be building pretty slow, whatever it is, so it's likely another refinery? No, actually that's building pretty quick. I don't know. I don't know what this is going to be. I'm kind of curious. Going to be tier 1.5 or is it going to be... It is going to be the stasis chamber out for Tiberian Future. Very interesting. I was a little bit late. Obviously, his eco was a little bit behind. We'll have to see if he's able to make that work out. It looks like he did get an engineer out. Maybe going to be looking to grab Tiberian Spike, realizing that he has denied Eden the capture there. And what has he been doing in the meantime? He has 6 and 2 on his main here. Really needs to cycle one of those harvesters down south. Looks like we'll be doing that now. It's going to be APC transition out for Planet Eden. It's going to be tier 2 straight away. Going to be going into that AP ammo upgrade. Also a very good choice against Traveler 59. Obviously, that's going to be shutting down most of their very high tier units, or rather their really high damage output units, being the disintegrators and any aircraft. Fast legs done for Tiberian Future. Going to be potentially catching this Pitbull out. I believe the Pitbull does have a speed advantage, but it will be caught here. And now that it is in that heavy damage mode, it definitely will not be able to get away. So 1 disintegrator to take out 1 Pitbull. That's quite good. And let's see what else we have going on here. More disintegrators coming out for Tiberian Future. Not too surprising there. Traveler 59 obviously favors their disintegrators just due to the fact that fast legs are very, very powerful. A couple of APCs here with a garrisoned rifleman squad going to be able to hold the line here as long as and even make sure to keep them positioned properly. And actually, nice move from Tiberian Future to grab that bunker here. Just going to be denying that from Planet Eden, as well as just guaranteeing a long-term scout here in the main, or rather in the expansion of Planet Eden, so he can see exactly what he's up to. Be able to see the MCV, he can see pretty much all of this area as well. And actually, a couple of these disintegrator squads being caught out here by the APCs. That's unfortunate. The AP ammo must be almost done. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be finishing up momentarily, and we will be seeing the upgrade pop down onto those guys. Yeah, there it is. A very fancy animation change there, but we're going to be seeing disintegrators moving up through the center of the map. And actually, it wouldn't be a terrible idea, I don't think, of Tiberian Future to use those fast legs to grab one of these towers here. Could be sending an engineer up here to grab one of the towers. Ooh, engaging against an APC with his rifleman squad, actually getting a nice mine drop as well. He's be doing quite a bit of damage. Actually, de-garrisons that rifleman squad as well. The rifleman squad is just going ham. Could potentially be cleaning up all of these guys. Wow, that rifleman squad is going to clean up that one APC with the rifleman squad. With an epic mine drop, does manage to hold the lines there against all of those disintegrator squads. We do have an airfield out on the field for Plan Eden. Not quite sure where he deployed that. It is up top, but it's going to be Hammerheads with the AP ammo. Not terribly surprising. Maybe going to be going into Firehawks. Tier 3 done for Plan Eden. And man, what is Tiberian Future up to? He has gone for that triple refinery on this main base. Gone for his Tier 3 as well. And no additional structures on the way. It looks like it is going to be a Prodigy out, if it's not out already, for Tiberian Future. Something's building. It looks like maybe it's on hold. Not quite sure, but the Gunwalkers are moving out for Tiberian Future. The Hammerheads are moving around as well. They're just trying to catch out any disintegrator squads that are moving around on the map. Looks like this engineer is going to manage to grow. Oh no, it's going to be caught out by the APC of Planet Eden. That's unfortunate. So good APC placement there from Planet Eden. Very much doubt that Tiberian Future was expecting to see that there. And these Gunwalkers trying to find angles, move in here and just grab some map pressure, but it's going to be these mech beats out on the field for Tiberian Future. And what does Planet Eden have in response to this? As a Reclamator hub down on the field, he does have Hammerheads out as well. He's continuing to go for Hammerheads. He is. He's going very heavy into the Hammerheads and going to be relying on that Reclamator, or rather the... I've been failing this all day. The Marv actually come out and do some really heavy tanking for this force. But Mechapedes out on the field, this could be menacing. Looks like that Marv is going to come out prior to those Mechapedes really getting into range. They're not going to be able to stop that from coming out. I mean, we could see... No, actually, there's no stasis chamber due to the fact... Oh, Sonic Emitter could be... Oh, man, takes out one of those Mechapedes straight away. I thought he was going to get all three for a second there. Does not manage to do so. But the Marv comes out as well. He's going to be able to hold the line against those Mechapedes. That's going to be unfortunate for Tiberian Future. And what does he have in response to this? Had to have gone for a Prodigy at some point. I have to imagine that that's what he built. He must be building it now. It looks like that's building pretty slow, and out of an infantry portal, that should be pretty quick. So yeah, it is going to be a Prodigy right now. Maybe it got sniped earlier on, I'm not sure. We do have the Tier 3 upgrade done on the plasma missile batteries. They do have those shard launcher upgrades. But Tiberian Future, he's trapped in this original main. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Completely missed this. Tiberian Future expanded up to the north, realizing that he did not have the artillery advantage against Planet Eden. He's going to expand up top. And now Planet Eden's going to be capitalizing on that by grabbing all of this Tiberium down off of Tiberian Future's potential expansion here. So that's going to be a huge eco boost to Planet Eden, and it's going to be up to him to make that do some serious damage. And it looks like it's going to be Mammoth Tanks and Juggernauts. That's risky against a Traveler 59 player because cultists are obviously very, very good. But on this map, it's a little bit more difficult due to the fact that the Hammerheads can maneuver around quite well and use the terrain to their advantage. They can pick your cultists off pretty quickly. But, I mean, those Shard Launcher Plasma Missile Batteries, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. And, wow, Railgun's done already for Planet Eden, so he's looking to go for those Mammoth Tanks. And they're going to do quite a bit of damage. Not going to be very good against Disintegrators, though. So we don't really have too much out on the field to deal with the Disintegrators. I mean, we do have a couple of Hammerheads out. But, I mean, just spamming out Descents with those Gunwalkers, they're going to be able to hold the line quite nicely. Looks like actually Tiberian Future is going to move a couple of these Harvesters up to his expansion. And even getting eyes on this base here, he's going to be sending a Mammoth Tank out as well as a couple of these APCs to try to deny this Warp Chasm from actually popping out. Oh, the Harvesters actually tanked the damage from the minefield there. Interesting move. And the Hexapod does come out. But man, those Firehawks go down instantly. That is unfortunate for Planet Eden. Those Gunwalkers got into position at just the right time. But this Mammoth Tank with those Railguns is going to be able to do huge amounts of damage to this force here. But the Mammoth Tank is actually taking quite a bit of damage from just the Gunwalkers. That's unfortunate. This Mammoth Tank does not want to be continuing to move forward because those Annihilator Tripods will just do so much damage. And once they move into range and lock it down, that's going to be lights out for those Mammoth Tanks. So these Mammoth Tanks are not trading very well against this force. It's a little bit unfortunate. We do have these forces here down in the south for Planet Eden going to be moving in. But he's going to be looking to hold off the attack in the north. while he actually draws in. Oh, he's going to be drawing in these forces over the mines. It looks like actually... No, maybe not. Ooh, are they going to move in? No, Tiberian Future is going to pull those guys back. So Planet he was trying to bait these Annihilator tripods over the minefields, and then he would definitely have an advantage. But it's likely Tiberian Future trying to deal with this. Oh, the Hexapod gets teleported straight away. Not sure where it ended up. Where did it go? It was being teleported in, but it was teleported away. The Hexapod was just teleported back a little bit. Oh no, it used its own teleport ability, so the Hexapod is garrisoned with a Prodigy. And no additional Prodigy out of the field at this time that I know of. But only has that short-range teleport ability. But man, this force from Planet Eater, that heavy armor, is doing so much damage. And honestly, Cultists would be a great move here, because they'd be able to come in and grab those Mammoth tanks, and they'd just do so much damage to that Marv. But we have a couple of... I don't know about the choice to go Mechapedes here. I mean, there's really no chance that those Mechapedes are going to be able to go in and do some damage, unless he's using them as disc segments. I can't tell just based off of the way they look. Maybe we can. Oh, it does look like they have the shard launcher upgrades on the top, because you kind of see that they're kind of repositioning around, moving and left and right. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those are shards. So I mean, those Mechapedes not going to be very useful against this force. They're going to be shut down very hard by the Mammoth tanks, and they're not going to be able to really do any damage against the Firehawk, or rather the Hammerheads. One Hammerhead does go down though to that shard launcher plasma missile battery. That's unfortunate. And it's going to be more Firehawks here for Planet Eden. Likely they're going to get up to that 4th Firehawk and then move out for a bombing run. But it is going to be Disintegrator spam here for Tiberian Future, and that's not a terrible idea. Honestly, would like to see some Cultists. Mix those in with the Disintegrators, and then you can kind of use the Disintegrators to tank the damage from those Hammerheads while you can get in and grab the captures. But a rig out on the field as well, and be deploying into a battle base, and the battle base gets the upgrade from the railguns as well. So that's just going to make it so much more meaningful in a fight. And we do have the forces of Planet Eden moving around down in the south, so this is looking very, very good for Planet Eden. He does need to get his Hammerheads into position to defend against these forces here. The Disintegrators are moving in, and if they do manage to get into range of these Mammoth tanks, they will just melt them. No real recourse coming out from Tiberian Future. What is he up to at the moment? He does have his Corruptors healing up the Hexapod. The Hexapod does not have any ranks at the moment. I don't know if the Marv has actually ranked up at all. It does not look like it has. And let's see what else we have going on here. Looks like Planet Eden has expanded a little bit further down. He does have his Space Command uplink, so he's going to be able to get that EMP down. Yeah, so he's looking pretty good. Whoa, actually Area Mind Control must have come in and locked down some of these forces. It looks like maybe one of the Mammoth tanks actually was destroyed. Not quite sure. They are going to be moving in here now. There are a couple of Hammerheads here for defense, so if the Disintegrators try to react to this, they're going to shut down pretty hard. Actually, it is going to be Cultists coming in here. They could grab these Mammoth tanks. Even if they get killed, they're going to be able to destroy these Mammoth tanks, and that's exactly what he needs to do here. He grabs all 4 of the Mammoth tanks, though. Actually, no, he only grabs 3, or maybe one of the squads was killed off. But all the Hammerheads do go down. He does still have control of 2 of those Mammoth tanks. He's going to be destroying the 4th one now. And Planet Eden not too happy about it. Losing 2 of those Mammoth tanks, and then 2 of his Mammoth tanks being put into the possession of Tiberian Future. And it looks like he's going to actually pull those back to the Warp Chasm and get some repairs. I don't know if they actually can repair. Yeah, they do, actually. Thought they did. But the battle base here trying to hold the line against these Disintegrators, actually doing quite a bit of damage. The railgun's actually not too bad against infantry, and it looks like Planet Eden is going to be able to hold that off with just the battle base. That's unusual. Usually see battle bases versus Disintegrators. That's the first one for me, at least. But Reclamator Hub back down for Planet Eden. Whoa! Whoa! I missed a huge engagement here. Marv went down, lost all of those. Wow! How? I was busy focusing on some minor Mammoth tank stuff, and wow, this entire force was obliterated by Tiberian Future, so well played. I'm not sure how he did that. I'll have to check the replay. That was that was very interesting. I thought that Planet Eden was just not happy with the way those Mammoth tanks turned out, but he was not happy with the way that engagement went. But it looks like another Mammoth tank was killed. And Simulator being sniped by the battle base there, so that battle base definitely working out quite well. This Tiberian Spike still has not been captured for the entire game. Eden has grabbed this Tiberium Spike on the left-hand side. It looks like there is something. Oh, it's just a Juggernaut Husk out for Planet Eden on the left-hand side. could see an assimilator. Yeah, it looks like there is an assimilator here. You should be grabbing that husk or going in for the capture on that Tiberian spike. Not sure where they're going. It looks like they're going towards the center of the map. Getting a bit of lag here. Not quite sure what that's from. Tiberian Future actually looking pretty good now. I did not expect him to be coming through so well in that last set of engagements, and man, a lot of lag. Not sure where this is coming from. This Mammoth tank is just tanking so much damage and doing quite a bit of damage to this Hammerhead. That Hammerhead will be pulled back. Marv is back out on the field for an Eden at this point. And let's see what he's able to do here. Yeah, Tiberian Future not too happy with the lag either. Have to agree. Quite sure what's causing it. Hopefully it's not me. Ooh, actually looks like a number of the Firehawks went down, so Plain Eden been really good early on. May have caked this one a little bit. They really poor engagement earlier on, losing that Marv as well as the majority of his damage-dealing force. Losing some Mammoth tanks here to the Cultists. Tiberian Future, that's not good either. And actually it looks like Tiberian Future has grabbed both of the towers. I thought that was really necessary. Going to be forcing Plain Eden to destroy them. But, I mean, there's no real reason for Plain Eden to send units through the middle of the map. And I mean, he knows that there's aircraft out on the field, so I don't know if he's just trying to deny Tiberian Future, or rather Plain Eden, from attacking his main base and just forcing him to deal with those neutral structures. At any rate, he does have that EMP spike. Not sure what the cooldown is on that. That can shut down. Our base is under attack. Aircraft pretty hard. It looks like that is about a quarter of the way done. I don't think it's actually going to have time to be used. This game is looking like it's probably going to be over before we get to that point. What else do we have going on here? Not too much going on. Nope, the MCV has moved. The Plain Eden is expanding the original main base, but oh, Tiberian Future is here too, so there's likely going to be some fighting here on this field. Tiberian Future does not have a refinery down on this field. Like, actually stopped that harvester, maybe going to be dropping a refinery here any moment. Dropping down a plasma missile battery here, not a bad idea. He's going to be sending some cultists down to defend against those forces. Very good move. Looks like this battle base either was destroyed or was sent away. Not sure what happened there. Ooh, a couple of engineers out for Plain Eden getting killed off by the corruptors of Tiberian Future. He coming off. What just happened? Sure if that was just powered down by Plain Eden. It looks like that was an EMP blast. I don't know how he did that. Okay, so Plain Eden has been defeated. I think what happened there is actually Plain Eden tried to EMP the corruptors and actually EMP'd his own tech center. But at any rate, that's going to be Tiberian Future taking game number 1. This is a best of 3 series, so if Tiberian Future can take game number 2, he will be moving on. But Plain Eden has an opportunity to come back. He's just got to take 2 games in a row. We'll have to see what he's able to do. Alright, game number 2 brings us to Tournament Undergrounds, and spawning on the right-hand side as the purple Traveler 59, we do have Tiberian Future. And spawning as the orange GDI on the left-hand side, we have Plan Eden. So Tiberian Future is up 1-0 in this series so far. It is a best of 3, so he has an opportunity to end this here. And this map, due to the fact that it is a pretty close short rush distance here, you could potentially be seeing some early disintegrators, and it looks like it is going to maybe be Descents. Is it going to be Descents? Yes, it's going to be Descents here, out of Tiberian Future. Not terribly surprising. Fast legs coming out as well, and obviously this is quite good on this map. But against GDI, you got to be very careful. Obviously these foxholes could be pretty powerful. He's got to be very careful about making sure to anti-scout. And Eden, likely Plan Eden is going to be realizing this, and seeing that there aren't any scouts in the middle of the map, he's got to be expecting some kind of a disintegrator move here out of Tiberian Future. Actually powering down that portal, not quite sure what he's doing here. Refinery being dropped just now. Portal is being saved, so I'm not sure if he's just trying to hold on to that as a defensive measure or what the deal may be. But these disintegrators are going to be moving out. I don't know if they've been spotted by these rifleman squads. It looks like they may have been. Plan Eden is going to try to chase them down. Tiberian Future, he's going to potentially get in here and do some damage to these harvesters. We'll have to see. Likely going to be another harvester and then maybe followed up by an APC. Tier 2 straight away for Plan Eden, maybe going to be going for some hammerheads straight away to try to defend against this. They're quite good, obviously, against any type of infantry units. We do have disintegrators actually choosing to engage against the rifleman squads. I don't know about that. He might as well just send them in and do some damage to the eco here while he can. But tier 2 is down. I don't see anything else being built. Gonna be fast Shatterer? Is. So Shatterer tanks coming out for Plan Eden. Very interesting choice. And it actually looks like Tiberian Future is going to use this opportunity to kill the Tiberium Spike of Plan Eden. Not a bad decision, knowing that it's been spotted so early on. He definitely wants to kill that. And this Tiberium Spike in the center has not been captured. So both of these players have an opportunity to get that eco back. We do have a Warp Sphere down for Tiberian Future now. So both of these guys are on equal economic footing at this point, but the difference is Plan Eden has tier 2 already. He has a Shatterer tank out on the field. He's going to be able to defend against this very easily. So Kid Future should be using this opportunity to maybe grab some map control, grab that Tiberium Spike while he's got a little bit of pressure out on the map. He could be getting that extra eco. It looks like he has grabbed Tiberium Spike up top, so that's a good move. But he's got 2 Tib Spikes onto Plan Eden 0, and if he can grab the center Tiberium Spike, that's going to be even more damaging. And triple Tib Spike versus 0 Tib Spike, that's just so deadly. So much eco per second. And actually selling off, dropping down an airfield and then selling off the tier 2, sells off the War Factory too, so maybe going for Orcas here. That would be an interesting transition out of Plan Eden. I would not have expected that. And I think that's what he's hoping for out of Tiberian Future as well. Yeah, it is going to be Orcas. Very interesting move. He has managed to catch out the disintegrators in the north, cleans them up completely, and we don't have any type of answer to this. Rigs out on the field. So a battle base moving in here, and it's going to be a Shatterer moving in as well. It's going to be forcing out infantry out of Tiberian Future. Now this is dangerous for Plan Eden. He doesn't have anything to take out infantry very quickly. He has to destroy these gunwalkers or take out the harvesters here, and actually he does manage to kill one harvester straight away. Yeah, the portal's being dropped on the back lines. It's going to be disintegrators coming out. Oh no, Cultists, even better. Tier 2 coming out. Cultists going to be coming out. They're going to be able to grab that Shatterer tank, no problem. They do grab that straight away. And I'm not sure if they can actually grab the battle base. I don't think that they can. That's a bit unfortunate that the Orcas do come in. They manage to snipe down one harvester, a second harvester going super low. And man, Tiberian Future's held this off. He has little to no eco left. This harvester is like one shot away from being killed, and he's only got that one harvester. We do have a hammerhead moving out for Plan Eden as well. This is a very low eco game. You can see Plan Eden only has these 2 harvesters at the moment. He has no Tiberium Spike, so he doesn't have any additional eco. Let's see. It looks like an Orca Strike is going to be coming in. Could potentially be getting the final kill shot on this Harvester. That would be devastating. Is he going to be losing that? Oh, so close. Almost losing that Harvester. Oh, is he going to sacrifice? Oh, he's destroying the cultist. So close. The battle base is going to get the final shot. Oh my god. That Harvester so close to going down. But are we going to see additional Orcas coming in here looking to get the final kill shots on these Harvesters? That's really what needs to happen here. And yes, they are going to be getting the final shots on that Harvester. Should just send it in and kill this Harvester too. I'm sure he's got enough health to actually kill that. No, actually it is going to be getting repairs now. Disintegrator's out on the field, but with that Hammerhead on the front lines, that's going to be difficult to deal with. That battle base is going to be moving forward, just being such a pain. But oh, he's got to be careful. Oh, he gets the battle base captured. We do have a plasma missile battery coming down. That's going to be doing quite a bit of damage. Oh, but the battle base gets recaptured by another cultist squad. Oh, that is not what Planet Eden wanted to see. That is unfortunate. But he's still looking quite good. He does have an Orca out on the field. Maybe going to be looking to go in and do an additional snipe on another Harvester. But these Harvesters are up to full health. Likely going to be seeing... Nope, actually it's going to be a Gunwalker out for Tiberian Future. So no additional Harvesters out just yet. But the Orcas are actually going to be forced to destroy battle base. Whoa, this is different. I've never seen this before. So he deployed the battle base that was captured by the cultists. The battle base then is now a structure, but it's under Tiberian Future's control. Now I think he can redeploy that and still use that cultist to capture something else. I've never seen this before. It's the first time. And it's very interesting. Disintegrator's moving in, but getting cleaned up by the Hammerheads pretty nicely. Hammerheads do not have AP ammo, though. They're going to be taking a little while to clean them up, but going to be trading very, very effectively there. They need him probably content with just going eco after this. He does have the ability to hold off this attack. That battle base, I don't know. If he packs that up, does that go back into the possession of Planet Eden since it's technically a unit at that point? Oh, this is very odd. I've never seen that before. We are going to be seeing an assimilator here from Tiberian Future a little bit late, but going to be looking to grab that Tiberian Strike. Oh, but going to get... Oh, wow! Oh, what a nice save by Tiberian Future. He re-stealths that assimilator instantly the second those... Wow. Just instant reaction time. That was just so good. And those Hammerheads would have just melted that Engineer, but he is going to be grabbing that Tiberium Spike, and Planet Eden's not going to be liking that at all. Triple Tib Spike for for Tib Future. The 0 Tib Spikes of Planet Eden MCV. He's expanded. He's deployed in between the blue and the green field here, so he's going to be looking to maybe drop a refinery a little bit further out and grab this blue Tiberium for himself. It doesn't look like almost any of this blue Tiberium has been grabbed by anyone at this point. Obviously very, very low eco game so far. They have 3 and 1 coming out from Tiberian Future at this point. We do have 5, 6 and 2 actually for Planet Eden, sending up a Harvester. So Planet Eden, he's looking good for the mid to late game here, whereas Tib Future, he's done a pretty good job of holding the line here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He does have a cultist out on the field. I don't think he's got any additional cultists. He does have a second refinery just now, but he's definitely behind in terms of eco. He does still have his portal and his stasis chamber. Don't know that he needs either at this point, or that it's really going to be beneficial to have them. Could be using that eco, but going to be dropping a refinery here at the blue Tiberium field. That's going to be a huge eco boost. He's able to get it, and what do we have going on here? Battle base coming in, so that is still under the control of Tiberian Future, so that is very interesting. I've honestly never seen that. But the battle base is going to be getting repaired here. Not in range to be able to get rockets on these forces here, but going to be destroyed all the same. Honestly, should have just sold that off once you saw the aircraft. Would have at least got some eco back for it. That wouldn't have been a bad idea, especially being behind on eco. Going to be disintegrators out here for Tiberian Future, and those have been shut down pretty hard. The cultists are moving out as well. May just be kind of a QA move. Against 3 Hammerheads, that's going to be pretty difficult to hold the line. That one Harvester did go pretty low, but did not get destroyed. Whereas Planet Eden is still mining away on this blue Tiberium field, has managed to completely clean this up. He's going to maybe get 1 or 2 more loads off of that field. These Hammerheads just kiting so well, doing such a nice job of staying out of range of these Gunwalkers and doing the damage that they want to. The infantry here, one Hammerhead did look like it went down. Maybe going to be seeing the second one going down. Oh my god, yes, there it is. I thought he was going to get away with that Hammerhead as well, but Planet Eden just sacrificing those Hammerheads, trying desperately to kill all of the disintegrators as well as the cultists, but trading 3 Hammerheads for that I don't know that that was necessarily worth it. Another Hammerhead joining the battle here. It does have a Rifleman squad garrisoned inside. That one Predator tank just poking away at these forces as they move into position here. That will be going down to the Predator tank that has been captured by that Cultist squad of the Gunwalkers. They are going to be forced to fall back here by the Predator tanks. Disintegrators coming in once again, looking to do some serious damage. The Hammerhead trying to desperately kill that Cultist squad does not manage to kill it. And the Gunwalkers are going to be holding the line. And man, the Gunwalker range, it's just so far. So, Tiberian Future, he's trading very well in these engagements. Oh, manages to grab a Harvester. That's unfortunate. He's going to be sending that back into forces of Clan Eden. Powers down all of those watchtowers trying to save that Harvester. Is not able to do so. Actually, no, it did not power down. I thought he insta-powered down all of those base defenses, but no, it actually was just a low power state. Tier 3 done for Clan Eden. Very interesting. I did not expect that to be coming. I thought he was just going to take and go heavy eco. Tier 3 against Cultists. I don't know about that choice. So, where is the drone ship? Drone ship has expanded up north. We do have a refinery down on this expansion. But Tiberian Future is definitely not out of this game. He's got integrators moving in here. Could potentially be doing some serious damage. There's really nothing here to defend against them. We don't have any AP ammo done, at least not that I know of. If he's able to snipe down the power plants, that's going to be really bad for Clan Eden. He sells off the tier 2 as well. Sells off the tier 3. Oh man, that's unfortunate. Being caught way out of position here. No AP ammo either. So selling off the tier 3. Going to be losing a Harvester as well. That's a full Harvester. And man, Clan Eden, don't know about this. It's looking like he's being caught out again. And maybe caking a definitely one game here. He was looking so good early on, but now it's looking pretty... Whoa, what's up with this reflection? Look at all the disintegrators. You can see the reflection. And that's weird. Never seen that before. Disintegrator is going to be moving out here, looking to get in and do some more damage. Could be potentially sniping down this construction yard. Ooh, should have just sacrificed and killed that Hammerhead, because those disintegrators are just going to clean up the remainder of this base. And now it looks like he's actually going to be trying to kill off this Reclamator hub. Not a bad decision, because if he can stop that from coming out, that's going to be lights out for Clan Eden. I don't know how he's going to recover from that. Yeah, it looks like it is going to be going down. Oh, this is going to be so close. Yes, it does go down. And Clan Eden not looking too good. He does get the Zone Trooper out of there. Not sure if that was just from the destroyed building or if it was because he sold it off. But looks like it was a mass sell-up at his original main. He does still have his construction yard, though. And he's not out of this game just yet, but Tiberian Future has a huge number of disintegrators out on the field, and there's just nothing here to respond to them from Clan Eden. He doesn't have his tier 3. He doesn't have anything, really. He doesn't have any production structures, and Clan Eden throws in the towel. Tiberian Future are going to be moving on in this tournament. Alright everybody, welcome to game number 1 of this best of 3 elimination series between Green Zero and Tiberian Future, spawning on the left-hand side of Twisted Rift. As the yellow vanilla GDI, we have Green Zero. And his opponent down in the bottom right-hand corner, playing as the purple Traveler 59, we do have Tiberian Future. So we have yellow versus purple here, best of 3. It is 0-0, as it is game number 1. And yeah, here we go. So, best of 3 series, Tiberian Future. He's been playing quite well. He gets behind early on, but he manages to pull it out later on in the game. Green Zero also very good in the late game. He has that game knowledge to know that he needs to expand back to open Tiberian fields to grab that cash boost and just give him such an advantage towards the late game. And it's going to be a couple of these disintegrators, or rather not disintegrators, the buzzers, sorry, a little bit of a brain fart, getting caught out there by the rifleman squads, but it's going to be disintegrators with the fast leg upgrades coming online right now, going to be headed up to the top of the map, and I don't think that this has been seen by Green Zero. He may be seeing it just now. That rifleman squad stopped. He must have seen it. Not sure if he had vision on it, but I'm pretty sure that he did. And we will be seeing Traveler 59 out of Tiberian Future being played. So Disintegrator is always a viable option, and on a map like this there's quite a lot of different paths that you can take. This will definitely be spotted by Green Zero now. That Rifleman squad was moving down south. He will be giving chase by the looks of it. Maybe not, just heading up top, just trying to get more vision. But Green Zero doesn't seem too fussed about it. He has gone heavy eco, and it looks like it is going to be maybe another harvester coming out, so maybe Green Zero hasn't seen this. I don't know. But there's nothing here to defend against it. No watchtower queued. Green Zero might actually be caught out by this. A power plant coming out, selling off that refinery straight away. A 4th harvester coming out as well. That's another harvester being sacrificed there to kill off those disintegrators. So this is looking like it has caught Green Zero out of position. So he sacrificed that harvester just because those disintegrators were stacked up so heavily. But that's going to be putting Tiberian Future ahead in terms of eco. He gets that 3rd harvester out, and he hasn't... I mean, he did lose all of those units, but he has that 3rd harvester out faster than Green Zero. And he says, I have no idea how they got through, and I have to agree, I could have swore he saw them. I don't know how he managed to sneak them past. I could have swore that Rifleman squad up top would have definitely spotted them. But yeah, that was extremely, extremely close. And we're going to be seeing Tiberian Future just continuing to get more scouts around on the map. There's going to be additional dual portals here out from Tiberian Future, realizing he has a little bit of an advantage here. He's going to continue to push that by going more disintegrators, and they're going to be headed down towards the bottom of the map. I don't think that they have been spotted. If they do path around this little rift right here, they will be spotted now, so Green Zero will have plenty of opportunity to react to this, and he already has a couple of APCs out on the field, definitely going to be able to hold the lines against that. Sells off that power plant, drops another refinery here. And where are those disintegrators? It looks like they are chilling down on the bottom portion of the map here, just kind of hanging out. More disintegrators up on the top of the map, just cleaning up scouts all over the place here. One of the great powers of Traveler 59, those disintegrators with the fast legs. They're just so good at anti-scouting, and they're also very good at harassing your opponent's economy. Warp Sphere being powered down. Maybe going to be seeing a 2nd refinery coming out, and just powering that down just to avoid being on low power. But we are going to be seeing these disintegrators moving in. They do have to take out a foxhole here, so taking some damage. Don't actually focus down the Rifleman squad. Don't know why they actually de-garrisoned them. We do have the mine drop as well. Taking out one more harvester. Could potentially be getting another harvester. That's not going to be enough, though, as the harvester's guns as well as the APC and Rifleman squads are going to be enough to destroy them. And the harvester will get away scot-free. Takes quite a bit of damage, but he won't be going down anytime soon. It looks like maybe these squads up in the north were cleaned up by the APCs. I'm not quite sure. We did miss that. Focus a little bit too much on that left attack. Tiberian Future, though, he's not relenting on the aggression. He just wants to go more of these disintegrators. He's saying, hey, I've been able to kill some of your harvesters. I'm just going to keep it up. You can send in 4 disintegrators, kill another harvester. It's just is such a pain for Green Zero to deal with. And if Tiberian Future is able to continue to tech behind this, he gets up to tier 2. So maybe going to fast tech behind this. Honestly, not too sure. It would not be a terrible idea because Green Zero, he knows that he's expanded. Oh, no, actually, Green Zero's gone up to tier 2. Looks like his AP ammo is almost done. And foxholes all over the place for Green Zero. Not a bad idea, as it will be preventing those disintegrators from sneaking in. Actually, it looks like no. Tiberian Future will be sneaking in on the bottom of the map. I don't know if he cleaned out a scout down there, but you have the APCs moving in here for for Green Zero, and it's going to be a lightning spike drop here from Tiberian Future to hold those guys off. But the APCs do quite a bit of damage. And it looks like they're just going to choose to focus down the refinery. That lightning spike is in a little bit of a difficult position and cannot actually support that refinery at all. We do have some additional disintegrators being killed off by a couple of watchtowers and some rifleman squads. AP ammo is done. I'm not sure. It looks like maybe that was that disintegrator force. No, that disintegrator force is still here. A couple of foxholes here, though, for Green Zero. They're going to be able to do huge amounts of damage to this force, especially with that AP ammo upgrade. And looks like Tiberian Future is just trying desperately to get around them. But he's going to be taking massive losses here and loses all of those squads for no gain. But a Prodigy out on the field. Did not expect that to be coming out. Tiberian Future, he does have that Prodigy out on the field, so that means Tier 3 is done. And going to be relying really heavily on that Prodigy early on because he's invested a lot of money in that, so he does not want to lose it. We do have the Mechapedes out on the field, very much expected at this point in the game, especially if you're going to fast tech. You need to go with those Mechapedes to get that map pressure. And against Green Zero, I think he still has Tier 2. Yes, he does. So he could potentially get out some Shatterer tanks. He can hold the line against this, but it's going to be very difficult because those Mechapedes are already in his base. So these Harvesters are going to be forced off the line here, and that's exactly what Tiberian Future wants at this point. If he could even kill these Harvesters, that would be really good. Shatterer tank coming up here, gets a nice shot off, cleaning up the segments, but do not actually manage to kill the heads. And that's going to be unfortunate. These Mechapedes could be going down. Is it going to go down to some Rifleman squads? That would be unfortunate. Looks like that Mechapede may be going down. Oh, actually, it's going to get away. So all these Mechapedes are going to get away. They do quite a bit of damage, but take quite a bit of damage in return. We do have a Pitbull Scout coming in here, actually getting destroyed by a Photon Cannon. That's not something you see too often. But a couple of mine drops here out from Green Zero, just going to be a little bit of annoying harassment here on his Harvesters. But in the middle of the map, we do see just some scouts facing off over that blue Tiberium, and we do see Tiberian Future coming out on top in that situation. Shatterer tanks just kind of moving around here. Not too much going on. We have a decent number of Shatterer tanks out on the field. Green Zero may be thinking that it was really heavy into the Mechapede spam, but likely not going to be seeing too many more Mechapedes out from Tiberian Future. Just those same three out on the field. Where is that Prodigy? Prodigy's here in the middle of the map. Not quite sure where he's headed. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that Prodigy's up to. It's been on the field for quite a while, and the longer he waits, the more opportunity that Green Zero is going to have to set up base defenses to shut that down. It looks like he is going to be moving in here, maybe trying to catch out something. Oh, very dangerous here, though. That will be teleporting in. He grabs the MCV. That's really bad for Green Zero. The Prodigy does go down, but the MCV is lost. And now these... Actually, no! There are disc segments on the Mechapedes now. Going to be destroying some of these Orcas. The question is can he get in here and destroy the remainder of these Orcas? Nice minefields coming out from Green Zero. Is it going to be enough? All four Orcas will be going down. Two of the Mechapedes will be getting away. And the disc segment's going to be shutting down any additional air reinforcements from Green Zero. So, man, just trading so well. Tiberian Future playing this really, really well. Green Zero being forced to rebuild his MCV at some point here. We'll likely have to do that now. And let's take a look. I would imagine that's probably an MCV being built straight away. Yep, that is the first thing coming out. And we'll actually go back to observer mode here. And actually it looks like the power is going to be focused down here by Tiberian Future. That's actually not a bad idea. Oh man, Orca Strike coming in, sniping down one of those Mechapedes. A Shatterer tank showing up, manages to snipe down the second one. That's unfortunate. MCV comes out, and that's going to be good news for Green Zero. But the Prodigy, I mean, that can just be rebuilt, and it is back out on the field, so he can send that back in to snipe that MCV again. And that's really annoying to have to deal with. We do have the Hexpod out on the field for Tiberian Future as well, but we have a Foxhole being dropped here. That's unusual. Corruptors here. Be able to shut that down. What in the world? That was strange. Okay, so we just saw the Buzzer attacking the Foxhole, not actually de-garrisoning the units. I didn't even know that they could attack the Foxhole. But at any rate, we are going to be seeing that hexapod moving out around the map. Not quite sure where he's headed. It looks like he's probably headed up to this expansion field, realizing that that's where the majority of Green Zero's eco is at this point in the game. So he is going to be moving forward. We do have dual shock trooper going into that hexapod. It looks like the Prodigy will be garrisoned in as well. So maybe going to be seeing an additional Prodigy being built, but harassment coming in from Green Zero, coming in here and destroying this lower portion of the base. And actually all of the tech of Tiberian Future is in a really bad position here, selling up pretty much everything aside from his tier 3, maybe trying desperately to get out his... No, actually he does not have it. So this was a really good move here from Green Zero. He managed to catch Tiberian Future completely out of position, loses all of his tech, and actually all of the Harvesters being forced to pull off the line here by Tiberian Future. And it looks like he's going to use this opportunity to use these Corruptors to just go through and de-garrison all of these units. Using the Corruptors to destroy the buildings, a good decision because they do quite a bit of damage against structures. Very, very good. Sending the Hexapod back to defend his main base. And the APCs is... Oh, the APC's getting some nice shots on the drone ship. He's getting into a position where he can't really repair it. I don't know about this choice from Tiberian Future. He's going to be losing the drone ship. Hexapod teleports in. Green Zero caking that. He does not take out the drone ship. And now this Hexapod is just going to do massive amounts of damage. Oh my god, that drone ship's so low on health. But these forces just attacking. Oh no. Green Zero not too happy with that. I can't imagine. That drone ship snipe would have been perfect at this point in the game, because it would have forced Tiberian Future to spend so much money on rebuilding that drone platform. No warp sphere means that he is going to be forced to build only infantry, and then he can just straight up hammerhead spam his way out of that. Quad airfield Orca. Quad airfield Orca. That is insane. Look how many Orcas are out on the field. I did not see this coming. But the Corruptors here are doing quite a bit of damage. They could potentially be destroying one of the airfields here. I don't know if they are going to be able to. No, the Harvester gets the final kill shot on that. And man, where are those Orcas? The Orcas are going to be coming in here. They can do huge amounts of damage to that Hexapod. And it looks like he is going to be going Harvester hunting instead. Good decision here. And the Hexapod teleports in, going to be potentially trying to get some shots on these Orcas. And is not going to be able to take any of them out. Manages to get a snipe on one of the Mechapeds too. So this is looking really good for Tiberian Future. He does have quad airfield, and we do have a single Hammerhead with AP ammo out on the field. The Disintegrators are up top. Could they potentially be doing quite a bit of damage? If they can shut down a couple of these airfields, that's going to be pretty massive, because that's going to eliminate... Oh no, Green Zero does still have its construction yard. So this is looking really good for Green Zero. The Hammerheads were a great choice. He's going to get one of the airfields, could potentially be getting two, but I don't know that that's going to be enough. Those airfields can be rebuilt pretty cost effectively, and huge amounts of Orcas, just insane. But these Disintegrators are going to be here to reinforce the Hexapod. The Hexapod, the only anti-air defense aside from the couple of Gunwalkers that are out on the field. I don't know what Tiberian Future is really going to be able to do here. Maybe he can pull away with another miraculous comeback. Tier 2 coming down. Not quite sure what he's got in mind here. As the Tier 2, maybe he's going to be spamming anti-air defenses. Not quite sure. But at this point, really not going to be doing too much damage. Yeah, it is going to be a plasma missile battery. Catching one. Actually catching two. Could potentially be catching three. No, not going to be getting three. But that plasma missile battery doing huge amounts of damage. But quad airfield Orca actually dropping one of the combat support airfields. The fact that they are unbugged in 1.02 plus, that is quite good, and they are much less costly than the actual airfields themselves, though they cannot actually rebuild any units. But there's just so many of those airfields out. I don't think Green Zero has too much to worry about in that regard. And that these couple of Hammerheads could be doing huge amounts of damage to these Disintegrators. Sorry, a weird bug out with my scoreboard there. But the Hammerheads, oh, taking quite a bit of damage. Two Hammerheads go down, two Orcas go down straight away. One gets damaged very heavily, so that's unfortunate. The drone ship is moving out. Not quite sure where he's planning to go. It looks like he is going to try to grab this green Tiberium. He's got to be very careful. These Orcas can do so much damage. And a couple of plasma missile batteries. I don't know if it's going to be enough to hold the line. Looks like Green Zero is going to use this opportunity to snipe power. Puts Tiberian Future in a low power state, but he does not actually have to worry about it too much, as he is power microing. Trying to destroy the nerve center, that's not a bad idea at all. And that's going to be a nice snipe for him, but honestly, there's not really a whole lot here from Tiberian Future. He has Gunwalkers, he has the Eradicator Hexapod, but Green Zero has the Eco. So he's got the Eco set up down on this expansion. He doesn't have a whole lot of units out on the field. He's got a lot of the Orcas out right now, but they're coming back to a base that's being pushed by a Hexapod. And it looks like the airfields are going to be sold off, and Green Zero needs to get these Orcas back in range of that airfield so that way they don't blow up on their own. Sells up the airfield, so those Orcas will be going down just over time, unless he rebuilds an airfield down here somewhere. He's going to have to redo that right now because these Orcas are just being lost for literally no reason. And the Gunwalkers are going to be destroying that power plant. That's unfortunate. But man, Tiberian Future may pull this off. Green Zero is being pushed back into his base. He only has this tier 1 army. He does have EMP. No, he does not have EMP grenades. Oh, EMP grenades quite a ways off too. And that's going to be damaging. Gunwalkers here are going to be able to shred these units pretty quickly. And the Hexapod just doing so much splash damage. Green Zero, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold the line here. These Gunwalkers are going to be moving in for the crush. Not a bad decision. And if he can manage to crush a lot of these Grenadier squads, that's going to be really good. A couple of Grenadier squads are still alive. Still no EMP upgrades. EMP grenades done just now. And the teleport away gets away just in time. I don't know if you guys saw that animation, but that happened just in the nick of time. But man, manages to teleport that away. That's going to be annoying. Green Zero not going to be happy about that at all. Tiberian Future, he's looking pretty good. Green Zero, he's got the Eco, but he just doesn't have enough units. Whereas Tiberian Future, he's got those high-tech units, but he just doesn't have the Eco. So it's kind of a weird mix between the two. And Green Zero, he does still have those Orcas. Not quite sure where they're at the moment. There they are. They are going to be moving down south. It looks like Tiberian Future is going to use this time to destroy that Tiberium Spike. Gets his veteran Hexapod there. That's always a good thing. Those Hexapods, once they get ranked up, they are just so difficult to deal with. They're so difficult to deal with to start with, but they're just so much more powerful when they are ranked up. And let's see what Tiberian Future is up to in the meantime. We do have... Ooh, nice move here from Green Zero. He's going to be able to destroy that Harvester. No problem. The Hexapod teleports in. He's going to be able to get one of those Orcas. That's unfortunate. Gets a little bit of cash boost off of that as well. Tier 2 coming down for Tiberian Future as well. Another Gunwalker catching these guys out of position. And now the Gunwalkers can just kind of chase them around. Green Zero can't really come in and do anything to this field. He might be able to get some damage on these Harvesters, but it's going to have to take some serious micro from Green Zero. He's going to be taking huge amounts of damage, and it looks like all of these Orcas will be going down to the plasma missile batteries of Tiberian Future. And man, that's unfortunate. But missile squads, as well as some rifle squads, Grenadiers, and AP ammo, APCs, going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. I don't know that they're going to be enough to take out the Hexapod, though. He's going to need to get the EMP off and then just continually chain EMP that Hexapod down. And do we have a Prodigy out on the field? So literally nothing out on the field aside from the Hexapod and some supporting units. Just some very, very minor supporting units here for Tiberian Future. So he's going to have to play this very, very carefully. This force of Green Zero is moving in at just the right time. They're going to be able to come in here and do some serious damage. Those Hammerheads just here for some control against the Disintegrators and potentially any Prodigy that's out on the field. Maybe just trying to find it, thinking that there is one out on the field. But the Hexapod is going to be coming in. He could potentially teleport on top of this force, but it would be the death of him because these EMP grenades are going to be able to lock him down. They lock him down straight away, and now all of the fire is going to be turned onto this Eradicator Hexapod, and that is a good decision here. The Hammerheads here from Green Zero are going to be able to pick away at the Corruptors. Actually, an EMP coming off on the drone platform as well. We're not going to see any base defenses coming out from Tiberian Future, and this is looking all but certain to be in Green Zero's favor. That Hexapod will be going down. No phase field today. That is going down. And then the drone platform is the next one on the list. The Corruptors get focused first, and then the drone platform gets killed. So Tiberian Future throwing in the towel, and Green Zero will be taking game number 1. All right, and game number 2 brings us to tournament decision, spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the purple Traveler 59. We do have Tiberian Future. And his opponent coming off of a victory in the last game as the Cyan GDI, we have Green Zero. So Green Zero is up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. And once again, my scoreboard acting a little bit funky today. Been acting a little strange over the last couple weeks, but I won't worry about it too much. And we got a number of rifleman squads coming up through the center of the map, trying to contend for this garrisonable structure here. And these buzzers are just kind of chilling out, attacking the ground. Looks like they are going to go forward, trying to kill these rifleman squads. It doesn't look like... Oh, managed to get all 3 of them. That is unfortunate for Green Zero. But Tiberian Future getting a nice scout engagement early on. And Green Zero likely not going to even try to go for that Tiberian spike up top. Very risky against a screen player just due to the fact that those buzzers are so fast. And actually going to be potentially killing off that buzzer squad. Oh, that buzzer could have definitely killed that rifleman squad. That is unfortunate for Tib Future. We do have the portal here. It is powered down. Don't see any disintegrators out on the map. So maybe going to be a late disintegrator push here. But this is something that Tib Future loves to do. He chills out with a buzzer here behind the Tib spike of his opponent. And it's actually going to be Green Zero coming up here with an APC to respond to this. And yeah, it's going to be forcing Tib Future to fall back with that buzzer squad. And down in the south, let's see what we have going on. Tib Future just going pretty standard. He does still have his portal around. Not sure what he's keeping that around for. Maybe going to be going for a little bit of a mid-game fast legs. And powers that up straight away. Actually, maybe going to be built right now, actually. Green Zero, what is he up to? It looks like it's standard eco play. Maybe going to be seeing a 3rd refinery. No, it is a 2nd power plant. He's going to be packing up, going for the expand. He's content with just going 2 refinery on this field. And Tib Future, he's made triple refinery work on this field the last couple of times that I've seen him play on it. So we'll have to see if he's able to make it work again. It's going to be a late fast legs for Tib Future, but it will be coming nonetheless. And that portal not actually pumping out any descents just yet. And this APC just continuing to focus down this garrisonable structure. Will be catching that buzzer? Yeah, it will be. Thought for a second there that Tib Future was going to manage to get that around the building. He was not able to do so. Disintegrator is coming out just now for Tib Future. That upgrade likely done, actually done already. So that is out on the field already. And do we have, it looks like it is going to be an additional refinery coming out for Tib Future. He's going to go for that triple refinery 7 harvester ratio. And actually, no, Green Zero is going to go for that additional refinery as well, just packing up and trying to get that a little bit further down on this portion of the map as opposed to up top. Because this is obviously a very, very easy route for disintegrators to come in and harass. And it's very difficult to scout to try to prevent, whereas this middle area, it's a little bit more easy to see that stuff coming because you've usually got scouts in the middle of the map. So that's an interesting choice here from Green Zero. Tiberian Future going to be getting some shots on that rifleman squad. That's going to be cleaned up completely. And let's see what we have going back on in the base of Tib Future. So the jig is up. The disintegrators have been spotted, and there are a number of these gunwalkers out on the field to support them as well. But we do have a barracks being sold off here from Green Zero to try to respond to this, and it's going to be APCs trying to hold the line. They're going to get some nice mine drops on that gunwalker. Not exactly what he was hoping to get. Oh, the mine drops doing huge amounts of damage to those disintegrators. That's exactly what he wanted to see. And this map obviously very good for mine drops. And we do have the tier 2 being laser fenced here. That's not a bad decision from Green Zero. Wow, drops that barracks, sells it off straight away. Going to be getting on a watchtower as well. He wants to defend that tier 2. He wants that AP ammo upgrade. It is so close to being done. Is he going to get it? I mean, these disintegrators, they're going to bypass it. They're going to be going for the harvesters. That's actually not a terrible idea. But oh, they get absolutely carved through by the Shatterer tanks. And by Shatterer tanks, I do in fact mean one Shatterer tank. That harvester does need to be pulled off the line, though. The lightning spike as well as the DPS from these gunwalkers likely going to be enough to destroy it. And actually the gunwalkers may be able to kill them by themselves. Oh, actually maybe not. Yeah, they are. They are going to be enough to hold the line there. But Green Zero, he's held pretty well here. He has been trapped kind of in this corner, though. But now what has Tiberian Future been up to in the meantime? He does have disintegrators moving out once again. And we do have a cultist out on the field. Tier 3 is down, so So maybe going to be seeing straight into a Prodigy. Yeah, that's building very slow. That's going to be a Prodigy for sure. So once again, a fast Prodigy. Again, not a bad decision on this map. Pretty easy to juke in and out using the teleport feature of the Prodigy. And it's going to be Shatterer tanks moving out for Green Zero. Mechapedes, not going to be a good idea at any point in this game, just due to the fact that it's very little opportunity to get them in there and do some damage. Maybe super late game for the Eco Harass, but I very much doubt that we'll see any Mechapedes at all, or maybe just to counter some aircraft. We do have Disintegrators cleaning up that Tiberium spike of Green Zero, but there are APCs as well as Foxholes here to defend against that. They are going to be running straight in, going to be taking massive losses here. And Green Zero, I don't think he lost anything there. Yeah, I don't think he lost a single thing. That's unfortunate. But Green Zero going to be using this opportunity to snipe the Tiberium spike of Tid Future. And are we looking to snipe that down? Yes, he is. So he will be shooting that down there. The Prodigy is out on the field. Gets the mind control on those infantry. Actually, that was really good. He uses the area mind control on the infantry to grab... to try to get the Shatterer tanks to kill off the infantry, and now the Shatterer tanks are all in his possession, so that way his cultists could get into position and capture them. Oh, but that... Oh, losing one of the cultists there to the EMP drops, or rather the mine drops from the APCs. So the mines being very, very effective on this map, and Hexpot out on the field already for Tid Future, and we're seeing Shock Trooper garrisons once again. Not terribly surprising, but we do have... Maybe, is it Firehawks? They are Firehawks, so Firehawks out on the field going to be looking to go for a tech snipe here. And ooh, the power is down. Ooh, that was an opportunity there, but did not have the time. And Green Zero, I'm not sure if he sees that storm column. He must have radar scanned over here, and because it looks like he's sitting back pretty far. Yeah, so we do see the plasma missile battery drop already up to that shard launcher upgrade, so Tid Future does not waste any time at all getting that upgrade. So powerful, so good against aircraft. And that Shatterer tank way across the map now, not quite sure where he's headed. Maybe going to be trying to destroy this Tib spike, but Green Zero doesn't even have that. So he doesn't necessarily need to destroy it. Maybe just going to camp that thing out there. But the Marv is out on the field for Green Zero as a response. Not a terrible idea. It's going to be able to tank quite a bit of damage. And we'll also give him an opportunity to Marvist some fields here. And let's take a look. We do see the Hexapod as well as a large number of Harvesters looking to leech some green Tiberium. And it looks like maybe the drone platform is coming along for the ride. Yeah, here comes the drone platform. So he's going to be looking to expand down to the bottom of the map. And let's see what Green Zero is up to. He has not packed up his MCV just yet. We do have Juggernauts out on the field as well, and looks like that Marv is just kind of checking out that Harvester like, hey baby, what's up? But the Marv is just kind of chilling out here. We do have the Firehawk Stratofightering in, not quite sure what they hit. Oh, it looks like they did take out the Tier 3. That's unfortunate for Tid Future, and it does look like all 4 Firehawks got away, so that's going to be good for Green Zero. He's going to be quite happy about that. And we know Green Zero loves his Firehawks against Scrim players just due to the fact that they can't laser fence buildings. He kind of abuses that against them because, hey, they abuse everything else against him. And yeah, I can't really argue with that philosophy. And we're going to be seeing the Hexapod moving forward here with a lot of support. And this is going to be a difficult situation for Green Zero. I don't know that he's really got the forces here to defend against this. He does have EMP grenades, so he could potentially be holding the line here. These Grenadier squads really need to turn around and at least get EMP grenades off. They do get the Hexapod, but they don't actually get any of the Corruptors. The Corruptors could actually just focus down the construction yard really quickly. And it looks like actually the Annihilator Tripods are going to be trying to get into position to try to EMP the Marv. They are not going to be able to do so, though. One does go down. The Corruptor should really just be focusing down the construction yard. I don't know why he doesn't just choose to destroy this. The Hexapod really isn't taking any damage to be worried about, but that construction yard is definitely out of position. Why are they not focusing it down? I don't know. But now he's being forced back by the Hammerheads as well as additional reinforcements here from Green Zero, and now the Corruptors are way left behind. They are going to need to cut and run right now. And yeah, they're going to run out of there right now. Going to be potentially seeing one of them go down. No, they can tank quite a bit of damage. So they are going to be forced to fall back there. Missing an opportunity, I think, to kill that construction yard. I don't think he valued quite what it would have been worth if he had killed that construction yard, because there's literally nothing here for Green Zero aside from a single airfield, and that would have been absolutely crippling. It would have essentially won him the game, because there's just no way that he could have spammed out forces faster than Tid Future could have, especially with Hammerheads and Firehawks and things like that. But actually, I don't even think he has his tech. Yeah, so it was a complete sell-up from Green Zero in his main base. I'm not sure what happened here, if there was a Prodigy that came in and sniped some stuff, or what went down. A couple of assimilators out on the field. We'll have to try to keep an eye on those guys. But, ooh, actually... Okay, the MCV's gone. So... why is it gone? Green Zero sell off his MCV? Green Zero sold his MCV? There must have been a Prodigy that came in and tried to capture it, so he just sold it instead. I honestly don't know what just happened right there, but the MCV is gone. So the only production structure that Green Zero has is a single airfield. And he doesn't have any tech. So he can't build Firehawks. I think he can build Orcas without Tier 2. He can build Hammerheads without Tier 2. But... yeah, this is really bad for Green Zero. I don't know what happened right there. It must have been a Prodigy MCV cap. But, yeah, Green Zero is going to be trying to hold the line against all of these forces with just the Marv and some infantry. There are some Hammerheads out on the field, but, I mean, once Tib Future realizes that it's just an airfield, I mean, he's going to go Mechapedes and just absolutely own the aircraft. So... Tib Future, he does have his Tier 3 back up and running. He's expanded down here. He already has this field completely mined out. Green Zero, on the other hand, he has about a half of this Tiberian field mined out, maybe a little bit more than half mined out at this point. He doesn't have any production structures. He's not giving up just yet, maybe just trying to think that, okay, maybe Tib Future doesn't have as much as... wow, and I mean, that Marv is super low HP as well. And once that Marv goes down, I don't know how Green Zero is really going to hold out. He has no way of repairing it right now because he doesn't have the engineers inside of it to repair it. And not sure where that engineer went, to be honest. Actually, did Green Zero try to send that engineer to capture something? Marv does go down. EMP comes off on the Hex Pod, but it is not going to be enough. Not sure how Green Zero is going to hold the line here. There is a Firehawk out on the field, but that's going to be getting focused down very quickly. That goes down straight away. Gunwalker spam here. Very good decision from Tib Future, and it looks like maybe the sell-up from Green Zero. He sells off that refinery. And, wow, actually a decent number of Hammerheads. I don't know how he massed up so quickly. He probably has a decent economy, just doesn't have much in the way of units. And it's looking like he's going to try to go in for some type of a base trade here, but I mean, just these plasma missile batteries alone, he's not going to be able to trade at all against these buildings. It looks like he's going to get a snipe on the Tier 3 potentially. Actually, he's going to look to go for the power plants. That's a good decision. And focus down that Tier 3 straight away. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Actually, maybe going to use this opportunity to snipe down the power straight away. But that plasma missile battery will be doing quite a bit of damage. Power does go down. Green Zero, can he potentially pull this one out by just sniping all of the power? That would be pretty epic. And with more power plants going down, this is going to have to be pretty serious from Green Zero to really hold this one off. He's going to have to continually snipe all of the power. And he's going to be going for the gravity stabilizers now. But the drone platform has redeployed. He is going to be able to drop power plants continually. And Tib Future, he's just pushing so hard. Green Zero throwing in the GG, and Green Zero has been defeated. Tib Future evening this up 1-1. All right, that brings us to game number 3, and a little bit of a early on the trigger with the scoreboard, but on the left-hand side of, I believe this is, oh geez, I forget the name of the map. Sorry, everybody. It's been a long day. But it's spawning on the left-hand side as the purple Traveler 59. We do have Tiberian Future. And on the right-hand side as the blue GDI, we have Green Zero. So it is 1-1 in a best-of-3 series here. Whoever loses this next game is out of the tournament for good. That is it. And we'll have to see. Tiberian Future coming off of an unlikely victory in the last game. I was thinking that Green Zero had that one. But Tiberian Future getting some nice engagements, and then maybe just a preemptive MCV sell. I honestly still don't know what happened to that MCV. I saw some people complaining in the chat that I'm not doing a good job of standing up with the action. But yeah, I don't know what happened to the MCV. If Green Zero sold that, I mean, there's no way that I could have predicted that he was going to sell it. I don't think anybody would have expected that. But if it was captured, that was something a little bit more drastic to be missed. I think it was captured, or it was going to be captured, and that's why he sold it. Just trying to get that eco back, but I don't know. It was a very strange situation. But going back into this game, it's looking like it's just going to be standard eco play here coming out from Green Zero again, to be expected. No early game cultists, but once again, going for the portal and dropping that and powering it down. So he's going to be going for those mid-game disintegrators, and that's to be expected. He's been making it work all day long, and I don't see any reason why he would want to switch that up now. Likely going to be seeing a Buzzer Hive drop, and should be killing off this scout here. Not going to be able to keep up, I don't think. Oh, the movement out of that squad, just enough to lose a couple of the members, but that one member of that squad is going to be getting a full scout on this base. That's going to be quite good. Likely going to be seeing a secondary scout coming out from Green Zero in the form of a Pitbull here relatively soon. We'll have to see. Actually, no, it is going to be more harvesters. I'm not sure if there's already a Pitbull out on the map. But purple and blue, very difficult to differentiate one another from on the map here. But it is going to be Tib Future packing up and going for the expand. He does have that portal down on the field. It is going to be just for buzzers at this point. Maybe going to sell that off now. That one rifleman squad still here chilling out, getting eyes on the base. Another scout here running through the main base of Tib Future, realizing that he can run in now due to the fact that the drone platform is on the move. Let's take a look. Green Zero has expanded down to the south. We will be looking to get some eco established on this natural expansion. And then from there, that's when you're going to start seeing the divergence in the builds. We're likely going to see these guys go for a little bit of eco, or they may go tech. Actually, it looks like Tiberian Future may go tech here. Looks like it was built quite quickly. I don't know if it's going to be a tier 2. Oh, it is going to be tier 1.5. So yeah, I mean, Tib Future's made this work. He's going to be going fast legs. It's going to be disintegrators coming out of that portal. Green Zero, I don't know that he's got eyes on the fact that that portal is still here. He will be running in with a scout now, and there is no Buzzer Hive queued just yet here to actually kill that squad. So we do just have a Rifleman squad garrisoned inside that structure, just trying to de-garrison that unit. That will take some time. Green Zero will be getting eyes on this stasis chamber, so he will be able to get some early game knowledge that those disintegrators will be on the way, though I have to imagine that he was expecting them, just due to the fact that they've been so potent so far in the last 2 games. And Green Zero, how is he going to respond to this? He doesn't have anything dropped on this expansion. He does have tier 2. So tier 2 is done. It's going to be orcas out on the field, likely going to be seeing some hammerheads following up just to deal with those pesky disintegrators. None being queued just yet, but likely we'll see them in the very near future. A couple of Pitbulls out here for the harass, going to be able to clean up some of these gunwalkers. That's also quite good, but the disintegrator is going to be forcing those guys to fall back. Nice reaction time from Green Zero to pull those guys away. We do have some more disintegrators being pumped out of those portals, more disins down on the bottom, and the orcas are going to be moving in here. And I don't think that there's really much here to defend against these orcas aside. Oh, actually, there's a decent number of these gunwalkers. 4 gunwalkers out for Tib Future, likely going to be enough to hold the line against those orcas. Not quite sure where they're at. It looks like they are being chased by the disintegrators. Though the disintegrators are not going to be able to do absolutely anything against them. Green Zero getting a nice snipe on one of the harvesters, expending one more rocket than he probably should have. But honestly, that is nothing to be worried about. He's not going to be able to do too much more. But we do have the disintegrators coming in once again for Tib Future, and it looks like he managed to kill that MCV. That's massive. And Green Zero, I mean, he's just been punished so hard by these disintegrators. And now if that lightning spike can kill off that harvester, that's going to be huge. Oh my god, one shot away. That is huge. Green Zero going to be saving that harvester. Likely going to be working on building another MCV here. That's unfortunate. Green Zero going to be losing that MCV to some disintegrators, but Tiberian Future is going to be loving that, and he's keeping that portal around maybe just to continue to pump out more disintegrators. So the disintegrator Gunwalker has been working out really well for Tiberian Future throughout this tournament, but we are going to be seeing them moving up north. We do have more Orcas going down to the plasma missile batteries. They do snipe another harvester, so that's quite good. Can't complain too much about that. Let's see what we have going on down south. We do have a couple of pit bulls moving in here. They are going to be coming in at just the right time, too, because these Gunwalkers are moving out of position. There is one Gunwalker here to defend, but it will be joining the main body of forces here. It's going to be the Gunwalker Disintegrators moving in here for Tiberian Future, but Tiberian Future not reacting to these hammerheads. We will be shooting up a couple of them now. One does go down straight away. The other two are going to get away no problem. And yeah, it's going to be the Gunwalkers in front of the Disintegrators. Not a bad idea. Going to be focusing down those two remaining hammerheads now. MCV has been rebuilt. We do have a barracks out on the field. We do have Shatterer tank out on the field as well. Looks like that was maybe a force fire out from Green Zero, just trying to get a shot on those Disintegrators as they were getting into range. But Orca's moving out. Absolutely no base defenses here, aside from a lone watchtower with APMO upgrade here to defend against these forces of Tiberian Future. And Tiberian Future is going to be completely shutting down this expansion. If he can destroy that refinery, that's going to set Green Zero even further behind, and that's going to be very unfortunate. I mean, honestly, should just turn and focus all of his fire on those units. He's actually going to turn and engage now. He's going to leave the Disintegrators to focus down the refinery. But watchtower drops, I mean, this is why you need to focus fire. It's so important, because all of those Disintegrators got focused down, and now this refinery could potentially be saved. Is Green Zero gonna save it? He saves the refinery. What a save! Oh my god, so low on HP. He's actually gonna stop the repair there. Not sure if it's just due to low eco, but wow, that was extremely close. And we're going to be seeing Green Zero moving around with more of those Orcas. So despite losing quite a few of them to the plasma missile batteries as well as the Gunwalkers, he's going to continue to move out with them nonetheless. And spotting that there are Disintegrators moving out in the north, he's going to have to respond to that somehow. Likely going to be Hammerheads out there to deal with them. But Gunwalker's moving out in the north as well. But Tiberian Future, he spent a lot of forces there trying to take out those forces. Did not actually destroy all of the army of Green Zero, nor did he actually get that refinery. That is unfortunate. I think that was a better trade for Green Zero than it was for Tiberian Future. And let's take a look. We do have another refinery here down on this expansion for Green Zero, so he has got his MCV back down here somewhere. And not sure where that MCV has gone. Did he sell it again? No, how did he get another oh, he had the build radius from this refinery. I'm a dummy. Sorry. And we have more Disintegrators coming in here, sniping down an additional refinery. Managed to kill off another harvester. Actually, I don't even think they managed to kill that refinery. I think they just forced the sell off. Man, Green Zero getting away with just the skin of his teeth here. That harvester will be surviving. So I don't know that he actually got any harvester kills, but it's going to be rockets and Shatterer tanks moving out for Green Zero, and that's a menacing looking force. But against Gunwalkers, they're going to be shut down pretty hard. Unless the Shatterer tanks can get off some really good shots. And Green Zero does have that garrison up in the north, so Green Zero's got really good map vision. He's got the top and the bottom locked down. He can see what's going on. I don't know that he can see all the way down here, though. He most likely can't. And likewise for the very top of the map. But it will be more Disintegrators moving out through the middle of the map for Tiberian Future, and he's content with just going for those Disintegrator spam. And again, Disintegrators just so powerful, and this just shows why they are, and how they are, rather. These Disintegrators just so cost effective for the damage that they have the potential to do. But these Shatterer tanks are going to be absolutely massacring these guys. One Shatterer could go down. It will be saved with just a tiny bit of HP. Looks like more of the Disintegrators are going to come in, but they're going to get instantly vaporized by the Shatterer tanks here. So Warp Chasm down on the field for Tib Future. So not a whole lot of units out on the field for him just at the moment. But Prodigy out as well. We do have Tier 3 into his Warp Chasm, into his Hexapod. And Green Zero, he's got a decent number of infantry, but we've been seeing this infantry and Shatterer combo not really work all that effectively against this unit composition. But a radar scan coming down, he's going to be seeing that Warp Chasm is there. So he's going to know that he needs to either engage now or wait and get EMP grenades and then engage then. I don't think he has actually any Grenadiers here, so no EMP grenades in the near future. And let's take a look. We do have just a lone Firehawk, or rather a lone Orca moving back out. Oh, a couple more Orcas going to be joining the battle there. Looks like they're coming back from a Harvester harassment run. I don't think they were actually able to poke in and do any damage due to the fact that there are some gunwalkers here to defend. The Eradicator Hexapod is out on the field and is moving out. It does have that Prodigy Garrison once again. He is going to be teleporting in, going to be looking to get some nice shots on this force here. And he's getting nice shots on these Shatterer tanks, and that's exactly what he wants to be focusing. The infantry is kind of a second thought at this point. If he can focus down the Shatterers. Wow, one of the Shatterers going down to the Gunwalkers. But that Hexapod is going to be able to do so much damage. Oh, but the Buzzer Swarm support power coming in, cleaning up a huge amount of those Rifleman squads. Going to be able to clean up the remainder of those rocket squads, and this one was completely turned around on its head, and Tiberian Future is looking really good. That Shatterer tank will be going down. The remainder of that infantry will be cleaned up. So he lost a couple of those Gunwalkers as well as a few of the Buzzer Swarms from that support power, but nothing too much to be concerned about. A decent number of Corruptors out on the field going to be able to heal this Hexapod up quite fast. And what are the Orcas going to be able to do? It looks like they're going to try to snipe some of these Corruptors. That wouldn't be a terrible idea. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and do that now, so I think it'll be 2 volleys. Oh, but one Orca does go down. Shard Launcher's once again upgraded for Tib Future. He does not waste any time getting that upgrade. And, actually baiting out the attacks from those Orcas. Actually, both Orcas going down, but the Corruptors actually turning it and healing themselves. A very good move there from Tib Future. And Watchtower spam out from Green Zero trying to defend against that Prodigy. It has been so potent against him so far. He really needs to deal with that. And it looks like something was sold off here. I'm not sure if it was a refinery or what. But actually, Green Zero, he needs to get some eco established on that field. He does still have build radius due to the command post being there, but it's looking like he is pretty low power at this point. He really needs to get his power back up and running. Sells off a couple of those watchtowers. Realizes that he doesn't want to cut his production at the cost of saving his MCV. But man, Devastator warships with those upgraded Traveler engines going to be able to do so much damage. But instantly vaporized by the AP ammo APCs. And now it is just going to be a steamroll here from Green Zero to hold the line against the forces of Tib Future. And what is he going to be able to do? These Gunwalkers taking quite a bit of damage, doing quite a bit of damage in return, focusing down a lot of the Grenadier squads. Not bad. Actually, the Grenadier squads choosing to use the EMP grenades on the Gunwalkers just to save their own lives. And these APCs are going to be forced to fall back here by the menacing look on that Hexapod's face. He's saying, come here, buddy. I just want to play. And maybe going to see him teleport in to get some additional shots. No, maybe not. Honestly, he could definitely teleport in and do some serious damage to that force. It doesn't look like he's going to be doing so. Those Corruptors coming in and do massive damage to these infantry. And they're going to focus down the Grenadier squads straight away, but not actually managing to do so prior to getting EMP'd. And they are going to get away. But man, Tiberian Future is looking really good in this game as well. Green Zero being forced to move around with just some infantry, but heck, the couple of tripods up in the north doing quite a bit of damage. And I don't know that he's going to be able to hold the line. Phase field coming off on the tripods, going to be looking to go in for the crush. That's going to be pretty massive, and we'll have to see, is Green Zero going to be able to hold the line here? He's got to keep these harvesters from getting crushed, and that harvester is going to dock just in time. It will keep it from being crushed, but man, this harvester is looking like it's going to undock any second. And these tripods should really just go in and get some crushes off where they can. Hexapod getting a nice trade down here in the south, managing to catch out a couple more of these APCs. Does not manage to clean that one up. Cleans up that Rifleman squad with a final shot. Good move there. But it looks like Green Zero was able to clean up the majority of this lower base. Not sure if he cleaned that up or actually destroyed it, or rather was sold off. We do have the Prodigy here just chilling between a couple of refineries in the center, but Tiberian Future is looking very, very good. These tripods coming back online. This is actually giving quite a bit of attack power to Green Zero in the form of tripod husks. So yeah, it's going to be an additional racks and likely going to be a couple of engineers straight away to grab those husks. But man, he's got to be careful of that Buzzer Swarm support power. It comes in. Is he going to get the kills on both of the tripod husks? No, he only gets one. But wow, actually a fully heroic missile squad. Did not see that one coming. And what in the world? We did see... He just sell off his tech center? So the tech center was sold off. I think he's just so low on eco he wants to get units out as opposed to the high tech units. He does have a Juggernaut out on the field. And it looks like he's going to be pushing forward here with this infantry and a couple of Annihilator tripods, or actually one Annihilator tripod due to the fact that the other one was cleaned up. And let's take a look. APC is just cleaning up power plants down in the south. That's going to be quite good. Just wants to eliminate any additional structures out on the map in the event that it turns into a base trade. But man, the Devastator warship's doing so much damage to this infantry force. I don't know if... Oh, the EMP. I don't know if that was an EMP bug. Where did that Hexapod go? So I think that was just really good micro on Tiberian Future's part. He managed to teleport just out of the EMP before it hit, because otherwise it would have looked like it was EMP'd. But the Prodigy, I think the bug is that the Prodigy would have to teleport it away while it was EMP'd. But the Hexapod going to be coming in and getting some massive crushes here. And it looks like he is getting huge amounts of crushes, but it doesn't seem like Green Zero is too concerned about it. He's going to be continuing to focus down his Annihilator tripods, but man, he is losing so many units. These Corruptors just coming in and doing so much damage. A portal being dropped here on the front lines for Tiberian Future. He's going to be able to come in and recapture some of these husks. Actually, both of the husks up top being cleaned up. It's only going to be one husk here for Tiberian Future to recapture. A couple of engineers coming out, though, just from a build queue. And Tib Future definitely wants to stop that now. And let's take a look down in the south. We actually do still have this refinery here, so that's pretty good for Green Zero. I'm sure he's quite happy that that's been left alone. But let's take a look and see. We do have a Juggernaut trying to hold the line against the Corruptors, but the Hexapod teleports in. It's going to be trying to get some crushes on these Harvesters, doing huge amounts of damage. Temporal Wormhole coming down from Tib Future as well. Just so annoying. And let's see, he's going to be able to save that Harvester. Oh no, the Harvester is going to be getting... Oh, it gets teleported away by the Prodigy. So, man, Green Zero, I bet he is just bashing his hands into the keyboard right now. Just so mad about the travel aim that's happening to him right now. But at any rate, he is playing this quite well. He's trying to hold off as long as he possibly can. Sells off that barracks, gets out an engineer, going to be grabbing that Juggernaut husk back. Very good decision, but a huge number of Devastator warships, and it's looking like Tiberian Future has this game in the bag. It's just going to be a matter of choosing that final engagement and just capitalizing on it. And it looks like these Devastator warships are going to be coming in for the final push. We do have anti-air defenses being dropped down, but there's just nothing here to defend against this. And once this eco is destroyed, that's going to be lights out for Green Zero. And this is looking really, really bad for Green Zero. In future, he's pulled this one out. In situations where I thought that there was just no coming back, he has managed to come back, but maybe Green Zero can pull something off here. He is trapped down to just this one base. He does still have a decent bit of eco here that he can reclaim on this field, but can he hold the line against these Devastator warships? A couple of these slingshots out on the field. Can I be able to force these guys to fall back? Honestly, I don't know about the choice to fall back here. Could have just steamrolled forward and just continued to press his advantage. Down in the south, we do see that Tib Future has expanded down to that southern green Tiberian field. So going to be pushing that eco advantage even further into his favor. That's going to be quite good. But these Harvesters just stacking up so heavily. And that one Harvester, not quite sure where he is headed. And going for a long distance harvest route, but going to be caught out by the Hexapod as well as all those Devastator warships. The teleport comes in from the Hexapod, trying to get the crush on those Harvesters, but they're just stacked up so heavily right there. And where are they going? The Hexapod taking quite a bit of damage. Man, the EMP is coming off, locking down that Hexapod. Phase field coming off. That is unfortunate. Tiberian Future just abusing everything that he possibly can from these Traveler 59 mechanics. But actually, man, those slingshots doing quite a bit of damage. The MCV gets packed up with absolutely no health left. Not quite sure if that's what he really meant to do there. But he's going to be getting the repair now. And those final shots are going to be enough to kill that off. And the Devastator warships looking to be a very good transition here for Tiberian Future, just doing so much damage. And they're going to destroy those rocket squads. And this is looking all but certain to be going Tiberian Future's way. And it looks like there is a final push of just mass disintegrators coming in from all angles. Just going to be coming in to seal the deal on this game. More EMPs going off on that Hexapod. Green Zero wants to kill that Hexapod so bad. He does manage to kill it, so I'm sure he's just happy with that. Like, hey, I may have lost this game, but I killed your Hexapod. And that's what really won the game for him. But it's going to be these disintegrators here to clean up the remainder of these structures. And I believe that is the last production structure that Green Zero has. And Green Zero saying so many Conyard caps. GG. And Green Zero has been defeated. Tiberian Future will be moving on. Green Zero has been defeated out of the tournament, so that's a little unfortunate. We're hoping to see a bit of a move from Green Zero to maybe move into the grand finals, but it doesn't look like today is going to be the day. He made it quite far, though. Can't complain too much, and obviously Green Zero, quite a good player. Got to give him props, and against that Trav lane, just so deadly. But anyways, that's going to be wrapping up that series. We're going to be moving on to the next one as soon as it's available. I'm not quite sure who that's going to end up being. We'll have to see. So stay tuned. And actually, big thanks to Cabal. I just realized I just took a quick look at Skype here and saw the map is in fact Winter Meltdown. Like I said, guys, I've been streaming for a while today. I'm a little tired. I woke up at 6 o'clock for this, so please give me a little bit of credibility for that. But at any rate, I just wanted to clear that up. That was Winter Meltdown. That was one of the new maps with 1.02 Plus. I think it was R9 that it was introduced. It may have been a little bit earlier than that, but I'm pretty sure it was R9. But at any rate, we're going to be moving on to, I believe, the finals match of the losers bracket. So whoever wins this between WookieBert and Tiberian Future will be moving on to face Bike Rush in the grand finals, and that should be a good match.
Dude, I finally thought I was about to play. I had time to make dinner, time to do everything, and I saw Green Zero lose, and I was disappointed, and then I thought I was gonna play, but then there's fucking more games.
Yeah, double elimination. This is why one of the big reasons that I'm not a huge fan. It takes so long.
Well, I thought WookieBert was out because oh god.
No, you beat WookieBert, but he got dropped down into the
the
losers bracket.
Green Zero, idiot. I told him to go Black Hands. He didn't listen, so he lost. So it's his own fault. Idiot. Should always listen to me. Alright, here you go. You can announce him.
Alright, so we are on the map Tournament Badlands, and spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the purple Traveler 59, we have Tiberian Future. And in the upper right-hand corner as the orange black hand, we do have WookieBert. So WookieBert versus Tiberian Future here.
AFK, I mean, Masterleaf Slayer. His name is Masterleaf Slayer.
Masterleaf Slayer, I like it.
That's what I'm
did he take a game? He took a game off of you, didn't he?
He beat him. He whacked him down to the losers bracket.
No. I saw that series. No, I'm saying, did he take a game off of you in the last series?
Yeah. 3-1, yeah.
Yeah. So WookieBert looking pretty good today.
Yeah, badass.
But I mean, on the flip side, Tiberian Future also looking pretty good today. I mean, he took a 2-1 victory over Green Zero in the last game, so he's been playing quite well today as well.
He didn't so get it. He's an engineer, and they both been really surprising actually. You thought these players would be knocked out by players like State, Master Leaf, and Green Zero, but they've done really good. Note on Tiberium Future, he on the bottom left spike, he forgot to take it for about 10 seconds when he could have took it, so he's going to be about 2 seconds behind in economy. It's not much, but it is. It's say 2 seconds more on a second refinery is a lot. Is that a fake flame tank or is that a real one? He's been doing this a lot, dude. It's fucking. I didn't ever think of it, but it's really. Yeah, but the problem is he sold that way too fast. I knew he did that because his second refinery was way too fast, and that black hand, he should know that's fake. If he's a good player, like if he knows the game, that black hand was too fast. But is he gonna fall?
Well, in Tiberian Future,
fell for it.
Is he going? Oh, he's going Seeker Tanks. Yeah,
wow.
I thought maybe he was going to go for the portal into Cultists, which wouldn't have been a bad idea in any situation. But the Seekers, that's unfortunate.
Wow.
So Tiberian Future being kind of mind gamed here by Wookiee Bird.
Wookiee Bird is really fucking smart today. I mean, I don't even think about this sometimes. He's just like, because if he's a good player and if they read you, it's game over. That's the problem. If he's a good player and they read you and they do the correct counter, that's when it's over. Right. See, I lost him on this map because I went free War Factory all in, but I didn't really go all in. I took way too long. But anyway, say he's a good player and you fake the flame tank and they read into that, they will out economy you by fucking miles. But so far, so good. Oh, but now he's got Seekers.
It only forced out a couple of Seeker tanks, though. Not a huge investment.
But he did get the Tiberium spike on the bottom left. So the longer the game goes, the better the outcome. That's the way to put it.
Yeah, I think in that situation, if that Black Hand Squad doesn't actually kill a Tiberium spike, that's pretty massive.
Yeah.
Because it's good for the mind games, but you have to really overcommit to the Seeker tanks in order to make that worth it.
You're correct. Does Tiberium Future keep going speed every single game? He's going speed again, right? The speed at the back.
Yeah, he's been doing something really strange where he'll drop the portal in the early game to get the engineers out, and then he'll power it down instead of selling it off like you would typically see. Go into that eco play and then drop the tier 1.5 right after that by going to the stasis chamber. So it's kind of a weird way to do it, but it's been working.
Yeah, I saw his game. Okay, see, when you see two portals like this, you think, for goodness sake, I'm not going to deal with this shit. See, I've been dealing with it wrong. First thing you want to do right now, oh my god, 3 portals. Build max, spam MCVs as black can. Just spam the shit out of them and go tech. And then after the Arash is done, sell all your MCVs apart from 1 and just go mass tech. That's how you win. But damn, son, look at them disintegrators. Damn.
Yeah, that's a lot of disintegrators moving out.
He's not going to be able to stop it. Oh, wow. He needs a flame tank. Oh no, he's going to be too late. He needs a flame tank.
Yeah, so the flame tank, it's not going to be in time. There is the tier 2 down, but
them harvesters. Oh, if he can run in. He can just run in. All he needs to do, he knows. All he has to do is run in. Oh, he shouldn't have sold that off. He should have kept that power. Oh, damn. Wookiee Bird that is GG. That is right there and then. That is Traveller. That is Traveller. That is just Traveller for you. Disintegrator, good unit. Damn, look at all them disintegrators.
Oh my god, didn't even notice in the main base. Triple portal descents.
Are we sure this is not Master Leaf at the moment? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's a lot of disintegrators moving out, and if they manage to come into this expansion, that's going to be lights out. That's the only eco left on the map. If
he had a few flame tanks, he could hold. But he just doesn't have any. He needs to run them over. He needs to buy time. Oh, don't retreat. He needs to just run them over. He needs to sack them. Oh god. Sell the tier 2. I think he went tech. So he's not trying to sell the tier 2. Grenades go off. Absolute waste. Sell the power plant. Sell it. Oh god. Alright, he went tech.
this is looking really bad for
my God.
Wookie Bird. I mean,
Wow.
the harvesters are still
Oh, the
alive, but
harvesters!
so many more. Oh, they're
God.
coming in now, and they're going to get cleaned up straight away.
Oh,
there
wow.
aren't any
Actually,
docking
wow.
either. That's unfortunate.
He only lost one harvester in that engagement, but he lost the refinery. Now that's the big slash dash. But
Well, and he's got an entire another wave to
Oh
contest
my God.
against as they're moving across the middle of the map here. So,
if Wookie Bird gets out the Redeemer, what he's going for, he wins.
actually, Wookie Bird, he's gotten out another construction yard, so he's going
Oh,
dual
he-
con yard, just
yeah,
like
he-
you said.
Yeah, I thought
Very,
so.
very interesting.
And if he gets the epic unit, he wins. That's it. If he gets the epic unit, he wins. But he's not going to be able to hold. He's lost so much. He needs an epic unit, and if he's built another refinery, that's a bad mistake. Oh, bad mistake. It's just non-stop disintegration. There's nothing you can do, really. You just need to get epic unit.
Yeah, I mean, they're just coming in waves, and as we can
Yeah,
see, the next
oh my
wave is getting
God,
ready to come.
Even more. It's
Just so many descents.
Oh, dude. This is the problem. He needs an epic unit. He needs just to go. Oh, wow. He lost all them. He's going to.
Oh, that harvester
Redeemer
does
out.
stay alive.
Yeah, if he gets a Redeemer out, he can win. I wouldn't say he's won, but think about if he didn't get that refinery, he would have had the Redeemer halfway done. And what's he got? What's Traveler got to counter? Absolutely nothing. If the Disintegrators go for his epic unit, all of them die. He's going for the tower upgrade though, turret upgrade. He's got the charge beams. Oh wow, he sold his tier. Oh, big mistake. He sold his tier 3 after getting the upgrade. But the problem now is the economy for the Traveler player is going to be massive, and Black Candy's Traveler with no tech late game, it's over already. Why go 2 MCVs if you're going to sell the tech? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know if Wookie Bert was maybe thinking that this was a descent all in, and
Yeah,
there wasn't any eco behind this.
Maybe.
Because, I mean, if he could hold that off and then just push out and get more eco, then he'd be looking pretty good.
Oh, another harvester goes down. Oh.
Yeah. But, I mean, we do have a DC Bike Rush. You still there, Bike? Oh, Bike Rush. So Bike has dropped from the call. It looks like he is trying to reconnect, but I'm actually going to go ahead and cancel that. So a little bit unfortunate, but at any rate, we are going to be seeing Wookie Bert trying to hold the line here with the Shredder Turret spam. We do see more Disintegrators coming out in the north, but these upgraded Shredder Turrets just doing so much damage, and obviously they're very cost-effective against the Disintegrators. These Harvesters are going to pull away. They're going to be baiting these Disintegrators even further into the base of Tiberian Future. And we are going to be seeing those Disintegrators trying to focus down the power. They do manage to get the power down. Are they going to manage to get another power plant? I don't think that they are. And it's going to be a lightning spike drop here from Tiberian Future, trying desperately to kill that power plant. And actually, that's doing quite a bit of damage. It's actually doing huge amounts of damage. I'm kind of surprised. Would not have expected it to do that much. But it's going to be Cultists mixed in with the Disintegrators here for Tiberian Future. So he is up to that tier 2. And actually a nice power plant drop here from Wookie Bert, going to be holding the line against that Tiberium Spike, or rather the Lightning Spike. I keep calling it a Tiberium Spike, but man, look at how many Cabal squads are out on the field. Wow, just mass amounts of Cabal squads, but the Disintegrators as well as the Cultists going to be moving in, and this could be pretty good. If the Cultists can get in and snag those Harvesters that are on the outskirts of the field, that would be pretty good. But Wookie Bert, I mean, those Shredder Turrets are going to do so much damage. And the range is pretty good as well. The Harvesters get pulled instantly. Very good reaction there from Wookie Bert. And Wookie, he's not out of this game just yet. He may actually be able to hold on just now, and we'll have to see if he's able to keep that up. But Tiberian Future, he has teched up to tier 3. He does have Devastator warships out on the field. And the Devastator warships are just continuing to pump out at this point. And it looks like it's going to be Shard Launchers again, maybe? Or no, it's going to be Traveler Engines. It has to be. And yeah, it's going to be Traveler Engines. I was going to say, he's not going to be going for Shard Launchers against Black Hand. There's no aircraft. And, ooh, these Cultists being caught out. But, oh, they managed to grab the Black Hand squad. Oh, they don't get enough shots off to be worth too much. But the remainder of these forces are going to be forced to fall back. Tiberian Future on the retreat. And Wookie Bert in the center of the map. He is just going for a Rocket Squad, sending them over the Tiberium. Going to be losing a little bit of their health. That's a little bit unfortunate, but nothing too much to be worried about. And going for that Black Hand upgrade as well, and they're going to be very, very powerful. So that infantry upgrade done now for Wookie Bert, And Inf spam against this, not a terrible idea. The Devastator warships may be a preemptive strike against the coming infantry spam. So Tiberian Future may be reading this pretty well. And actually against dual MCV, also not a bad idea to go for aircraft, or rather artillery, just due to the fact that you know you're going to be up against base defense spam. But obviously he has to worry about the anti-air drops from Wookiebird. But these Devastator warships need to cut and run, or at least stay out of range, so that way they don't get focused down too quickly. But man, they're doing quite a bit of damage to this infantry force, and oh, those infantry stopping at just the wrong time, get absolutely carved through by those forces. But the infantry here from Wookiebird coming in and doing huge amounts of damage. The upgraded Cabal squads with the charged particle beam just doing so much damage, and having that Black Hand member as well, just so powerful. But man, look at the Devastator warship spam here out from Tiberian Future. Is he going to be able to hold the line? The Hexapod is teleported in straight away, but is he going to be able to save his drone ship? He needs to move that Hexapod in and kill off these rocket squads. It looks like the Devastator warships are going to react just now, getting a nice set of shots off there. It looks like they are going to be able to hold the line, and that is going to be very unfortunate for Wookiebird. He was really looking to get a kill on that drone platform. But over these rocket squads, maybe they'll be able to pull something off. There are a couple of flame members here left, and oh no, is Wookiebird going to get the kill? He pulls away too quickly. He does get the kill, and Tiberian Future going to be losing his drone ship, trying to get out that engineer, but it is just too little too late. And that assimilator just running through, trying to escape from this battle. He is going to manage to sneak past. Oh my god, is he actually going to manage to capture something? We'll have to keep an eye on that in just a second. He could actually capture the MCV. Is he going to notice this? Oh, I don't think Wookiebird has eyes on that. I don't think he's going to see this one coming. Oh! The assimilator manages to sneak just barely out of the way. Look at how close that is. That's insane. So close to being crushed there, but it is not actually crushed. And we are going to be seeing Mantis here try to hold off those Devastator warships. Where is that assimilator? Oh my god, is that assimilator? Oh my god! So close. That assimilator, he must have seen it. He must have seen that. It unstealthed for a second there. He has to have seen it. Yeah, Shredder turret's being queued. I gotta know. Yeah, he did see it. Okay, good. I was gonna say, Tiberian Future, if he could have got a capture on the tech or even the MCV, that would have been just so good. But another drone ship coming out for Tiberian Future. He is not out of this game just yet. That Hexapod holding the line against the infantry, but taking quite a bit of damage there. So Tiberian Future, despite going heavy descent spam, he's been shut down pretty hard, and now the infantry spam in response from Wookiebird is doing a huge amount of damage as well. Lightning Spike here, likely just trying to get eyes on this base. And just do a little bit of damage to these Harvesters is going to be destroyed. And actually we do have the tech being sold off. Not quite sure why. Why was the tech sold off? Why would you sell your tech? Did he actually build anything with it? He didn't upgrade to tip core missiles. I don't know why you went tech. Maybe he just sold it off thinking that he doesn't need tech at this point. I don't know that he would necessarily be wrong. Oh, maybe it was for the EMP upgrades. It doesn't look like the EMP is... Oh, there it is. Okay, and the first Raider Buggy didn't look like it was ready. But the EMPs are going to be chaining onto that Hexapod, just absolutely locking it down. And we do have the phase field coming off, and now these Corruptors are going to come in and look to get some shots on these infantry here. The EMP buggies actually coming in and locking down those Corruptors. That's not a bad idea at all. But a phased Corruptor going to be pretty quick and very tanky in the sense that it is invincible. And going to be coming in and get some nice crushes on this infantry. Should just be moving forward and getting as many crushes as it possibly can. Oh, getting some really nice crushes off. That is definitely not what Wookiebird wants to be seeing at this point. And that Corruptor doing way more damage than I'm sure even Tiberian Future expected. But the chain EMPs coming out from Tiberian Future. Oh, that one actually gets crushed prior to getting the EMP off. And that Hexapod will be back online. And now he has an opportunity to push forward and do some real damage. EMP comes off, locks that guy straight back down. Doesn't actually EMP any of his base defenses either. That is very good. Let's take a look and see if anything else is going on. No, that MCV there is still there. And more EMPs coming off from Wookiebird. And it looks like he is content with just trying to destroy this Hexapod and then likely go for the push to win here. And Wookiebird, is he going to be able to make this work? Yes. He kills off the Hexapod. Mantis looks like it was coming back from the middle of nowhere. Not sure. Whoa, double drone platform. Misclick? I can't imagine that he really meant to do that. He's got 2 drone platforms. Maybe double buzzer hive drops? But the EMP's coming off from the Raider buggies, completely shutting this down. Going to be shutting down the gravity stabilizer as well. Could potentially even move into a position to lock down that warp sphere. Yeah, the EMPs are just too good from WookieBert. And honestly, he could actually go in and EMP the tech center. That would actually cancel anything that was being built as well. So any tripods that were coming out, not quite sure what's on the cards here. But actually, we do have this infantry force getting locked down by the temper wormhole. They will be coming back online now. And Buzzer support power coming in, getting huge amounts of kills on this infantry, but not going to be enough. We do have the MCB from WookieBert moving forward as well, and it's likely just going to be Shredder turret spam here on the front lines. Needs to focus down these drone platforms, and more EMP coming in from WookieBert, and EMP just doing so well in this game. And is he going to be able to make it continually work? Wow, look at all those power plants. Just thinking that he's going to need so much power for the base defense spam, and Final Scratch, rather, Tiberian Future throwing in the GG. WookieBert will be taking game number 1. So I have to say, I did not see WookieBert coming out on top in that game. I really thought that the descent spam from Tiberian Future was going to be enough to knock WookieBert out of that game, but man, he turned that one around, and he has been absolutely been a showstopper today, just taking games where you just never would have expected him to come through. And obviously his most notable achievement so far that I've seen today was actually taking a game off of Bike Rush and knocking Master Leaf out 2-1 in his series against him early on, I think in the round of 16, doing so well. And WookieBert, he's going to be taking game number 1, going to be looking to maybe secure a game number 2, and then his position in the grand final. Alright, and that brings us to game number 2 of this best of 3 series on tournament decision. Spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the purple Traveler 59, we do have Tiberian Future. And his opponent up in the upper right-hand corner as the pink marked of Cain, we have WookieBert. So, very interesting move here. At least I think I have this right here. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I gotta swap the names really quickly. Just swapped them out, and now I gotta swap them back. I mixed them up here, so let's see. It's gonna be a Shadow Team opener here. We won't miss that. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna get the scoreboard updated, trying to get this correct for you guys. And there we go. So that should be right. Best of 3. WookieBert's up 1-0 so far. Tiberian Future, he's got to make something happen in this game, or he is done. And we are going to be seeing that Shadow Team dropping down right there. It looks like maybe the Shadow Teams are out just as a response to the Disintegrators. Oh, gonna have to show themselves there by shooting up that Buzzer squad. And actually, this is going to be a nice opportunity for WookieBert to grab that top Tiberium spike. These Shadow Teams are going to be able to shut down those descents, or rather the Buzzers, so easily. And yeah, so actually not a terrible idea. And we did see the Shadow Team support power being called in, so there has to be another one out on the field. I'm not sure where it went off to, maybe to defend down on this side. And no, that is an Awakened squad. Where is that other Shadow Team? There it is. There's the other Shadow Team. So it's moving into the main base right now. Going to get a nice scout on what's going on. And it looks like Tiberian Future was deploying a Buzzer Hive to try to defend his power plant here. And it's going to be sold off. And now actually these Shadow Teams should be able to get the snipe on that power plant. And yeah, they are going to be doing that. Obviously, the War Factory already down on the field is going to be building another power plant straight away. But WookieBert, so what is he up to? He has got 2 harvesters, 1 refinery. Second refinery is on the way. And Tiberian Future, he has 3 harvesters, 2 refinery. So what is... Let me just change Skype real quick. That way we don't have to listen to it too much while it's beeping. Save that. Okay. So... Alright, so just a quick update. Bike Rush says that he just got hit by a storm again, and he had to get on 3G on his iPhone. So yeah, we'll be leaving him out of the Skype call for the time being, just due to the fact that that's going to be really laggy. And I doubt that he'll even be able to get into the game, not quite sure. Hopefully he'll be fine and ready to go by the time we get to the Grand Finals, but we'll be seeing a Shredder Turret sell-off, and obviously, ooh, that was close. Shredder Turret sell-off from a Marked of Cain player, not always the best, just due to the fact that those Awakened squads can't really focus down the buzzers too quickly. But we will be seeing a Seeker as well as a Gunwalker here to force away the shadow teams of WookieBert. And Tiberian Future, he's going... Actually, no, this is the first time we've seen him expand off of 2 refinery. So it's 2 refinery, 6 harvesters, likely going to be seeing one of those harvesters coming over here. And WookieBert actually rebuilding another engineer. Maybe one of them got sniped while it was trying to grab that Tiberium spike. But we are going to see some of these buzzers out on the field, trying to get some eyes on the map, maybe try to catch those shadow teams out of position. But they are still being chased down by this Seeker Gunwalker composition here. The Seekers are actually managing to keep up pretty well. He's managing to get some shots on that squad, but the Seekers just do so little damage to infantry. Probably the best out of all of the tanks out there. Looks like he is going to be able to clean up this bunker here. Oh, it's going to be close. He does manage to de-garrison that bunker. He will be grabbing that for himself. And WookieBert moving around down here with that shadow team, likely trying to snipe those buzzers, but not able to do so. This one shadow team is still being chased, still being revealed by that Seeker tank. Looks like he is going to get out of range now. But let's take a look in the base of Tiberian Future. Tiberian Future going really heavy on Seeker spam. I don't know about that choice here, especially against Black Hand. That's a very... I'm sorry, it's Marked of Cain, so maybe it can work. We'll have to see. Disintegrator is going to be coming in, could potentially be getting some shots on an MCB. No, WookieBert is paying attention. He is going to deploy that straight away. Maybe going to be seeing a Shredder Turret drop here to try to save his Tiberian spike. Yeah, it's going to be a Shredder Turret straight away. And those Disintegrators being focused down pretty quickly. It's dual MCV for WookieBert, and actually Marked of Cain, not a bad idea or dual MCV play here, because he's going to be able to get those supercharged particle beams, which are even more powerful than what we saw last game. And we're going to be seeing Seeker tanks moving out through the middle of the map. I don't know about the choice to go heavy Seeker tanks, especially with the very cost-effective nature of the Scorpion tanks to counter them. But Venoms, and actually supercharged particle beam already done. That was very quick, and they're going to be focusing down that bunker. But Tiberian Future will see that there is supercharged particle beams out on the field. But man, they're going to be shutting down those Disintegrators so hard. And man, WookieBert has read Tiberian Future like a book in this game. He knows exactly what to do to counter this, and he's playing it quite well. We haven't seen anybody else quite counter this just as well. Obviously, Green Zero, he went GDI the last 2 games and wasn't able to make that work. But man, Shredder Turret spam and Venoms here to defend against these Seeker tanks, but the Seeker tanks managing to get massive damage off, kill a large number of the Harvesters, but 2 of the Harvesters do still survive. But 2 Harvesters on 2 refineries, not going to be too good. And we are going to see the Disintegrators moving in here to try to destroy this construction yard. And honestly, if they can sit here and destroy the construction yard, that's going to be pretty massive. I don't know if they're going to have the DPS to destroy it. It looks like they are, and packing that up, I don't know about that. I think he was trying to force the Disintegrators to not target it for a second, and maybe have an opportunity to allow these Venoms to really do the damage, but the fact that there was nothing else for them to target, they just instantly kill it anyways. So we will be seeing that MCB going down. We do see the refinery there. Refinery being sold off. Not sure why WookieBert chose to sell off that refinery. There's still a huge amount of Tiberium here. A 4th Harvester coming out, a 5th Harvester going to be on the way. I don't know if that's really what he intended, or maybe there's something that I'm not thinking of, but it doesn't seem like a very cost-effective method of getting an additional Harvester. But let's see. We do see the Tier 3 being dropped now for Tiberian Future, and he's going to pack up and go for an additional expand here. Where is he going with that drone ship? Not quite sure. Maybe going to push forward. A little bit risky. against an MCV of Wookiebert, and honestly, the chain EMPs out from the Awakened squads could do some serious damage. Needs to deploy that MCV right now and get some of those Shredder turrets queued right away, and the Venoms are going to come in to try to defend against it, doing a very nice job. We do have a Tiberium Trooper as well, and they are absolutely fantastic against the Disintegrators as they do so much damage. But man, those Shredder turrets, just look at those beams, just so cool looking. But they're going to be focusing down the garrisonable structures here, and actually they're going to be choosing to fire on these forces here. That's a good decision. These Venoms really either need to cut and run, or they need to be destroying this force. Shredder turrets, upgraded Shredder turrets, very good against the Seeker tanks. I don't know if they're going to be enough with this many forces out on the field for Tiberian Future. And these Seeker tanks are just focusing these guys down so much, and Wookiebert just focusing down this garrisonable structure. I'm not sure. I would imagine it's just those turrets auto-targeting, but that is unfortunate. It's not what he wants to be firing on at all. They are going to turn and fire on these units now, but shard launchers are done on the Seeker tanks. Interesting choice here. I wouldn't have expected that. But, oh, the Prodigy comes in, gets the snipe on the MCV, but gets sniped straight away. And Wookiebert calling GG. He sells up, and that is going to be it. Tiberian Future going to be evening this up to 1-1 and bringing us into an ace match. And that brings us to game number 3 of this best of 3 series here on Tournament Rift. And spawning on the left-hand side as the purple Traveler 59, we do have Tiberian Future. And his opponent on the right-hand side, spawning as the green Vanilla Nod, we have Wookiebert. So 1-1 Wookiebert versus Tib Future, and a little bit, once again, a little bit of a glitch out on that scoreboard, but nothing too much to be worried about. We do have a Saboteur moving out here looking to grab that Tiberium Spike, and likewise going to be an Assimilator out on the left hand side. We do have Disintegrator opening here for Tiberian Future, so maybe going to be looking to grab some Harvester kills in this early game. And yeah, that would be pretty good. Tiberian Future loves those fast legs. We'll have to see if Wookibert's able to shut it down. He's gone random, and he manages to get Nod factions each time. I don't know how, but he has. If it's just random luck, he's doing quite well. But Wookiebert says, you rush, no scouts. Yeah, so this is, again, this is where game knowledge comes into effect. It's going to be super good to have. And actually, all of these Disintegrators are going to be moving through the middle. Oh, almost targeting that squad. He does not want to engage against those militant squads. Definitely not going to be worthwhile. A couple of Disintegrators down in the south, maybe going to look for a possible engage down there. But we do see just a single militant squad just kind of chilling out down here. You could potentially grab that garrison. That would be a good idea. But the militant squad running through the middle, he's going to be getting eyes on the main base of Tiberian Future. And Tiberian Future, once again, doing this exact same build that he's been doing pretty much all day, with the exception of maybe the last game or two, powering down that portal. So he is going to be going heavy descents all game long. And that's really what you'd expect him to do. I mean, Traveler 59, that's where their bread and butter is. And a flame tank out on the field, that is going to be completely shutting this down. And that flame tank, I mean, you want to get that out there and do some serious eco-harass, but Wookiebert's just dancing it around, just forcing these Disintegrators to fall back. And the difference is that Tiberian Future is going to have a hard time using these Disintegrators to harass later on, whereas that flame tank can do huge amounts of damage if it manages to sneak in. And we do have a double flame tank coming out from Wookiebert, so not going to be a Operations Center sell-off crazy mind game. But as I say that, he does sell off his Operations Center, but that Black Hand squad likely going to be moving out across the map, getting a snipe on that Tiberian spike like he's been doing all game long, or rather all day long. And these flame tanks just kind of chasing down the disintegrators, and now Seeker tanks out on the field, they are going to be forced to fall back. So it's just kind of unit counter versus unit counter here for Tiberian Future and Wookiebert, and it's just going to be eco play. Actually, no, it's just straight up Seeker spam out of Tiberian Future at this point. Likely going to see some additional harvesters, but the eco advantage, I would say, is in Wookiebert's favor. He has two refineries, 4 harvesters. That flame tank will be going down. The War Factory repairs are not going to be enough. That will go down. That is a bit unfortunate. And now there are Seeker tanks here, potentially going to be doing some damage to these forces. They are going to poke some damage onto these harvesters. They really should just cut and run, or else he's going to be losing Seeker tanks for no gain. And they actually do get that harvester pretty low, but they're being forced to chase him around the War Factory here, and that's not what they really want to be doing. They are going to fall back here, just trying to get eyes on this expansion, and they'll be seeing that it is just typical expansion from Wookiebert, nothing crazy. But Disintegrators coming out once again for Wookiebert. Again, not a bad idea at any point in time. But we'll have to see if he's able to get in and really harass that eco. That's where those Disintegrators really reign supreme. And he may actually be able to pull that off. I don't think that Wookiebert will be expecting that. We do have a Black Hand squad here just still kind of chilling around. It looks like it was pulled back from killing that Tiberium spike like he loves to do. It looks like it is actually moving across the middle of the map. So that is going to be very much out of position once these Disintegrators move in for the attack. They are going to be spotted here by a single militant squad here. And a couple of Seeker tanks going to be joining the battle, so that's going to be pretty devastating. But Shredder Turret spam coming out from Wookiebert. Again, he's going to be able to hold this off quite nicely. And let's see what he has down in the south. It's just a single construction yard, so not going to be seeing dual con yard Shredder Turret spam like we did the last 2 games. But the single Shredder Turret spam is working pretty good. He's getting some nice shots on these Disintegrators. They're staying just barely in range and taking quite a bit of damage. But let's take a look at these guys' build and see what's going on. We do have the Harvesters being harassed by the Seekers down in the south, losing both of those Seekers, getting a little bit of damage on the Harvesters, but not trading quite cost effectively. The Black Hand squad has made its way all the way across the map, being used as a very expensive scout. Honestly, should just turn and fire on these Disintegrators. That is unfortunate, and not quite sure why why Tiberian Future didn't just drop a portal there, or rather a, total fails today, a Buzzer Hive to try to defend against that. But the Disintegrators are going to be moving out. He will know that they are coming. And Wookiebert responding with Scorpion tanks against the Seeker tanks. And then he has Flame units and Shredder turrets against the Disintegrators. So he has enough Shredder turrets at this point, and they're positioned well enough to where he can hold any attacks from Disintegrators unless they are just like massively spammed, like we saw, I believe, in the last game or the game prior. I kind of forget where we're at in the series because it has been a long day. But we do have an assimilator joined by about 1,000 Disintegrators here moving down to the south. And actually, it's going to be 2 assimilators looking to grab both of those Tiberium spikes. Unfortunately, losing a couple of those squads due to the fact that there was a garrison there. And he's going to be able to clean up those militant squads, no problem. And now he's going to be able to grab both of those Tiberium spikes. Let's see what Wookiebert has been up to in the meantime. He has gone for an air tower, going to be Venoms out, most likely. Does have that tier 2 going. Dozer Blades here. Very interesting choice. So going to be content with going for more of those Scorpion tanks. So actually likely going to be seeing a laser capacitor upgrade in the very near future. So Tech Center probably going to be on the way in the near future as well. Really needs to pull these Scorpion tanks back. Does not want to be taking too much damage. But they are taking damage where the Harvesters could be getting shot up. So that's quite good. But losing, I think, 1 or 2 of those Scorpion tanks when they could have been saved. But it is going to be Mechapedes out on the field for Tib Future, and that's what you would kind of expect at this point. Tib Future just going off of that 1-based eco, and not sure if he sold his drone ship. Does he have his drone ship? He does. His drone ship is down in his natural expansion, but he loves that 1-base fast tech. And he's going for those Mechapedes, and he has 4 Mechapedes out on the field, maybe more. No, there are only 4 at the moment. And they're going to be able to do quite a bit of damage to these Scorpion tanks. He needs to be careful not to take too much damage from these Scorpion tanks. He does have a mix of shard launcher segments as well as this upgrades. Going to be shredding one of those Scorpion tanks and bringing a couple more of them into very low health. We actually have, it looks like, Mine Drop coming in from Wookiebert. Going to be getting mines on the backside of that blue Tiberium. And honestly, it would not be a terrible idea of Wookiebert to grab some of this blue Tiberium for himself at this point in the game. Let's take a look on the left-hand side. We do have some Venoms being cleaned up here by the Mechapedes. Venoms likely just being used as a scouting unit, trying to see what is going on. Actually, the Venoms have moved down to the south. They are going to try to snipe down a Harvester. They're not going to be enough, so they are going to fall back. That is a very wise decision. He doesn't want to overcommit, trying to kill one Harvester. But Wookiebert has expanded up to the top, going for that green Tiberium. Honestly, it wouldn't have been a terrible idea to expand here. I mean, he'd be able to grab all of that blue Tiberium without too much of an issue. But granted, he does have to worry about Mechapedes. So the Mechapedes are moving out. Not quite sure where they are headed just yet. But we are going to be seeing just some Shredder turret defenses in the main base. And actually, did I just see that right? Okay, so those are the disc upgrades. So the disc upgrades and the... Oh, I see. The only difference is the color of the gun. That's very difficult to tell which upgrades on those guys prior to them firing, but laser capacitor's done for Wookiebert as expected, and he's going to be doing quite a bit of damage to these Mechapedes. I don't know that he's trading quite cost effectively though, and he's going to be turning his forces onto the main base here. Going to be potentially sniping the technology assembler. Really needs to send all of these Scorpion tanks in at once. He will snipe that down. It's going to cancel any additional units out of that warp sphere. Likely just more tripods on the way. But those tripods, as well as the disintegrator, is going to be so good at shutting down these Scorpion tanks. He does have to worry about these Venoms. He needs to get something out to contend with these, and I don't know where those Mechapedes are. They are down in the south, so they really need to be up here and defending his units. He doesn't want to lose too many of those disintegrator squads, as the upgraded Venoms just do so much damage. And man, a couple of those Scorpion tanks super low on HP. But now it is going to be up to Wookiebert to really hold the line. We'll have to see if the force fire is going to be good enough to shoot down. He does manage to snipe down one of the Mechapedes straight away. That is pretty good. And we'll have to see if he's able to get another kill here. And looks like the Mechapedes are going to be getting some good shots on these Scorpion tanks. It looks like one's going to be going down. That's for sure. A second one going down. The tripod's getting huge amounts of damage on these Scorpion tanks. This is not a cost-effective trade for Wookiebert at all. Looks like he is going to get one tripod. He's not going to get the second one. And Tid Future, what has he been up to in the meantime? He does have a portal here spamming out descents. And he has rebuilt his technology assembler, so he will have the opportunity to build more Mechapedes and tripods in the near future. Base field coming off on that Annihilator tripod. He will be able to keep that alive, and he's going to be forced to fall back here. Should have potentially destroyed that tripod husk prior to falling back. Oh, actually, he's going to do that with the lightning spike now, so good decision. Maybe didn't have to waste that support power on destroying that that husk, but at any rate, he does deny that from happening. And we are going to be seeing Wookiebert destroying the Tiberium spikes here down in the south, as opposed to recapturing them. Just wants to deny that additional eco to Tiberian Future. And let's take a look. We do have just Shredder turrets facing off against Buzzers. That Buzzer taking quite a bit of damage, or maybe just juking the shots of that Shredder turret. But nonetheless, we do see a single Harvester, or rather two Harvesters here. Almost missed that one. Out for Wookiebert, going to be grabbing some of this blue Tiberium, and man, this blue Tiberium has just not been touched all game. We have the Venoms moving in here, as well as the Laser Scorps going to be benefiting from that laser capacitor upgrade, and these Scorpion tanks actually doing a nice job of crushing these disintegrators as well. And now he has an opportunity to shut down these Annihilator tripods. No phase field available, and the Tier 3 will be going down. Unfortunately, it is not going to be before the Hexpod comes out on the field. He does stick around long enough to destroy that technology assembler. Very good decision there, but going to be losing quite a bit of units in the meantime. A couple of those Venoms managing to sneak away, but the Hexpod is out on the field, so the tech is not too much of a concern at this point. He does have a couple of these tripods out on the field. One is super low HP, but we will be seeing an additional portal drop as well. And let's take a look up in the north. Wookiebert, he has got some Scorpion tanks out on the field. War Factory on the front lines. He's going to be trying to defend this field with that obelisk. Not a bad idea at all. But Tier 4 one-click is going to be potentially used here in the near future. Actually, they're being used right now. And we had... Oh, man, that was just so punishing. Manages to kill two Harvesters. I think he killed a tripod. Brings another tripod super low on HP. Brings all of the remaining Harvesters really low on HP. And actually now the Venoms are going to be coming in. They managed to snipe down that husk, but losing 3 or 4 of the Venoms for that. I don't know if it was necessarily worth it, but he's denying those additional high-tier units to Tiberian Future, so maybe it will be. And obviously the eco advantage is definitely in favor of Wookiebird. So Wookiebird is looking really good in this game. He's got laser scorps, he's got laser buggies, and he's got laser venoms. So the laser capacitor is being used in their entirety. The power does go down. That storm column will be powered down. Looks like it will be firing just now. Will it get some more shots off on those venoms? No, actually the ion storm only fires on ground targets. Doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it does quite a bit nonetheless. And now Tiberian Future, once again, he's been trapped into a corner with just his hexapod remaining and a few supporting units. We'll have to see if this time he can manage to pull this one out. Wookiebird, I think, is going to be able to play this one a little bit better than his previous opponents. And Tiberian Future, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover out of this one. Wookiebird, he really needs to capitalize on this by using that eco and building perfect unit counters to this. I think it is going to be EMP upgraded Raider buggies, and that is a brilliant choice. He needs to get in there and EMP that hexapod, just deny that the use of that hexapod's damage, and yes, he is. So it's going to be chain EMP here from Wookiebird, and that is going to be the deciding factor in this fight. The Scorpion tank is going to be focusing that tripod, or rather the hexapod down straight away. Should honestly maybe just turn and fire on the tripod just to deny that additional damage output. But not firing on that hexapod, not a terrible idea. The EMP is coming off, locking down the corruptors as well. Very important because they are healing that hexapod so fast. And the tier 3 is back down. I think it is powered down though, so he does not have the opportunity to use the upgrade, or rather the support power, so no phase field. And that is looking all but certain for Wookiebird to come through with a victory. And we're likely going to be seeing him moving on to the grand final. So Wookiebird has played so well today. He has certainly earned this victory. And we'll have to see, is Future done with this game? Ooh, the MCV, or rather drone ship, being powered down, and likely going to be seeing another Raider buggy just chaining that EMP the second it comes back online. We do have that temporal wormhole coming down, but it is just too little too late. Chain EMP coming down, locking down the drone platform as well as the power plants. And Tiberian Future selling up. Tiberian Future has been defeated. Wookiebird will be moving on to the grand finals. All right, for all of those of you that are just now joining us, we are in the Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge 1 vs. 1 tournament for November of 2014. We are headed into the grand finals here. It will be a best-of-7 series between Bike Rush Owns and the winner of the losers bracket coming out as WookieBert. So WookieBert been playing extremely well. Obviously, Bike Rush Owns an extremely well-known player and obviously a very, very heavy favorite to win the entire thing and pretty much any tournament, to be honest. But we are seeing WookieBert playing quite well. He did take a game off of Bike Rush earlier today, and he was the only person to take a game off of Bike Rush so far in the tournament. So maybe we'll see something spectacular out of him and managing to pull out a best-of-7 win against Bike Rush here in the grand finals. So WookieBert versus Bike Rush coming right up. Be sure to stick around. Alright everybody, welcome to game number 1 of this best-of-7 grand finals series between Bike Rush Owns and WookieBert. We are kicking off on Tournament Rift. Spawning on the left-hand side as the orange GDI, we have Bike Rush Owns. And on the right-hand side as the blue Vanilla Nod, we have WookieBert. So this is a best-of-7 series. We've seen lots of best-of-3s today, but best-of-7, I think that opens up build orders a little bit. And we'll be fixing the scoreboard just a little bit here. Let's see if we can get that fixed. There we go. Bike Rush Owns versus WookieBert. That looks right. So WookieBert once again grabbing a booby trap on that garrison there, just trying to deny the scouts from grabbing that. And Bike Rush Owns is going to be opening up with 3 of these rifleman squads heading down through the center of the map. They are going to be contending against 2 or 3. It is going to be 2. No. Okay, we gotta check. It's 2 squads. So 2 squads of militants. So I believe that the rifleman squads will come out with absolutely no problem in terms of a victory there, and they are going to manage to clean up an additional squad down here on the right-hand side. And WookieBert just saying, hey, not too happy about losing almost all of my scouts. He does have one up in the north. Bike Rush owns does not have anything up there to stop that. Maybe we'll see another watchtower cell to just deny that vision. But Bike Rush, it looks like he is just going for standard eco play, not terribly surprising. But man, best of 7, we could see some early game cheese out of these guys. Bike Rush, he may play this one a little bit more standard, realizing that Wookie's been playing extremely aggressive, and I think he knows how to shut it down. And we'll have to see WookieBert opening up with these bikes down in the south. He's only got 3 bikes though, so it's not going to be enough to really destroy too many harvesters here. I don't think he's even going to get a single harvester if Bike Rush is paying attention close enough. And we're going to be seeing that second refinery being dropped momentarily. He actually has an opportunity here to come in and at least pull one of the harvesters off the line. But seeing that they're both full of Tiberium, they're just going to be docking anyways. Actually, no, he does have an opportunity to do some damage here. Is WookieBert going to have enough damage to actually destroy these guys? Pitbull's coming out for Bike Rush. He's going to try to defend against this. He pulls one of the harvesters off the line. That's pretty good. Can't complain too much about that. But losing a couple of those bikes for really no gain, just pulling one of those harvesters off the line for a tiny bit of time. MCV pack-up going to be moving out. Looks like he's going to go for the center Tiberium field. And WookieBert will be seeing that. Bike Rush owns. He has sniper teams in the base of WookieBert. Maybe thinking that WookieBert was going to go for some type of a strange WookieBert, seeing that now, that the stealth detection on that attack bike saying, what is going on here? So Bike Rush was maybe going to try to use those sniper teams to snipe out some of those engineers, or maybe even just that imp spam if he ended up going into that. We'll have to see. But it has been spotted, so there's a sniper team on the field. I did not see that one coming, to be honest. I didn't see it pop out of his barracks at all, and I believe he had to go tier 2 to get it. So very interesting. WookieBert saying snipers, seriously? But yes, it is going to be sniper teams. And we will see just a Pitbull kind of roaming around here trying to get eyes on what's going on. And these guys on pretty equal economic footing here. That sniper's working really well as a great scout here. But these harvesters, they are stealth, so he can't get quite a good count on how many there are. But I'm sure he's seen enough to know that it is just standard eco play coming out from Wookie at this point. And Bike Rush is just going standard eco as well. So very low aggro. Actually, no, dropping a forward War Factory and then packing up his MCV. So maybe going to push really hard with an MCV War Factory push here. And it's going to be Predator tanks, yeah. So Predator tanks going to be reinforcing the front lines. Going to be continual watchtower drops on the front lines as well. And because of the fact that he has that sniper team in his base, he can see exactly what he's building. So he knows when and how to attack. And yeah, I think WookieBert's going to get jumped by this. I don't think he had expected this to come. And the Predator tanks are going to be reinforcing themselves on the front lines. We have more coming from this rear War Factory. It will be sold off now, likely to be rebuilt when Bike Rush decides to redeploy here. And it will be redeployed now, likely queuing another War Factory straight away. And we will be seeing these Predator tanks trying to destroy these guys. And actually, interesting Tiberium silo placement, just trying to deny this War Factory from being used too effectively with the repairs. Yeah, he's trying to block out the Scorpion tanks from actually being able to repair on this War Factory and fire at the same time, and actually he's dropping his War Factory right in front as well. That's just going to be really annoying. He's just trying to deny the use of this War Factory for repairs. This is really, really interesting coming out from Bike Rush. You don't see this very often, but it's a brilliant move. Now, he doesn't have any stealth detection, or rather, he has just a couple of Pitbulls here now. I was about to say, stealth detection in this situation would be key, because he's going to be able to snipe these harvesters, and once he does that, that's going to be lights out for WookieBert. WookieBert has tier 2, but he doesn't have the forces to defend against this. WookieBert just saying, just what the F, you know? It's, yeah, this is a different attack. I don't think he expected this to come his way at all, and maybe Bike Rush trying to save this little trick up his sleeve for some time and decided to pull it out here today for us. But tier 3 down for WookieBert, and the Obelisk spam is not going to be a bad idea. I mean, he's going to be able to hold off these Predator tanks pretty well, and we'll have to see. It's looking like it's going to be another Obelisk out on the front lines here for WookieBert. If he can hold this off, that would be pretty epic, but I would doubt it because the eco behind this from Bike Rush is just going to be too high, and if he rebuilds, or rather builds another MCV out from behind this and just builds another refinery, it looks like, actually, did he sell his MCV here? No, actually, he sent his MCV back. He sent his MCV back to expand back to that green Tiberium field, realizing that he did quite a bit of damage, but he still wants to get that eco up and running in the event that the tech did hold him off, and it in fact did, so it was a very wise decision. Could honestly use this time to actually destroy that Tiberium spike of Wookiebert. That would not be a terrible idea, just deny that additional eco and set him even further behind in terms of eco. And Wookiebert, does he even have a war factory? No, he doesn't have any production whatsoever, so he's just stacking cash. I'm not sure what he's building at the moment. Yeah, there is a war factory now, and maybe going to be another one, because I would have to imagine that he is just gushing cash at this point.
Unit under attack.
No, actually he's not.
Unit under attack.
The tier 3 tech, as well as the obelisk, very expensive. So gonna be looking to maybe position around that Tiberium spike. Doesn't look like Bike Rush is too concerned about destroying it. I mean, he is definitely out-ecoing Wookiebert without any problem whatsoever. He has managed to grab one of the Tiberium spikes down in the south as well. He's completely mined out his original main base, likely going to be selling up one of these refineries very shortly. And 2 refineries on his expansion. Tier 2 already down, and we do have an airfield out on the field as well. Double airfield on the field, so maybe going to be Orcas? We'll have to see. But no upgrades done on that tech lab, so if it is in fact Orcas, there's not going to be a whole lot here to defend against it. That war factory taking quite a bit of damage, being powered down. That's unfortunate. Going straight for a Redeemer Engineering facility, that's an interesting choice, Wookie. I mean, you definitely don't have the eco to support that. And wow, GG coming in, and Wookiebert will be given the fire sale. And that is going to be it for game number 1. Bike Rush owns, going up 1-0. Alright, game number 2 brings us to Tournament Badlands, and spawning down in the bottom left-hand corner as the orange GDI, we do have Bike Rush Owns. And his opponent coming off of a loss in the last game as the Cyan Vanilla Nod, we have WookieBert. So WookieBert versus Bike Rush Owns. Let's make sure that we've got the scores and all that stuff right. And there we go. Bike Rush Owns up 1-0 in this best of 7 series. WookieBert is in a bit of a situation here, but nothing too much to be writing home about. I mean, he does have an opportunity to definitely come back. He's only down 1 game. He needs to win 4 in order to take the victory. Bike Rush Owns, he only needs to win 3 more in order to take it home. So Bike Rush, we can maybe see a little bit more of a cheesy game out of him, but being GDI, I would expect to see maybe a little bit more standard gameplay. It is going to be another War Factory, or rather a first War Factory coming out for Bike Rush Owns, and WookieBert grabbing the Tiberium Spike up in the top of the map, and just some scout engagements here early on, nothing too much to be concerned about. And these guys grabbing both of their Tiberium Spikes, no problems whatsoever, and just going into that standard, pretty standard eco play. It is going to be Pit Bulls out for Bike Rush straight away, so maybe going for a little bit of early game cheese here with the Pit Bulls, or maybe just trying to preemptively respond to a aggressive move out of WookieBert. But it looks like WookieBert is queuing another refinery here. Did have a shredder turret, it looks like it was ready to go. I think he did cancel that. So a second refinery does come down. Oh, that Rifleman squad getting crushed by a harvester that was just simply on a harvest move, wasn't even moved off of the line. But that's pretty good. And we will be seeing that squad. Oh, I think it was actually crushed by the MCV while it was trying to grab a foxhole. And Bike Rush saying F you, because that is a bit of a bug. And WookieBert, I don't even think he intended to do that. And maybe not even realizing that he did do it, but we will be seeing Bike Rush moving out with a number of Pit Bulls here. And we're looking to do some harassing. Oh, wow, actually a large number of Pit Bulls. And there's literally nothing here from WookieBert to try to hold this off. So actually Bike Rush may be taking another quick game 2 here. We'll have to see if WookieBert can hold the line. And nice power plant drop here from WookieBert, but honestly, power plant and shredder turret cells not going to be good against these Pit Bulls, and that's likely why we did see Bike Rush Owns open with them. We're going to have to see some Scorpion tanks out on the field here to try to defend against this. One Scorpion tank is out on the field. Is it going to be enough, though? The SimCity is pretty good trying to hold off these Pit Bulls from doing too much damage, but man, they're just doing so much damage. If he gets another harvester, that's going to be crippling. And another harvester will be going down. He could potentially be sacrificing all of these Pit Bulls to just kill that final harvester. And that will be pretty much lights out for WookieBert. He does still have 1 harvester. It is full of Tiberium, so he's going to get that cash back straight away. And yeah, I mean, he's not looking too bad. Somehow Bike Rush managed to grab that foxhole. And WookieBert saying and over, so maybe throwing in the towel? I hope not. It's not over just yet. I mean, that's Bike Rush saying waiting for the GG. And he has not MCV sold. He has actually packed up and moved to the north, looking to drop down a refinery. But WookieBert, he's not ready to give up on this game just yet. He has a number of militant squads from those sold-off structures. He's going to be sending those guys out and around. It looks like WookieBert was queuing another refinery here. So he sold off 1 refinery, brought up another one, and he's got his War Factory here, likely trying to queue an additional harvester. He has 3 Scorpion tanks here to hold off against those Pit Bulls. I don't know that it's going to be enough. That's a large number of Pit Bulls, and they're going to be able to come in and do quite a bit of damage, especially while WookieBert is trying to rebuild his economy. We'll have to see if he's able to manage to pull this one off. There will have to be Scorpion tanks out after that harvester to try to hold the line against this force here. And those Pit Bulls are going to be moving in. They could actually just come in and overwhelm those Scorpion tanks. I think this is a strange move from Bike Rush. Maybe just trying to prolong this game a little bit longer than it needs to be. But there's really no way that WookieBert could hold this. He just doesn't have the eco. So he's got 3 harvesters, 2 refineries, and it looks like he's now pumping out some more Scorpion tanks to try to hold the line. So yeah, Bike Rush may be missing an opportunity there to actually go in and destroy some more harvesters, or could have at least destroyed the Scorpion tank so that there's no way for WookieBert to defend against it. And oh, actually we do have Orca strikes coming in. Orca's coming in for Bike Rush as well, and that's going to be pretty powerful. WookieBert saying haha GG. And the Orcas are going to be the final move from Bike Rush that's going to knock WookieBert out of this game. So Bike Rush goes up 2-0 in his best of 7 series.
Welcome.
today?
Thank you for allowing me to hop in here. Hopefully we can get underway pretty soon.
Yeah, we should be underway very quickly. These guys are antsy to get it over with. We've been here for quite some time. I think we started at like 7 o'clock this morning. It's now like 2:30.
Yeah,
we've been running for a long time.
I went into work at 7. Like, that's when I had to be at work, and I just got off, so...
Yeah, that's how long we've been casting, my friend. Been a long day.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just take a quick peek at the bracket. I did see that Wookie Bert made it to the finals. Like, what?
Yeah,
I
Wookie's
would
been
not
playing.
have picked that.
The best part is Wookie was actually the one that eliminated Masterleaf. He sent
No
him to
way.
the elimination finals in the round of 16, yes. And,
No way.
yeah. And Masterleaf was then defeated by Gianpani Pai, which I guess is an older player. I'm not sure who he is. I'm not sure if Masterleaf just gave up or if he actually played it out and lost. But Wookie Bert, yeah, he's playing well today.
I can't actually find the brackets for this thing. I know they're around here somewhere.
Well, I know these guys are actually looking to jump into the game, so I don't know if you can hop on.
Yeah, I was waiting for Kane's Wrath to launch, trying to find the brackets.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, it should be Kaneswrathonline.com/tournament. Also, there is a link in the stream in the description of the video if that makes it easier for you.
Well, I'm in game now. I was just killing time.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, the brackets, they're really huge because it was double elimination. So I haven't done as many bracket recaps as I would like, but the gist of it is we have Bike Rush and we have Wookie Bert. And interestingly enough, we did see Green Zero defeating Masterleaf, or I'm sorry, not Masterleaf, but State of the Union, who has,
Wow.
I think, 2-0 or 3-0'd him in the last 2 tournaments in a row. So it was interesting to see him move on, but Tiberian Future was able to knock him out in the loser's bracket.
This is just a very weird telling of this. It's just a very strange, based on what you're saying, it's just very strange set of events that brought us to these finals.
Yeah, I mean, Bike Rush, it wasn't terribly surprising, but we will see how this one turns out. Wookie Bert, he's down 2-0. Let's see if he can pull this one back in game number 3.
Yeah, best of 7 extended series, well, even if it's not extended series, but best of 7 just gives so much opportunity for these players to feel each other out, and while, I mean, they've probably played against each other a fair amount, there's still some tricks that some people just hide for the grand finals. Have we seen any exciting build orders, anything unusual, maybe crazy moves by Wookie Bert?
Yeah, I would say Wookie Bert has probably been the most interesting, but we'll actually jump into that in a second. Let's go ahead and intro these players. Starting on the bottom left-hand corner of Smashed Town USA as the pink GDI, we do have Bike Rush Owns.
And in the top right corner, as the red black hand, it's Wookie Bert.
So Wookie Bert, he is playing phenomenally today, playing extremely high aggro, so kind of using a page out of Dirty Dutch's book, I would say, as I don't think he was actually here, so maybe he was here in spirit in Wookie Bert's honor here, but Wookie Bert, he's had some interesting moves. He's gone for some very strange all-ins, he's gone for some really strange base pushes, and he's made them work, but Bike Rush, he's just Bike Rush, so
yes,
we'll have to see if he can make anything work on this map. Now, Wookie Bert on this map, the last time I saw him base push through the center of the map, and he went for an expansion on that blue Tiberium. I don't know if we'll see that out of him again.
Interesting.
Go with a little bit more of a standard build here.
Yeah, in that case, it's like, maybe it is good to try to throw Bike Rush off his game, because Bike Rush has played in so many finals, he's won so many tournaments. This is online, it's not the biggest deal. He's most likely going to be remaining calm and cool, and of course, if I had his stream open, I'd be able to confirm that. But oh, there is the Operations Center coming out for Wookie Bert, a little bit of a flame rush coming out for him.
Yeah, so once again, not terribly surprising. He's been trying to play these mind games all day long. He managed to do this against Masterleaf and forced out a response to this Operations Center cell. He didn't actually build any flame tanks, but this time Bike Rush Owens is going to be seeing it. It's not going to be a mind game. He's going to see the Flame Tank, and WookieBert, he's going to have a hard time getting that Flame Tank in to do some damage.
Yeah, but it's just the one Flame Tank. He's following up with his second Refinery. Bike Rush Owens is on the move. And yeah, I'm kind of, based on what you said, I don't know if Master Leaf didn't play particularly well, but it sounds like WookieBert is almost playing just out of his mind good. So maybe he's got the opportunity to take the games back. But yeah, as we've mentioned before, Bike Rush is a very devastating opponent. And maybe...
I don't know if you just saw that, but this Harvester has been pulled all the way across the map. I'm sorry to cut you off, Cyber, but that was just insane. The Harvester was pulled all the way across the map. Bike Rush Owens was using that to crush that Black Hand Squad. He managed to get almost all of the members, but I think maybe one of the members of that Black Hand Squad made it into the garrison before that.
Wow, no, I did indeed miss that. Now, this Flame Tank coming right down the guts, but of course, Bike Rush Owens, he's had so much experience dealing with Flame Tanks. Even lower level players can deal with the Flame Tank with an appropriate number of pit bulls, and as we saw there, I mean, that Flame Tank hardly made it past the halfway mark. A pretty failed rush, but it's a secret shrine and a Hand of Nod follow-up for WookieBert.
Yeah, so once again, WookieBert, it looks like he's going to be sending that MCV up through the middle. He did this earlier on. I don't know that Bike Rush was around in the stream to actually see this work. But if he's able to pull this off, he's gonna be base pushing forward. He's gonna drop down a bunch of Hand of Nods. Actually, these pit bulls will be coming in, so he will see this. Bike Rush Owens just playing this perfectly.
Yeah, he's still going to be, just packing up his MCV, keeping it in the corner, but as you probably have noticed, there's no refineries there. He didn't go, super hard into trying to eco his expansion immediately. He's just keeping calm and cool. I mean, he will eventually expand there, but for now, he's more going to be focusing on the defense. Double airfield, AP ammo on the way, hammerheads coming down. He is making all the right moves.
Yeah, that's going to be the perfect counter to this infantry spam as well.
Oh, actually, MCV cell by Bike Rush on the right-hand side, so he's pretty stuck.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, though, because those hammerheads are just so expensive, and he wants to get that AP ammo done as well, and he knows that he just won't have time to get it done if he doesn't sell that MCV. He needs that instant cash boost, and he's not going to be producing a whole lot out of that War Factory aside from just APCs anyways. So, I mean, additional eco would be great, but I think if he just shuts down this push, he's going to be looking very, very good.
Yeah, especially if he's able to grab the MCV, which is in a dangerous position. Harvester brought off the line. Really bad focusing there by Wookie. He's trying to deal with the APCs and the Hammerheads and just letting that Harvester get so many crushes. Shredder turrets now down on the line, but they're not going to be really helping all that much as AP ammo has finished.
Yeah, and the AP ammo APCs are just going to do so much damage on their own, but to add the Hammerheads in, it's just insult to injury here. And WookieBert, while he made this work earlier on when it wasn't caught out very early, he's not going to be able to pull this one out on Bike Rush. These APCs are just doing so much damage, and once all of these forces are pushed away from that Conyard, you can expect him to push very hard to take that.
Now, WookieBert smartly is splitting up his forces so they're not all being gunned down at once. He may be able to take out this initial wave of APCs, and then we're going to be in a very difficult situation for both players, as WookieBert is basically out of money, but Bike Rush is just as bad of a position economically speaking.
Yeah, I don't know how WookieBert has managed to produce this much off of that eco. And Bike Rush, he sold his MCV, so losing those Hammerheads was really crucial, keeping those things alive because they're just so expensive. He just has to keep these alive, but mixing up his forces, this is really where you counter the base push action. You have to split up the types of units. So going air and ground, you can force your opponent to have to react to both. He can't just spam, base defenses of one type. And WookieBert going to throw in the GG.
Oh, yep. Yeah, those Harvesters actually being brought off the line just to add that extra crushing power, and Bike Rush Owens heading up 3-0 versus WookieBert.
Yeah, so this is looking all but done for Bike Rush at this point. I mean, he is looking to really clear this one out very quickly, and that map, I mean, you kind of had to expect something out of WookieBert on that map. I mean, he picked it for a reason, and because he's been so high aggro, I mean, seeing something like a Flame Rush or into an infantry spam, it's not terribly surprising. Bike Rush, while he was put on the ropes with that, when the first attack wasn't held quite enough, he had the follow-up Hammerheads to just completely eradicate the remainder of those forces.
Yeah, and it's not impossible to come back in a best-of-7 when you're down 0-3, but it is so close to impossible. It's like statistically so improbable that it's not even realistic. Now, one thing that we can see WookieBert do is put on a good show. Start to take 1, maybe 2 maps back. But this is Bike Rush, which means he, again, has to just be playing out of his mind good to beat Bike Rush and to really take games. So, technically, it's not over, but we've seen lots of situations where Bike Rush, he's up 3 games in a best of 7, and he just closes it out.
Well, namely, I mean, we saw Master Leaf come through, and, you know, he managed to do the reverse all kill. He was down 3 games to nothing, manages to come back and take 4 games off of Bike Rush. And I mean, that was for a much larger pot than what we see today.
Wait, what? When was that?
That was back in the World Championships, wasn't it?
No, that's not quite how that series went. It wasn't the reverse all kill, no.
Oh, okay. I could have swore that's what it was.
I'm pretty sure it started out 1-1. Because Bike Rush took game 1, and then after that it might have been almost a reverse all kill, but actually right. I think Master Leaf got to choose the last map. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. But
yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, not very many players can make just 3 maps in a row. No mistakes happen. Or 4 maps in a row, excuse me. But okay, so he says, WookieBert in chat is like, I won my first game versus Bike Rush that way. The, I guess, spamming infantry. Or maybe he was talking about Leaf, but...
Yeah, he's talking about Leaf. That's exactly what he did to Master Leaf. And that was the first game of the day. And I think it kind of gave Master Leaf a little bit of a cage rattling there, because he just he took the next game off of WookieBert, but WookieBert then came back and took another game off of him. So, I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that doesn't quite sound like Master Leaf, but dropping games like that. But maybe he's playing a little bit rough. Maybe WookieBert again is just playing so well. But we shall see. Bike Rush owns hopefully going to be readying up relatively soon. It looks like they have chosen their faction, so it could be another GDI v Black Hand.
Yeah, and Bike Rush, I think he would attest to the fact that GDI is a very good counter to that Black Hand play, just because their units are so tanky, and I mean, obviously going into Hammerheads is always a good choice. But we'll have to see if he's able to make it work for game number 4.
Yeah, depending on who you talk to, some people insist GDI can be abused so well, so mechanically well by players that it's like impossible to win as Black Hand in the late game. Because GDI has just certain units and compositions that they can go for that, you know, they do take control to pull off. Like, for example, keeping all of your Hammerheads alive versus Tibcore. But in that early to mid-game stage, Black Hand has so many powerful moves from all-ins, base pushes, infantry spam, to just straight-up macro. And of course, once we get into the late game, once we get into Redeemer versus Marv, and GDI has so many EMP options, so many counterattack options that are just so strong, it can be very abusive, but we shall see.
Yeah, and I mean, WookieBert, he's been playing pretty well in the late game as well, which is why I'm surprised that he's really forcing these early game battles, because we saw him facing off against Tiberian Future, and those games went into the late game almost every time. Actually, I think all 3 games may have gone to the late game, and he managed to pull it out just with those late game mechanics, the EMP buggies being namely the unit of choice.
Yep, Black Hand, of course, does have some options, but we are on Twilight City.
Yeah, so spawning in the top right-hand corner for game number 4 of Twilight City as the yellow Black Hand, we do have WookieBert.
And in the bottom left side, the man who's up 3-0, can he close it out with a perfect 4-0 sweep? It is the red GDI Bike Rush owns.
So can he close it out? Indeed, we'll have to see. And it's looking like this is an interesting map. It's a nice open flat map, and tons of eco, and there's a lot of harassment opportunities.
Yeah, Bike Rush is cutting it slim. He went for 1 engineer and he's sending it to the far spike. I have no idea. I want to just chalk this up to being a little bit of a mistake, but at the same time, a guy like Bike Rush hardly makes mistakes. So I don't know if this is the very, very strange calculated move, but maybe this one spike, Bike Rush owns, he's slipping a little bit. Maybe this will be a foretell of something to come.
Yeah, I was going to say the one spike may be indicative of the fact that he's going to maybe go airfield or something to that effect.
But why go for the far spike?
Well, I mean, he can defend this spike a lot easier. I mean, you're not going to send an engineer to capture this Tiberium spike because that's going to put you in tower range.
Oh, yeah.
Of Bike Rush. So, I mean, the chances of that Tiberium spike being captured by your opponent is pretty low, whereas the other spike, if he captures that, he can at least deny the additional 500 credits that you would get. But, yeah, I'm not sure. It's strange, to say the least. I don't know if that was intended, but it looks like it's going to be another refinery for Bike Rush.
Yeah, we got 3 bikes right out of the gate for WookieBird. He's following it up with what should be another harvester. And of course, 3 bikes is kind of the magic number where you can kill a harvester. You probably aren't with only 3 bikes, but if you've got really good control, if your opponent is going heavy into harvesters, you can indeed pick up a harvester kill. And Bike Rush owns, his refineries are a little bit close, but he should be fine if we end up into one-click territory.
Yeah, and one-clicks, I mean, you don't have to worry about them too much unless they go straight-up fast one-clicks off of one field, but that would be pretty risky. But the bikes are coming in. They can do some damage here. They are going to focus the harvesters. Yeah, they're going to focus the harvester, though, that's continuing to harvest. That's a good idea because that way he can force it off the line. Bike Rush, I don't think he even sees this. He's going to be losing that harvester.
Yeah, all right. So WookieBird gets a free kill, and on top of that, he's hitting the rear armor of this other harvester, so that's going to be basically guaranteed a second free kill. Bike Rush now going to be going for that spike, but what's he got in the main base of WookieBird? It's just a foxhole.
Yeah, so, man, going to be potentially three harvesters going down here.
Oh, yeah.
But actually, the harvester's managing to capture, or rather kill off a bike there. 3 harvesters for 1 bike. That is a terrible, terrible situation.
And Bike Rush just sells off. So WookieBird, he can make it happen, sloppily losing 1 bike. He could have had a flawless game there versus Bike Rush. But in just 3 minutes and 5 seconds, no, it's not an all-in. WookieBird just played that out very well. And on top of that, Bike Rush's music may have caused that GG.
Yeah, so I think it was a combination of the music and the fact that he probably just realized that he needed to capture that Tiberium spike. So he's like, oh, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Oh, he's trying to anti-scout, and then all of a sudden he looks over and his harvesters are dead.
Yeah. Which, I mean, again, not a mistake that you normally see Bike Rush make. He's normally the player who, if he doesn't play flawless, it is near flawless, and his reactions are generally just so good that it's like you can hit him with weird stuff, and he'll still survive just fine. But that game, Bike Rush was caught a little bit off, but we will not have the 4-0 for either player. At the very least, we're guaranteed a 4-1, and heading into game number 5.
Yeah, so, I mean, WookieBird, though that last one is a little bit strange, I don't know. I mean, he managed to take the victory, so you can't slight him for that, and it is against Bike Rush, but he's taken 2 games off of Bike Rush today. That's something to be said.
Yeah, Smash Dust Bowl. I like Tournament Dust Bowl anyways. We've seen a lot of epic games. Of course, we've seen some long, drawn-out, campy games that just get boring, but we've seen so many good games on this map. It is almost always a passport to just an awesome mid to late game match. Now, this is, of course, the point where Bike Rush somehow knows that, even though there's a delay on stream, he somehow knows, and he just all-ins as hard as he can, and it's like 3 minutes after I say that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully it's not going to be an all-in. I'd like to see a little bit more late-game matchup this time around. But again, WookieBird, I don't know. Maybe he's going to be trying to grab another quick victory here. But we are on Smash Dust Bowl. This is game number 5. And spawning in the bottom of the map as the orange Black Hand, we do have WookieBird.
And as the uncharacteristic yellow but GDI in the top of the map, it's Bike Rush owns.
So it is 3-1 in favor of Bike Rush. He only has to take 1 more game in order to take the victory here today. So he lost the last game just due to some mismanaging of his economy and just not paying attention close enough in certain situations, losing those harvesters to just a couple of attack bikes, which he could have easily defended against had he been paying attention. But I doubt we'll see that this time.
Oh, Wookiebert is not paying attention. He loses the engineer. I cannot believe that he did that. Oh, Wookiebert is just... I mean, that was a fast scout, but you've got lots of vision on your Cabals, and that is just not the way you want to start out when Bike Rush is at match point.
Yeah, and I mean, to be down an engineer so early on, that's going to put him so far behind. It's going to delay his eco. It's going to just set everything so far behind. He's going to have to send his harvester back from its second load early so that way he can keep his build running quickly. So he's going to be just that far behind as far as eco goes, and that additional tib spike eco, that's going to be pretty big.
All right, the operations center is on the way for Wookiebert. So he's like, hey, you stopped my engineer? How are you going to like a flame tank rush? Now, of course, there's a number of things that you can go for, but Bike Rush will be getting the scout off, depending... Oh, he might not actually see this. Oh, there's a little bit of a rifleman squad sneaking in.
Yeah, so Bike Rush has definitely seen the bikes, and I thought for a second Wookie was going to go all in here, but he's going to have an opportunity to see this operation center. Oh, maybe not!
Wow, that scouting path for Bike Rush owns brought him so close. He doesn't see the power plant either, and he's going to be digging a foxhole, so he will see the flame tank, but this is like the latest read that you can get for Bike Rush owns. I mean, because he's got the scout in the base.
Yeah, and I mean, he may have seen that flame tank, honestly, because he's likely trying to deal with these attack bikes. He's focusing on where they're pathing to. May not have even seen the flame tank come through, but he'll likely be seeing that now. And
actually, yeah, he's not sending out pit bulls to deal with it. Wow, did Bike Rush actually miss that? I would have just assumed that he saw it, but yeah, you may be right. He may have indeed missed it. There's the Black Hand Squad, so if he just space-barred, he just noticed that there's a Black Hand Squad, and that tells him, okay, where's the flame tank? He's going to spot it now. He's got more than enough pit bulls to deal with this, and his MCV is already deployed, so he can drop things to try to block for this flame tank.
Yeah, so this is unfortunate. Wookiebert, he tried, he had the right idea going for the flame tank, but against a player like Bike Rush owns, I mean, he has to know that once he goes up in terms of economy, that Wookiebert has to respond by harassing his economy. He's going to go some type of an aggro. Flame tank is the way to go, or bikes. And once he saw the bikes, he went pit bulls. Pit bulls perfectly counter the flame tank, so
yes,
it's just putting Wookiebert even further behind.
We have an MCV cell, Dual War Factory from Wookiebert. He is going hard. Now, Bike Rush just dropped a refinery at his expansion, and on top of that, there's a Black Hand Squad on the left side from the sell-off of that operations center going to be flaming down that tower. It's actually pulling.
And I just realized I lost Cybert. That was a mistake. And let's see if we can get him back real quick. So sorry about that, guys. I realize that we've got a little bit of an issue going on here. Let's see if we can get Cybert back really quickly. We'll actually answer that call. Sorry about that, buddy. Lost you there for a second.
Yeah, I'm not sure what actually happened now. Did you catch the Black Hand Squad on the left side?
I did not catch the Black Hand Squad on the left-hand side. I was dealing with some technical difficulties, but what happened with them?
All right, so the Black Hand Squad on the left side did indeed try to flame down that spike, but it looks like one of the harvesters for Bike Rush was able to crush it. Now, Bike Rush is in the middle of the map with two harvesters gathering all of that blue tib, and of course the all-in from Wookiebert is so delayed. He's got such weak economy, and he has yet to do any real damage to Bike Rush.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to get in here and damage his economy. Shutting down those harvesters, grabbing the blue Tiberium is good, but honestly, it's just denying that eco. So Bike Rush, even just by taking that eco, it's not too much of a concern, because he's denying the possibility of Wookiebert grabbing it. So, yeah, I mean, Bike Rush, we saw, you know, Black Hand all in versus GDI. It just doesn't work out well for Black Hand.
Especially when you've got someone like Bike Rush who is so experienced in dealing with highly aggressive play against him. He's going to be playing well. On top of that, he's got his command post, which means he can laser fence buildings, just giving him that extra armor if it does come down to a really risky base trade scenario. But Bike Rush owns is so far ahead by an absolute country mile. And there's the GG well played.
So GG coming in from WookieBert, and Bike Rush going to be taking the victory here. Bike Rush owns has won this. He is the grand finalist and will be taking the championship title for this Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge 1 vs. 1 November 2014 tournament, and that is a super long name for a tournament.
Oh, I think that entire game was in your in-between games screen.
It was close. I managed to catch it after a little bit. I think we had the issue of Skype. Then I realized that the screen was wrong, and it's like, so I screwed that one up.
Well,
anyways, it's been a pretty good tournament so far. That was a little bit of a screw up there at the end on my part, but hey, you still caught the action. You could still see at least a little bit what was going on. You could hear both of us, and should at least know what happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again,
GG's to Bike Rush.
Yeah, we have to pass along that congratulations to Bike Rush, who, I mean, he came through the winner's bracket. I can't actually see if he lost any games or not. It looks like he beat Unleashed, he beat Death Sentence, Incapeza, Plan Eden. So yeah, I don't know if he didn't drop a single map until the finals, but he had a pretty darn good run, and of course, the favorite to take this tournament. So big congratulations to him.
Yeah, absolutely. And also a shout out to WookieBert for just playing so well today. He put on a very good show and definitely was the come from behind player today. We were maybe going to see him do something against Bike Rush, but again, up against Bike Rush, it's difficult to say the least. But he played well nonetheless, managed to take a game off of him, so didn't get 4-0'd. So can't complain too much about that. But very, very good plays out of everybody so far. I loved seeing the games between Green Zero and Tiberian Future, and I can only imagine that the games between Green Zero and State of the Union were also very interesting. But everybody played quite well. Plan Eden, I Love MILFs. It was very interesting to see everybody today, and it was a pleasure casting.
Indeed, looks like there was quite a few people in chat going to be enjoying these games, so hopefully everyone enjoyed the broadcast. And I'm glad that I was able to jump on for the last couple of games, although they were pretty darn quick. We didn't get to see that long, drawn-out action. WookieBert with the all-in.
Yeah, the all-in. I mean, he was in a situation where he had the failed engineer, he lost the flame tank, and then it's like, okay, do I try to play eco against a player that is already massively far ahead in terms of eco, or do I try to at least put some pressure on their eco by going all-in? But Bike Rush, I mean, it's just so hard to shut that down.
That was just such a weird all-in.
Yeah. I think it was just one of those situations where Wookie was just so low on cash, realizing that he was going to be pressured soon, so he figured, okay, instead of getting pressured, let's put the pressure back on Bike Rush and just force him to react as opposed to doing what he wants to do. But, yeah, I mean, just trying to all-in into a GDI that's already got eco established, so difficult.
Indeed. But I think that's going to do it for me. It's not that I don't like you, Spartacus, it's that I haven't actually eaten a proper meal today, and we're pushing on into 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So I actually want to go get some food, and I think that's going to do it for me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Well, thank you very much for joining me here for the finals. It was a pleasure casting with you, and I certainly appreciate you stopping by and getting that expert level commentary in there.
Some sort of expert. I don't know what kind of expert I am, but I'm always happy to provide it. So I will catch you later, and of course, thank you all for tuning in. Spartacus, goodbye.
Take care, my friend. All right, and that is going to do it for me as well, everybody. Thank you all for stopping by. We had some trips and follies throughout the day, and I see you guys are actually talking in chat now. Yeah, the technical difficulties were the fact that I closed Skype. I thought for a second there, I was like, hey, I don't want to get spammed in Skype chat. I don't want to hear that in my headset. That's why I actually switch it over to my speakers while I'm actually in game, so that way I don't hear the beeping in my headset if somebody's trying to talk to me on Skype. But yeah, that backfired in 2 ways. The fact that I shut that down, realizing that it was actually a big shout out to Aggressive Panda. He managed to get that info over to me first, saying that it was not full screen, so my bad on that one, guys. That's actually why I have the We Are Between Games screen the way I do, so that way if I make that mistake, you can at least see something. But at any rate, We had a few technical difficulties, but I thought overall it was a lot of fun casting today. It's been a very long day, so I apologize if the commentary got a little bit drier as we went along. Luckily, we had Cybert to kind of join along towards the later portion of the tournament, and then we had Bike Rush in there as well. So it was fun catching him when I could, and obviously always a pleasure to have Cybert on stream. But thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I hope you guys all enjoyed the tournament. I know I had a lot of fun. This was the Kaneswrathonline Open Challenge 1 vs. 1 tournament for November of 2014. Big thanks to Cabal and Green Zero for hosting and running this tournament. And obviously a big shout out to Bike Rush Owns for taking the victory here and taking home the cash prize. So if you guys are interested in reading up on how this one went down, be sure to head over to Kaneswrathonline.com. I'm sure Green Zero will have some more information for you there, and also on Green Zero's YouTube channel. But at any rate, this has been Spartacus. I hope you guys have all enjoyed the action, and I'll catch you all next time.